Well. What day is today? Day 29. We're on day 29. My goodness. What a day. Listen, every day is a beautiful day, but this one is almost the best day because we're one way away from hitting the 3-0 of streaming. Okay, so tomorrow we got to make it even more epic, but today's going to be epic as well. Hello. We're on day 29 of streaming. We have been live streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. No. I almost jumped the gun there. 29 days in a row, including today. And it's been quite the journey. I've had a lot of ups and downs for sure. More ups than downs. Downs have been more just my own user error, technical support, that kind of stuff. The ups have been you guys in the chats. It's been the fun conversations. It's the things that we created together. All of that's been super fun. So welcome, guys. Welcome. Okay. We've been productive, haven't we? I think so. Like every day we've been pretty productive. I've just kind of a quick little life update. Not that there's anything crazy. Well, my life update is that I have no life. I guess we'll start with that. Yeah, so basically what happens is I do the streams. I try to get a late night dinner, usually past midnight, close to 1 a.m., and then I try to head off to sleep, and then when I wake up, I just get back into working. I haven't been so good about staying fit, so I haven't done a good job exercising and all that kind of stuff. So I do think that's something I want to reconsider a little bit here as we think about our schedule, how we think about our stream hours and all that kind of stuff. So just as an FYI, that's one thing. But yeah, we've been at it. We've been doing about 8 to 10 hours live stream every day across the past month. My thinking is, I didn't know if I wanted to make it day 30 or day 31, right? Because technically, no. Technically, we started streaming in July. So July, oh shoot, I did my math wrong. Let me see. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Oh shit. Okay, so July and August are technically 31 days, right? So yeah, I guess maybe we'll wait until day 31. But I'm thinking day 31 will be a fun celebration for myself to be able to say that we've actually accomplished a full month of streaming. No breaks. Every day we've been going at it. The only time we didn't really hit roughly 8 hours of streaming was one of the early days when I had this whole technical issue. My network went down. I didn't know that you can adjust the servers that you use, specifically with Restream.io. So yeah, anyways, that was the only day where, because I couldn't figure out how to get the internet back up or at the right speed, we lost a bit of time. Every other day, I think we have actually hit 8 to 10 hours. So I think we can save day 31 to be the day that we go ham. Maybe we can try doing a 24-hour stream. The only issue with 24-hour stream, I think YouTube has a limitation of 12 hours or something where it cuts off the VOD at that point. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Hello, whoop. And whoop, double whoops from KG. KG, hello. You might be able to see, I don't know if it's going to show up or not, and I don't know if I can actually update the badges, but we have unlocked those VIP badges. And now I was only allotted 20 VIP badges that I could, apply. But definitely, KG, you were one of the first names that popped in my mind, I don't know if I can curse yet, but absolutely, I will make sure you have a VIP badge. So hopefully it shows up properly. I think it's that little, I'm looking over at the Twitch chat now. Yes, you got a VIP little badge. And then, ooh, yes, thank you. I guess it calls you a founder because you are my 1 month subscriber. How cool is that? So I believe that should make me a founder for you as well. So returning the favor, right? But yeah, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon. I think your time zone is good morning. I don't know. Is it a diamond? I think so, yeah. And honestly, I don't know if I can change that or not. So hopefully you like it. It would be cool if I can make changes. If I can just give you if I can make the VIP just have one of my cat's face on there. I mean, come on. If I can throw my cat's face on everything, I would. So we'll start with that. But hello. You just woke up. Okay, well, thank you. I'm glad that the first thing you wake up to is the sound of my voice. Tell Lucky that. But yes, thank you. Welcome. Hopefully you had a good day. Yeah, I think yesterday I kind of not abruptly, but I basically after I ended stream, I just went straight into eating my food that I ordered, and yeah, I just had to hit the hay. It's been a bit exhausting. I'm not gonna lie, but not in a untenable way. It was just more I didn't get enough sleep the night before. Let me drink my coffee. Second cup of iced coffee. God, I love it. We got our iced coffee, and we've got our Mason Perrier Forever Strawberry. So I think we're locked and loaded for today. All right, so what is on the docket for today? Well, like I said, we're going to start off chill. I would love to at some point figure out a nice schedule, an agenda. Oh, and I mentioned this before, but I do think it'd be cool if I can figure out how to create like custom overlays and then assign it to some Stream Deck buttons where when we're in like video mode, I can like hit the button and then something visibly shows up on the screen that tells everyone like, hey, we're in video mode, right? We're in, you know, film under, what do they say? Film, shit, it's right there too. Film in progress. Yeah, so it'd be something like that, right? Video work in progress or something, blinking. And then we can switch over when we're doing photo mode. Something, I think like color scheme, everything should change. So then the next thing will boom, all of a sudden we're in photo mode. And then we can change like make some subtle changes and all that. But then now we're in like, ooh, photo editing in progress, right? Or something. And then maybe one of them will have a cartoon image of Nala, and then the other one will be a cartoon image of Kimbap, my two cats. So then that way they're both showcased. And so then that gives me more reason to try to give equal time to both. And then what other overlays? Oh yeah, and then obviously we'll have like chat, you know, when we're just kind of in I don't want to say pillow talk. I don't know why that's the first thing that came to mind. But yeah, we'll have, oh yeah, because we were talking about Little Dicky before. Then we'll have like the casual chatting moments, similar to this kind of, but just letting you guys know we're changing up phases, let's say. So I think that'd be kind of an interesting idea. I'll put that into action off stream probably, or if we have time on stream. Anyways, that was my random thought here. KG, you said, well, to be fair, I told them bye for work at, damn, 4:30 a.m. My goodness. Well, good to know. I mean, that's you guys are hard workers, that's for sure. I'm not a morning person, so it's like the thought of waking up at 4:30 intentionally, it does not sound not enjoyable. KG, yes, I'm trying to figure out how to get confetti to go across my screen if someone subs or falls. Oh, okay. Well, let me think if I can help you with that or not. How did I get? Well, I mean, the only answer I can think of is like you would either have Twitch alerts set up, and I'm assuming because you're only streaming to Twitch, correct? So if you're only on one platform, I wonder if Twitch has that. Or I mentioned I was using between like Stream Elements and Stream Labs. I'm sure they got that in there somewhere. Yeah, and then it would just be a matter of you got to copy the URL and then put it into your OBS as a browser. Like when you hit that little plus button in your scene, you create one called browser, and then you just got to update the URL. There's a little field for that with the URL of whatever the confetti alerts thing would be, and then yeah, and then you just got to keep it the same size, like 1920 by 1080, something like that. I don't know. You know what? It was a little bit complicated at first, but now I do feel like it makes sense. So I'm glad to know my mind has shifted to like reset into a streamer mode. So we do feel a little bit more confident about streamer lingo and, you know, all of that. So I do still want to make a YouTube video where I kind of relay my learnings from the first month of streaming. And I do hope it'll be, well, I wish I had a video editor, but I hope we can make it entertaining and we can show off like the best moments, everything from like key achievements that we hit, technical failures, yeah, just like every aspect of it. I think it'll be a fun video, but then also a good learning. So we'll talk everything from like, well, how do you set up an account? What do you need to know? What about if you want to multi-stream? What kind of internet connection do you need? What happens if the internet goes out? What could be the problems for it? Here are the key main things. The emotes, and like, what do I use to make the emotes? And like, oh, here's the easy ways to do it. You can do like the default or Canva. Shout out to Canva. And I wish I could get sponsored by Canva. But yeah. Does Canva, speaking of Canva, KG asked, does Canva have a confetti animation I can use? Oh, you know what? If I can find it and I can download it, and if I can hand it over to you on the DL, let me see. We're going to switch over to minor editing mode. Actually, we have, let me see if I still have the screen open. Oh, there it was. It was just there. There it is. All right, Mr. Canva, what you got for us? Let's just go to an empty one. Elements, confetti. And would you look at that? Not only is it just confetti, you got animated confetti from different directions. So we can do a little bit of one on the bottom right, one on the top left. Some of these look like they're more fixed ones. Oh, you got some coming downward, I think. Is that correct? No. Oh, I didn't hit it, did I? Here we go. Then you get some that come in from the top. Hey, Kimbap. So you can go crazy with it, but it looks like we got quite a bit. You can throw in one of those party popper things. Is that what you call them? 1 second. My cat is saying hello, so who am I to not give him some attention? Hello, Kimbap. Let's welcome Kimbap. The other reason to tune into our streams. Mr. Kimbap. You want to go to the cat camera? Okay, fair enough. You gotta look more to the right, though. Oh, yeah, there you go. What's up, Kimbap? Why are you meowing? You want attention? Alright, I think he just wants attention. I mean, I know what he always wants. Number 1 is food. Number 2 is more food. And then 3 is just kidding, I just want more food type thing. Oh, what a good boy. What a good boy. So this is Kimbap, and then Nala. Yeah, I think in the past few days, they've both been kind of dipping early, and then they pop up later. But, okay. Kimbap, you want to chill there for a bit? Let's get back to this. So how would I use the Canva thing as an overlay? Oh, yeah. Okay, well, let me tell you. We can work on this together. Listen. So let's say you do this. Well, you first would want probably you want a 16:9 landscape canvas. So when you create a new canvas, just make sure it's 16:9, because this one obviously is a square one, so that wouldn't really work for your needs. But then also, Canva does have a bunch of different things for like streaming, right? So, and then in order to do it without the white background, that's also pretty easy. When you go to the share button here, when you hit download, and well, actually this one, I take it back. Well, this is an MP4 video, so we'd have to switch it to a GIF. But let's say we created a GIF. There's a button here that says transparent background, and that's it. So the moment I click on transparent background, and then I hit download, like the specific one here, then it will save it all without the white, essentially. So it makes everything super easy. It's such an intuitive tool. But yeah, so as an example, here's our little crazy confetti thing, right? Now, yeah, so then what you would want is to do it like in 16:9. You know what's funny? As we're talking about this, I'm like, wait, should I do the same thing? Should I make some cool little... Well, eventually I want to have like big-ass emojis of my cats. Something like this, right? But like my actual cats. So it'd be cool to just have big-ass faces of my cats pop up on the screen and stuff. Oh, and then at some point I would love to do it where it's more photography themed. So if I can either do like wildlife themed things or wildlife themed sound effects, and there's all kinds of fun stuff, but they all take time. It's all like on the backlog, you know. This is one of the issues of streaming 8 to 10 hours every day, is that in my off stream time, like I do need to hyper focus on my business related stuff that I need to build up. So it's been a bit more of a struggle to kind of do more of the fun things here and there. So yeah, that might be another reason why we can switch up the streaming hours at times. But for now, the energy-wise is fine. KG said the big face is animated somehow. Yeah, exactly. Like imagine, which one do I have? Well, I want to use like real pictures of my cats probably. I think we have some good ones. Well, even the one that we showed earlier. But let me pop open. Yeah, something like this for sure. I would need a bunch of these guys. It could literally just be this, and it's just kind of shaking on screen like this, you know, just like going over there, hopping over here. Yeah, this is like party mode, and then it would flip at times, you know, so then all of a sudden it flips over this way, and then flips back this way over here. Oh man, I can totally see it actually. So yeah, we would have a lot of fun with it. But yeah, for what you're asking, KG, you just need to make this a 16:9 canvas. Just put your confetti everywhere. Then when you hit export, it depends if, yeah, I'm assuming you want it animated. So then download it as a GIF. And then I think once you have that GIF, you should be able to upload it into an empty or any like overlay, like on Stream Elements, let's say, or Streamlabs. If you're using Stream Elements, then you'll see like the little editing overlay, and then you just add it in, and then you just resize it where you want. Then copy that URL, put it in as a browser asset in OBS, and there you go. Yeah, I've been using Canva on my phone in free mode for Facebook forever. Yeah, man, Canva is awesome. I do have the paid version, and I don't regret it, mainly because I forgot how much I'm paying for it. So if you told me how much I'm paying, then maybe the regret can come in. But for now, let's live in ignorance. You're hungry too? They can talk all day. Yeah. No. Yeah, there he is. Let's jump over to you again. Look at you. Not even shy about it. Yes. So then, we will do that in the future. I would love to make it a bit more prominent. Didn't know you could do the thing without the background. Yeah, the transparent background is a godsend. Yeah, I do that for all the emotes as well. And then don't forget with those emotes or anything, once you have your picture, you can simply just hit this little button that says background remover. This might be only on the paid version though, because I do see that little crown. But it's as simple as clicking one button, and then it's like, voila, you're good to go. Technology has gotten so crazy. Like, I think about it sometimes about like, could I have survived in the old generation? Like before all of this crazy stuff, if all you had was Lightroom and Photoshop, and that was like the only gifted like software tools you can use for whatever photo related stuff, could I have survived? It's like, I don't know. That would have meant I actually would have had to take certified. I would have had to like spend time probably learning and get like a license for Photoshop, almost that kind of stuff. Now it's like, you don't even need that. So or you can even just type to AI, like, can you change this photo to do this, blah blah blah. It's not always the best though. So for instance, this monkey shot, complete trash. I had my photo, and then I think, what was I asking it to do? Oh yeah, I was like saying, can you put a lab coat on this photo of a monkey that I took? And then it completely changed the monkey as well, because I wanted a brainiac looking monkey, right? So I wanted to look like a scientist, like Albert Einstein style. Failed miserably. It's all good. You said, KG, oh no, now I got so many ideas. No work getting done for me Tuesday. I don't think it's a lot. I gotta redo my emails now. Yeah, listen, I mean, we've been doing it all live. You can, why not enjoy while you're live next time? Just do it during the live stream. Especially while you're still kind of building up your channel and stuff. I don't know. Well, hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. Those of you who stuck around, where, if there was ever a time for you to like do these random tasks to build up your channel, you might as well do it when you're starting out, because I think there's a bit more forgiveness with you, trying to figure shit out firstly. But then also, yeah, it's like showing how you're learning, right? So to me, it's like, I hope you guys can see the progress we've made from day one until now. And there's still a lot of things, right? I just discovered the whole VIP badge, and I do think I've applied it properly. So some of you guys will now be able to, when you type in, I apologize, it's only on Twitch. I think Kick, I still need to build up the channel more. We gotta keep improving the follower numbers on Kick. And then I think maybe it'll unlock some stuff eventually. But we're here for the long haul. So we're just gonna be here every day and try to build up a good fan base. KG, you said, I got ChatGPT to make an actual image of me that said just Peachy into an animated version of cartoon. Yeah. Actually, if you look at my Discord image, that is actually ChatGPT generated that based off of a real photo of me. So actually, was it this photo maybe? Yeah, I think I had a photo like this, right? And then ChatGPT, I sent this photo, and then I asked, hey, can you make like a pixelated cartoonish version of this in this style? And yeah, that's what it ended up doing. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Under quick access, my top photos. No, self animated. yeah. So check this out. Okay. And I've even included it in some of my like scenes, like my BRB scenes and stuff. I'll show a few different versions. Oh wait, I'm not sharing my screen. There we go. Yo, Manas Edits, welcome back. How are you doing, man? Hopefully you're feeling much better. Sometimes you just gotta, make sure you get some rest, sleep it off. Yeah, try to. Yeah. Anyways, how are you doing, man? KG, true. I think people enjoy making fun of me for not knowing what I'm doing. Yeah, I mean that's literally been every one of my streams. So welcome to the club. You just gave me an idea to do my picture of me holding my camera. So cool. I never noticed that. Listen, that's why we're a community. So if you get inspired by anything I'm doing, or if you have suggestions, throw it my way. I'm literally here sharing everything, right? The whole behind the scenes, the good and the bad. So these are some other versions where I asked ChatGPT, can you create just like a face version, like something that could be more like a profile, like an avatar, what do they call it? PFPs or something, where it's just the face, right? So then, yeah, he made a few versions of me holding the camera. I remember this one in particular. I was like, yo, you made me a little fat on the picture, man. What gives? Now, I know I haven't been hitting the gym lately, but come on. But these ones looked better. And he even kept my little ponytail thing, so the ponytail sticks out. So there are some of these versions that I literally just asked ChatGPT. And same thing, you can hit that background remover. This is going to be easy, right? So then there's a perfect little, like, everything gets cut out. And then the one I was showing you just now, though, is this one. So basically, it took this photo here, and then it cartoonized it into this version. So then, here we go. And yeah, it's like, I don't know why, but I love this a lot. Yeah. So it did a pretty good job, I would say. So then, anyways, for now, I didn't really bother it anymore. Oh, KG, yes, you did the gorilla thing. But you know what? I'm not going to give you the points because I actually noticed it before I saw your chat pop in. So, yes, I corrected it myself for a change. So pat on the back, and I deserve 200 PPs for that one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then I still need to create a leaderboard. So we've been talking about, I would love to create like a leaderboard page where I show like, here's all the PPs you can earn based on these actions, right? So that will be a fun thing to do. But these are all like, you know, listen, those are all minor things that we can do at any point once we're more established and we've got a good schedule and everything else. But yeah, you should think about ChatGPT or those things. Canva also has an AI, right? So you can literally, let's actually see if I go to Canva AI, where is that? Let me take a sip of my... Yeah, Canva has an AI tool as well, but I guess I have to hop out of this project to get to it. But yeah, if you go into Canva, you can also then ask AI. You can put a reference image and then ask it to generate XYZ, and it does a pretty good job, and it's very fast. So yeah, listen, I'm a big fan of AI for what it's worth. Now, does it? I know it's like, you know, it doesn't beat having a real artist work for, you know, like creating content and stuff. But as a one-man show, it is very difficult otherwise for me to like either, you know, dish out more money for like different things, like different visual elements and such. As much as I would love to, I've got a finite resource and finite time. So for that reason alone, Canva and ChatGPT, these things have been very helpful. But yeah, like a cat, yeah, maybe one of these photos of my cat here would pop up if someone does a donation and just kind of shakes around. Yeah, so we'd have one of this for that, and then the one I was showing of my cat, Nala, freaking out, and the other. So these will all be in the works, okay? We're going to get there one step at a time. But yes, thank you, KG. I'm glad you like it. And again, hey, Manas, hope all is well to you. We are just on the start of our stream. I don't even know how long we've been streaming, but yeah, usually it's a nice way to kind of do a warm-up. I haven't done any work yet. We're just kind of chilling, you know? I think that's the best way to start streams. Why you know, go 0 to 100, right? So we did a little bit of confetti work. I was able to, yeah, I got to share some knowledge, my very, very important knowledge on how to create confettis on Canva. Very translatable into the corporate environment. Definitely resume building worthy. So, with all of that, what's the game plan for today? Let's hop back over here to the full screen. Game plan for today, over here. Well, yes, we got the VIP badges. So first, I hope, basically how I applied the badges, same thing, I looked at my PPs. I took a hard look at my PPs, and I saw who amongst you have been the most active with my PPs. And of those PP users, I chose the top 20 essentially, because right now I only have 20 slots. I think at some point you can increase it, but you need to like, I think I need to have like, I need to have about 15 chatters at the same time on stream before I can unlock that. We almost got that. We were at 10 out of 15, I think. 10 or 12 out of 15. So one of these days, as we keep building up the channel, maybe we'll get 15 of you guys chatting on the Twitch side, and then it'll unlock, I think, a whole bunch more of the VIP badges. There is also an artist badge. KG said you appreciate the help. Well, listen, I enjoy helping, so I'm glad you enjoyed my help of me enjoying helping you. Yeah, so then there's also something called the artist badge, and there's 5 of them I can give out. And so I guess it's more to like give shout outs to people. Like the example it gave is like someone who creates emotes for you, then you can give the artist badge. As of now, I guess I have technically, made the emotes myself, kind of. But I guess I could, yeah, I don't know. I have to figure that out. KG, did Lucky get one? He should have, yes. Because I went off the points, and if I remember, one of you guys had like 3,000 something PPs, the other had like 2,000 in catching. So Lucky should also have that VIP status. So yeah. But yeah, and then we'll just keep playing around with it. Oh wait, one second. I meant to look at the rest of the agenda. Okay, so we got the VIP badges. That's what we started with. Whoops, over here. Number 2, make reels and clips from episode 1. We might still do that, but actually I have a video I've uploaded already, which I'm probably going to release later tonight. I think probably I'll release it around... I usually release videos around 9 p.m., so I might still keep with that strategy or that schedule. It's a trailer of Mongolia episode 1. So I wanted to release it separately from the rest of my videos. So just as an example... Yobel Prize. Let me switch screens real quick. Oh, look at me. We're live. If you go to my playlist, so I have a playlist here called Cinematic Travel Trailers.
Getting a shipping
Thank you for the ad.
quote just got.
And basically right now it just has 3 videos, but it's like this is where I store all the trailer sections of my videos. Right now we have 2 trailers, and then I have one which is the 3.5-minute video where it's like a montage of everything, but I still consider it like a trailer to my life, if you will, or my brand. But otherwise... so then we have like the first 50 seconds of my India vlog video, and so I just cut out the trailer portion, so that way it's a nice piece of cinema in my opinion. So some people don't want to watch like 15 minutes of a video, but if I can just make a playlist, and eventually we'll have like multiple, we'll get to a point where there's like 10, 15 different trailers, and some people maybe they'll check out this playlist and then they might just want to enjoy the highlights of everywhere I've been to. So anyways, I'm going to add one in here in a few hours where it'll be the trailer for Mongolia. So when I do release it, I'll send the link out. I would love if you guys, give it a like, check it out. You've seen the video before, but, anytime you feel free to rewatch my videos is what I'm saying. All right. So that was the agenda item number 2, roughly speaking. Let's see the rest. So we got the VIP badges. And by the way, thank you, Idora Park, Mr. Kevin. You can see his name is plastered everywhere. He donated a lot of bits yesterday because we do have the voice TTS dono sounds enabled now. So hopefully that'll encourage you guys to... Oh yeah, and then number 3, play with my cats, of course. We started with that, but we'll keep doing that throughout. Number 4, start Mongolia episode 2. Yes, so this is day 2 essentially of starting episode 2. And number 5, we're going to start continuing to edit Japan photos. And we might get to the videos as well. I forgot to add that in there. And just a typical travel camera life talk. So, all in all, I think it's going to be it's a pretty packed agenda. Oh, I'm bothering my cat. Good boy. Yes, Kimbap. Let's see what the cat cam shows us. Okay, maybe a little bit not for PG. Let's tilt it down this way a bit. Look at you, buddy. Maybe I should just do a 24-hour stream of just my cats. Good boy, Kimbap. Yes, good boy. Oh, KG, you want a duel? Okay, fine, I accept. Is it too late? Accept. Oh, okay, fine. Well, enjoy those peepees, okay? It's a win-win for me. If I win some PP, sure, I love winning. If I have to give away my PPs, you know what? I'm okay with that too. Yeah, I think we'll just do a stream one of these days where it's just a 24/7 Mr. Kimbap. It's the Kimbap show, and then we'll hop over to Nala. Kimbap's an interesting one. He acts kind of like a dog at times, where he'll like roll onto his back. He kind of likes belly rub. Sometimes he doesn't like it. Other times he just enjoys it. Yeah. But he usually doesn't sit still to be scratched. He kind of like doesn't like being scratched in one spot for too long. But what a good boy, Kimbap. Yes, sir. KG, watch it be the most popular stream too. Yeah. That would be funny. Listen, you got to give the people what they want. As long as, well, you know what? I take all 100% of Kimbap's payments as a streamer. That's the deal we got. You get free food and housing. I get your money. So it's really a good trade. You're going to try for 3,000? Hells yeah. Oh, you mean, oh, I thought you meant you want to take all of my 3,000. Okay. All right. I accept. Good luck to you. Oh, wow. Congratulations. Wait, does this mean you've hit, oh, congrats. You've hit the 3,000 mark. Good on you. Well, congratulations. You have entered the 3,000 PP mark. Not many people can say that they have 3,000. They've collected 3,000 PPs. You know how many people can say that? Well, of that amount of people, you're one of them, KG. Let your husband know proudly. You've collected over 3,000 PPs in your life. Actually, in less than a month, you've collected over 3,000 PPs. I'm sure he'll be very, very proud. Congrats. Okay. So, with the shenanigans out of the way, and thank you for the emotes. Yes, the boots emotes, boots and cats. All right. I think we spent about an hour chilling. That was fun. Thank you very much. Thank you, KG. You've been a very, very active participant in all that, so I didn't have to just talk to myself. With all of that aside, what should we start with? KG, I will let you choose. Okay. Denying everybody. Yeah. Lucky. KG, between editing Mongolia, so episode 2, so continuing to kind of proceed with episode 2, versus editing for Hokkaido, so going through the photos of Hokkaido, Japan, versus editing some of the, trying to create the video trailer for Japan. Which one would you say? Your account is 2 weeks old, maybe. Yeah. You're making good progress there. So which activity, KG, should we do? Edit photos from Japan, edit episode 2 video of Mongolia, or work on Japan video trailer? You're welcome, because I hate talking to myself. Yeah. You know what? You just gotta get used to it sometimes. Especially when you live alone, you got 2 cats. Oh yeah, let me show the screen again. These are the actions here. So edit Japan photos, edit Mongolia episode 2, or edit Hokkaido Japan video. KG said, well, I'm a photographer, so I'd be interested in it. All right. Problem solved. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to spend a good amount of time starting off the stream editing more Japan photos. We'll just go until there's like a natural break point for us, and then we'll swap over to doing some of the Mongolia video edits. So, where should we start? We did finish day 1 in terms of selecting the photos. We haven't actually edited the photos, we've just selected the photos. So, I don't really know which direction. We can either just go day to day and actually complete editing, or we go selection mode across everything. I think I'm gonna go with let's go with editing, because it'd be nice to have some kind of final products at the end of each stream that we can either showcase in our thumbnails or also just so I can start putting it to my website. It's okay. I figured out the answer. KG said, but the video is super fun. Oh, yeah, of course. It's always fun. But yeah, let's start with the photos. And it's a nice warm-up, too. The video is a bit more daunting, right? Now, do I want to keep listening to music? I think I should, yeah, because I do need to multitask still. So, let's go to music. Let's keep listening to lens distortion music. So it's not very Mongolian-esque music, but there's more cinematic stuff. So in that sense, it could be more interesting. KG said episode 2 next because I feel like people are interested in that. I hope so. I mean, I'm interested in it. So yeah, and it's a good break. Yeah, I don't want to do fully Japan stuff. We should probably intersperse in between. So we should hop between the two countries. So yeah, I think that makes sense. Where do we leave off with the music? I think it was this one. Let me adjust the music volume. Okay, I think that's fine. All right, let's start the editing process. For the client photos, I don't really need to do much. So it's more just kind of like if I need to make some key adjustments or if something really pops off the rip. But otherwise, we're just going with something natural. Maybe something cool. Let's start with the winter ones real quick. Okay, I like this vintage. I say vintage, I like the faded look. So we're gonna go with the faded look. Yeah, nothing really to change. I think I'm happy with it almost as is. Just reduce the highlights just a bit. Oh yeah, we'll do that. Okay, cool. All right, look at that. We're done already. So then let me go ahead and create a photo collection for all of this. Where should we put this under? Presets. Instagram. Travels. No, website. Tours. Perfect. We're going to create a collection set. Hokkaido. Alright, so for the soundtracks, basically what I'm looking for or listening for is something that could work for a nice video for Japan as well as for Mongolia. So that one actually worked really well. Move fast. I think I have the soundtrack actually already. So let me see real quick. We're going to be doing a lot of multitasking here. It's called Move Fast Tenfold. Let me see. Move Fast under Tenfold. Where are you? There you are, Tenfold. Move Fast. Okay. So how should I do this? Soundtracks, projects. There we go. Okay, under... Yeah, we'll call it YouTube projects. Cinematic trailers, number 3. Cinematic trailers. And then we'll just call this one Hokkaido. And then potential soundtracks. I do love the process of trying to be organized. I fail miserably most of the times, but there is something kind of therapeutic of trying, the attempt. I get paid for the attempt, right? I'm like Evel Knievel. But the attempt of being organized feels very satisfying, at least in the very early stage. And then when all the organization falls apart, when you realize you didn't create the folders the right way or the hierarchies creates more issues, then it's like, you know what? Chaos ensues. But right now we like it. So we said we like the soundtrack Move Fast. So I think what I'll do is I'll create an alias. And we'll drag it in there. All right, let's keep listening. So for For Japan, the trailer, because that's going to be the trailer I make to advertise my Japan trip, I'm looking for something that's somewhat soft. If there's a Japanese Asian vibe to it, that'd be great. Otherwise, we're just looking for kind of soft, not too action-packed, and drama, but awe-inspiring. So even this song could potentially work, or at least parts of it. So this one's called Momentous Into the Storm. I should have this downloaded. Momentous, there it is. So we'll drag this in as well. So we're going to be multitasking between editing photos, listening to music, and all that, and talking to the chat. KGU said, I agree. Have you seen the trend on TikTok of photographers getting other photographers to edit their photo, and then they showcase like 20 different versions of edits and shout out the photographers? Ooh, I was able to get that whole question in there in one breath. I have not. But you know what? KG, we did briefly mention this on stream, maybe like a week ago, where I forget who I was talking to, but we were saying like, oh, that would be kind of fun to be able to have multiple people create like their version. Like we can have like an editing session where we take one photo and then everyone can like edit it their way, and then you end up with like 20 versions or something. So okay, so maybe somehow subconsciously I was connected to this TikTok trend. Not that I watch TikTok, but yeah, so that's a cool trend. What if you could collab on Twitch and do something similar? Like we were both on screen editing a photo of each other or something for a funny. Yeah, well, okay, you just read my mind again. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't read that when I was like thinking. I was trying to recollect what kind of conversation we were having. It must have been like over a week ago. But yes, that is exactly. Yeah, maybe I was chatting with Maple. That could have been it. Or somebody early on when I was talking about like, oh, where can I see myself in terms of the Twitch streams? I was like, oh, it'd be really cool if we can get to a point where I know how to do the voice dial-ins, if we can do like video, like webcams, so there's multiple webcams set up so the streamers, like viewers, can see both of us streaming or however many people, and then you can see our versions of the edits and stuff. So yeah, 1000% KG. I think that'd be really fun. So yeah, we're both on screen editing a photo of each other. Oh, of each other. Yeah, like any photo, right? It could just be something that the fan, like someone in the, a viewer sends over, or if, yeah, all of it's like very much exciting. And it definitely keeps me intrigued, and yeah, hopefully viewers find it fun. So put that in your back pocket. Don't smoke it, as they say, but I do want to do all of that. I think that'd be very fun. So if you would like to do that even sooner, then I'm happy to, but yeah, we can also hold off a little bit until I kind of figure out my I gotta get this businessy things done first. But that would be a really fun way to kind of break it down. But also, obviously, we have to align with your streaming schedule and mine and stuff. My overlay has 4 webcams, but I don't know how to do it. Oh, interesting. You know what? I haven't tried at all yet. Actually, you know what? This is a good moment. We're gonna multitask our multitasking. Hey, Mr. Atlas, how are you doing today?
Hey there, I'm doing really well today and ready to help out with whatever you need. Let's dive in.
That took him like, I think 10 to 15 seconds to respond. That's insane. Could you give me the quick and dirty of if I'm a live streamer and I want to create an overlay, or if I want to dial in other people into the stream? So like imagine there's like a panel and there's 4 webcams that I want within the scene. Is it as simple as just finding a default overlay or like using a template and then just dragging yeah, so help me figure that out. If I have an overlay where there's, let's say, 4 boxes where you can insert a camera, then do I add that to my OBS, and then how would I be able to insert other people's webcams into those little box layouts?
Absolutely, I can give you the quick rundown. So basically, yes, you can start with a template or an overlay that has those 4 webcam boxes arranged however you like. You can find these templates online or use a tool like OBS or Streamlabs to set it up. Once you have your overlay in OBS, you just add each person's webcam as a separate video source. If they're joining remotely, you can use something like a virtual camera feed from Zoom, or even better, a tool like Video.Ninja, where you let guests send their camera feeds straight into your OBS as individual sources. Then you just position each feed into one of those boxes on your overlay, and you're good to go.
Is it,
so in short,
can I ask, let's say if we all have Discord, is that something that's built in where if we're all on a Discord call together, would all of, because I'm assuming on Discord you can do like a video cam call in as well, not just like audio only. So if video is enabled in Discord, is that a way where we can just throw everyone in? Or, yeah, I don't know.
yeah, you can definitely do that with Discord as well. Discord does support video calls, and you can use it to bring everyone's camera feeds into one place. Then in OBS, you can capture the Discord window as a source. You can either capture the entire window or use individual window captures for each person if you want more control. It's a pretty straightforward way to do it if everyone's already on Discord, and it's a common method for group streams or panels.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome. If you need anything else, just let me know.
Sorry, did you just say you're merry welcome?
Oh, no, not quite. I said you're very welcome, but I guess it might have sounded a bit like Mary. Either way, I'm glad to help, and if you need anything else, just let me know.
All right, there you go. So, oh wait, what'd you say? KG. Yeah, let me know when. That'll be fun. No rush, because I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, listen, let's give both of ourselves some time to kind of get our feet under us. As much as I do feel like I've improved quite a bit in terms of understanding the tech stuff, there's like a whole wealth of knowledge that I barely tapped into. So, yeah. But I'm 1000% down for that. I think that'd be very fun. I have an in-home newborn session today and haven't done one in a minute. I'm nervous, off topic, I know. Oh wow, that's crazy. What do parents normally look for in a newborn session? I'm assuming some kind of overhead shot. I have no idea. Listen, I don't have kids. Overhead shot maybe. The little hands, I bet. Maybe it's like the mom, the dad, and the baby's hands together or something. KG, can you share your editing screen? Ask. Editing screen. Yeah, you should be able to. Or like I'm sharing mine right now, right? It's a 5-day baby. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about your newborn session photo shoot. You're a 5-day baby, yeah. So maybe when I hit a month. Exactly. Yeah, a newborn session. Oh, you know what? I forgot to check something. Yeah, newborn. Yeah, what would a baby, like a crawling shot? Wait, I don't know anything about babies, honestly. But maybe it's also, yeah, I don't know. I'm at a loss. Also, this song is quite crazy. So this wouldn't hit the vibes of Japan, but this is definitely a trailer soundtrack. Ooh, definitely. This one I should have downloaded already. Factor 1. Inspire. Oh no, did I not download this? Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Zero sum, there it is, okay. Yo, this one's a great one. What trip of mine will I use this for? Ooh, even that right there Because then you just swap images, like dramatic images, like dun 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 dun. 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 7 images maybe, or videos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. This one will be a... That's a good one. They can't crawl yet. Varies. It's the fact of having patience because the baby has to be sleepy. Oh. And they want those. You know what we should do, KG? You should find a parent, you know, you should find some parent who wants to do a fun photo shoot where it's like showing them looking miserable, like not miserable like in a bad way, but like chaotic, right? So getting those like make it look like action shots where you see them trying to change the diaper, and then like, you know, it's like usually like a fisheye lens or like a wide angle, and just make the angles of it look in a certain direction, and they're like looking disgusted. You should just like, I'm sure you can find a parent couple out there who would love to do like the kind of a goofy, chaotic, you know, newborn, you know, parents photo shoot, which is more comedic, let's say. I would totally do that. If I had a new kid, I would definitely do one where it's all like poking fun at being a new parents and showing all the bad side of it, but in a humorous manner. You said that's a song? Yeah, that song was fire, but not for Japan, but definitely for something. This one's okay, but all right, you know what? I wasn't paying attention. Let's watch and listen. I mean, this one starts off pretty soft, which I like. But then this part sounds a bit like futuristic. Whereas I think for a Japan trip, I need something more like ancient or yeah, cultural or traditional sounding, probably. The viral newborn photos of the baby pooping or spitting up on... Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're saying it's a... yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if that's like a trend already. But you should totally do that. Just like, yeah, just poke light fun at being a new parent, but showing... But obviously the photos will look really cinematic, or it'll look very, very like professional. And like, yeah, you'll make them look beautiful in their chaos, right? Like the facial expressions they're making when they're changing the diaper, or, you know, when you see like, you know, the dad's got the baby picked up and he's got his baby picked up, and then on his shirt there's like fake vomit, right? Or something, you know, a tasteful way to do that. Maybe a picture of like the dad, fake it look like he slipped on a baby toy or something, I don't know, and get an action shot where, you know, he's like lifted up into the air almost. Because of some Lego toy thing for like a little bit older child, I guess. Yeah, and then you'll need a photo shoot where you see the babies like hyperactive, but then the dad and the mom are like passed out on the floor or something. So you do a low angle shot. You see both of them like passed out and the baby's like off, you know, just like giggling off in the background or something. That's your new sell pitch? Absolutely. Listen, I'm here to share my thoughts, okay? Feel free to use them as you please. Oh, you said the slow intense part maybe. Yeah. So let me save that. It's under kaleidoscope, form and function. Form and function. Kaleidoscope. Okay, photo number 2. So this is actually some of my presets I had saved for volume 3. I haven't released volume 3, so we're in the stage of like building up a third volume of presets. So these are some of them that I think I might have saved as like potentials. So it's kind of cool to see them. I've never really played with it. Yeah, I make your chaos look beautiful, exactly. It's such a hilarious idea, now I want to make it happen. You totally should. Listen, absolutely you should do it. At least for one couple out there, right? You can still do your standard thing, but try to see if you can find one brave couple who's willing to do a fun shoot like that. And then once you get one under your belt, then you can make it more viral or make it a thing. I felt a wave of exhaustion just now. I feel like I've been getting 8 hours of sleep though. It's just, yeah, it's not like I'm doing much exercising. Must be like mental exhaustion. It's finally hitting. Alright, what am I looking for in terms of this photo's style? Probably, yeah, I want like soft vibes, so it should be looking very misty. Misty and not too dark. I think these dark ones are too dark. We need a cool misty vibe. This one's a nice. So far, this song is starting pretty nicely. Very, very soft. It's got more of like a melancholic tone to it, though. Yo, yo, Ong bro, how you doing, man? Power through? All right, I'm trying. We're only on like the first hour and a half of the stream, so I can't be complaining already. Listen, Ong bro, we've been doing 8 to 10 hours every day for 28 days in a row. We're on day 29, okay? Cut me a bit of slack, all right? We're trying. Well, hopefully you're doing well, man. KG says so pretty. Oh, you know this one here? I just kind of landed on it. I mean, I think I'll have to, yeah, I have to make adjustments if I keep with that. I still kind of prefer, I don't mind that color scheme, to be honest. So I don't mind it. So a bit more like monochrome, but sticking with a bit of the white and like a bit of the warmish trees. But I'm trying to see if I can lean more towards like a cool and misty look. So Eric, we're just working on, we're triple tasking right now. So we're doing a mix of Mongolia. So we're working on episode 2 now of Mongolia, of our travel vlog series. But we're starting with doing some edits of my photos from Japan, because I do need to advertise that trip as soon as possible. So hopefully we can start getting through all these photos. And then we'll also try to make a trailer for Japan as well, like a video trailer. So the music that we're listening to is all in the name of like trying to find a good epic soundtrack that would fit the Hokkaido Japan vibes. So we are multitasking here. Yeah, I don't mind this kind of, I don't know what we would call this color tone scheme. Like a bronzish look almost, but it's like, yeah. But yeah, I want a softer one, more like this if possible. So I got my eyes on Swampy Shoebill Stork. Okay, so this one's a little too fast-paced and like actiony. Oh, this one I don't think we can use, but I do like this song a lot. This is the one magnum opus. This is the one we had initially tried using as our Mongolia trailer soundtrack, but then we wanted to do a more like Asian traditional sounding one eventually, but we'll definitely use this for a soundtrack or like a trailer. Okay, this one's fairly like neutral in the edits, but I don't mind it. Horse at Dusk TR. Horse at Dusk TR. This part right here. Okay, I don't mind this one either. Muted sunsets. Actually, this one probably is better. Falcon sunsets. Blue skies. Alright, we're going to try this Falcon sunset one for now. And yeah, 16 by 9 is good. We'll probably make all the photos 16 by 9, I think. Oh, I know this song. What did I use this for? I used this for one of my Uganda videos. Ooh, I think I used this for... Ooh, okay. We'll let it play out and then I'm going to see if I can find it. This, okay, so this song, I keep saying soundtrack. This soundtrack is the one I used for one of my favorite moments that I captured on my trips, at least in terms of the ones that I've shared so far. And it wasn't wildlife, by the way. It was just a really cool moment in Uganda. And the soundtrack has a nice kind of like a happy, chill vibe almost. So yeah, I guess melancholic kind of, but still more on the upbeat side of it. Or more positive. Okay, so that's the soundtrack, or part of it. We'll listen to the full thing in a bit. But yeah, I believe it's from my, what is this, episode 3? Oh, actually, I want to hear how bad the audio is, my voiceover.
In episode 3, we journey into the den.
That's so bad. That audio, we're so glad we've upgraded our freaking mic. Because this one, now that I hear, especially episode 1, I did try to make improvements each time, but it's like here you can hear how boomy my voice was, and like, oh.
Mists of windy, impenetrable forest, coming face to face with Africa's gentle giants. The mountain gorillas.
Where's the volume? It's like crazy loud for me. Oh, haha, I'm an idiot. It's right in front of me. Okay, so anyways, this is episode 3. This is like my time with the gorillas. It was definitely my favorite video at the time when I made it. I was so happy with it. Because, I mean, look at these freaking gorillas. Okay, especially in the beginning here. Let me see if I can play it. I love going down memory lane. Yeah, here we go.
After a challenging hike, we finally came face to face with our gorilla family. What you're about to see is etched forever in my mind as one of the most thrilling experiences of my life. And to do it justice, I will share many extended clips for your viewing pleasure.
Oh yeah, KG, we'll get to it in a
immerse you
second.
fully in the moment. So with that, welcome to my wildlife, and I hope you enjoy the ride.
Oh, and this is where the mama gorilla pushed past me. Right around here. You can hear the guide behind me telling me to like stay still.
Behind somebody behind. Stand still, stand still. Stand still. Oh. You're so lucky.
And then he told me you're so lucky. I was like, yeah. It was a really cool moment for sure. Anyway, so that's this is the gorilla portion. And we got the baby gorilla. Probably one of the sharpest shots I had of the gorilla there. So it's nice. So anyways, we went on a little bit of a tangent. What I wanted to show... Oh yeah, this shot was really cool though. Okay, so then one of my favorite things I shot was at the top of Uganda. That was a cool moment as well though. Let's see.
I want to leave you with one
Okay,
of
so
the
this
most
is where I think
memorable
the soundtrack
experiences of
pops
this
in.
trip. In some ways, rivaling our gorilla encounter, being on top of the world. As the name suggests, We drove to one of the highest peaks in Bwindi, where the 360-degree panoramic views, the rising fog, and the illusion of being on a floating island in the sky felt like something
Miyazaki.
out of a Miyazaki film.
This guy's
But what
so
truly
predictable.
made this experience special was watching the local youth play football above the clouds. There was something super mesmerizing about this moment, feeling almost stun-locked at the otherworldly views, yet seeing the casual way the kids carried on with their game without a moment's glance at the views.
All right, here we go.
Because
Here's
they're
the
so
soundtrack.
used to it as it's part of their world and not mine. It's a surreal moment that will stay in my memories forever. So, I did what I do in these moments. I took out the best camera lenses for the occasion and started capturing what I witnessed. Let me now share those moments as a finale to this episode. So please enjoy.
Yeah, and now when I'm hearing my voiceovers, I can also hear like how robotic it sounded at times and like tinny and all that. Okay, so I think this is the soundtrack. We've played too many songs in between. But yeah, the soundtrack. I'm just gonna keep saying soundtrack. The soundtrack that I used for this moment. This is like definitely one of my favorite moments of my travels overall. It was just like such a random moment. We went to the top of this they call it the top of the world, and then we just happened to be there. And they're like just having a friendly game of football, soccer. And this whole time you get these crazy mountains and volcanoes and the clouds as like their backdrop the whole in 360 degrees. And these guys are also used to seeing it. They're not even like batting an eye. Whereas for me, it's like, holy shit, this is crazy. Wait, now I'm second guessing myself. Was this the same song we heard? Okay, we'll find out. Okay, let's double check, because now I'm doubting myself a bit. What was the song called? Is this All of Life? Okay. Start from the beginning. Okay, it is. Okay. Whew. Because I was giving all this hype, and I was like talking about this moment. And then we listened to too many songs in between, which is my fault. And I was like, wait a second. But yeah, I do like this song a lot. So I'm glad I could tie it to like one of the coolest memories I have from my travels. I think I'm just I'm gonna soften up the top part of this photo, make it look a bit more like misty. So I'm removing a lot of the texture here as well. KG said, I didn't realize until you're comparing now. And so beautiful with the epic song. Yeah, right, right. But the thing is, I only used up until here. So this is right at this ending part here is where I kind of ended the song. Or actually, I used a little bit more for the photo montage, I think. But I actually haven't heard the full song. Because this whole, like, let's call it maybe the last 1 minute of the soundtrack, I didn't get to include in my video. So it's kind of fun to listen to the whole song. But yeah, that's what I was looking for in the song. Oh my god, I keep saying song track. In the song, because it had a nice like build up, and there's a climax moment and then drops down, but then the mood stayed kind of melancholic. And so that kind of melancholy works well, I think, at the end of the videos where I'm kind of saying like thank you and goodbye, I appreciate your time, and then in the meantime I would just put up my photo montage. You know what? I think I like the warmer tones up top for some reason. I think it's good enough. You know, this soundtrack could also work for Japan. There's no reason I can't repurpose or reuse songs. Because there's a few moments in this sound. God, now I'm going to hate this word. Song and soundtrack. Song and soundtrack. There's some parts of that song that builds up and then drops. And those can be really good for finales for the trailer. Oh, and then this is the song I used for Uganda. This is the trailer song for Uganda. So as you can tell, I use lens distortions quite a bit. Like almost all the songs we've listened to so far have been songs I've used. KG said, "Be back later. Gotta go eat and do some actual work today." No worries, no worries. I'll see you later. Thanks for being here. All right. I'm gonna re-download this song because I don't know where I put it. Oh shit. Why? Why does it always have to be like that? KG said, I see an epic violin player doing this part. Oh, the previous song? Yeah, yeah. I don't know I don't know how they find all these really cinematic songs, but they're epic. In the middle of Chinatown or an epic place of colors like that. Okay, okay. Why do I struggle with the words song and soundtrack? I need to just train my mind to fixate on one of them. Am I going to keep saying soundtrack or am I going to keep saying song? Song, soundtrack. Soundtrack? This track sounds blah, blah, blah. Maybe I just keep saying track. Okay, we're going to replace with track. Let me keep listening to this one. Leaving for real, but I have the same problems. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Enjoy. Have some food. Be productive. I'll catch up with you whenever you're back. I mean, this is definitely epic, but probably a bit too dramatic, yeah? For Japan. Yeah, I mean, it's epic, but not the mood we want. I kind of like this vibe. The photo, I mean. Music is good, but I think if we go with like a little softer tone like this, like a little bit glowy, it's like a bit heavenly vibes. This is also a soundtrack I used for my Uganda trip. I think it's like episode 6 maybe, when we're in Queen Elizabeth National Park. Actually, it's kind of fun going through this. Here, okay, so since we have that one, it was episode, did I say 6? Elephant Bells. Yes, I was right. Ooh, my memory. Okay, so I used that soundtrack as part of episode 6 of my Uganda travel vlog series. He's up on the... Oh, let's see if my audio got any better. He's up on the...
Join me in Queen Elizabeth National Park as we journey by jeep and boat to capture Uganda's diverse wildlife.
Okay, so it got better in the sense that that kind of tinniness and the boomy sound and the roboticness is not as prevalent. But I think my audio level is too quiet, maybe? Or, you know what? I did have the volume low.
From elephants fighting in the river to the rare tree climbing lions.
I think I can almost hear, though, I was using a bunch of like noise reduction stuff. So then my every time at the end of each sentence or when I pause, you can hear the audio kind of, is the term ducking. And you can kind of hear everything kind of shut down real quick. Whatever.
Robotic traits that I strive to find harmony. Luckily for me, the perfect conduit for this I discovered was through travel and wildlife.
Voice there seemed okay. Alright, so then let's get to the soundtrack. The reason I chose the soundtrack for this portion here, because towards the end of this, you'll see like I had a shot of these two elephants that started duking it out in the river, and the soundtrack just, it felt so epic that it fit the moment. This is all, we were on a little riverboat basically. So then we got really close shots, and you can see the elephants when they're on top of the bank. And because we're on a boat, we can get pretty close without worrying. We got lucky because it just finished raining. Or actually, it was raining throughout as well. So then the elephants looked really wet, which is nice for photography and videos because they don't look so dusty. You can see all the kind of the grooves and the texture marks all around, like all on them. But now with my learnings, not that I've done so many more videos since then, but like if I were to review these videos before I hit publish, there's probably a world where I would have made sure to cut out more portions of this and save it for different types of videos. But like, yeah, I could splice the video to cut out some sections so we can keep it a bit more short and sweet. So here's the two elephants. Yo, Primal Nation! We're just watching some of my old videos because the soundtrack here is one of them I just heard. Oh, Primal, you should see. You should have a little VIP badge on when you chat now. So yeah, we use that soundtrack. Yeah, one kind of cool moment I was seeing here. This is just kind of how amazing wildlife and nature and like traveling can be. It's like kind of cool. One, I got lucky with these two elephants just having a blast, you know, fighting it out in the river. So I was happy that I could get that shot. But if you look in the background, it's also crazy to see that there are all these hippos just kind of framed behind them. And then even in slow motion, you can see a kingfisher bird flying in the background right there. The little tiny little blue thing right here. So yeah, definitely being in national parks is so much fun, especially in parts of Africa. You just, yeah, the crazy amount of biodiversity and such. So anyways, that soundtrack is the one we were just listening to here. Too dramatic for what we're trying to get done. But yes, Primal Nation, hello, welcome. Yeah, so I mentioned this in the beginning, but I did unlock those VIP badges. So then I was like, oh, we did spend some time this morning trying to figure out what to do with them. Like, what does that actually mean? So it seemed pretty straightforward. So then I went through my PP leaderboard to see who has collected the most leaderboard PPs. And yeah, so I figured I only have 20 slots available to give out. So yeah, then I just used that as a way to kind of make the decision. So yeah, as a nice thank you, Primal, for being one of those OGs. Yeah, we can hand out those VIP badge. So I don't know if I can actually change the actual icon for it or anything like that, but yeah, it is there. And then there's also that artist badge as well. So if at some point I do reach out to you for like any kind of artistry stuff, since I know you can, then we can get you that artist badge as well. So anyways, welcome. We're doing a bit of multitasking here. So I'm listening to soundtracks that I could use for a potential trailer for Japan. We're also editing photos from Japan right now. And we're also, once we find a good break, we're going to switch over to editing episode 2 of Mongolia. So we got like 3 things on the docket in terms of what we want to focus on. and I'm just kind of hopping in between it. Right now we're multitasking between the music and the photo editing. But yeah, and in case you missed it, the reason we're doing some of Japan right now is because I do need to put together a tour package for Japan. I'm trying to put together a tour group for beginning of next year, most likely beginning of February. So we don't have that much time. So I do want to like try to see if I can edit some photos and videos so I can put a web page together and then start promoting it and hopefully get some paying customers who want to join me in Japan next year. So this is why we're prioritizing this, but also we don't want to lose sight of editing Mongolia episode 2, so it's ready for us when we need to take breaks. So all of that said, I'm going to start playing more music now to kind of just get a sense of other soundtracks. Also, yo, low bass guy, how's it going? How is you? I is good. And low bass, you as well. So I was just telling Primal, but you should see a little VIP icon or something on the Twitch chat, I believe. So I did unlock some kind of a VIP thing a couple days ago, so I finally made use of it. And so I decided I'm just going to dole out those VIPs based on the ones who have helped me out and also the ones based on our PP leaderboard. So yeah, shout out to you as well. They only give me 20, and I think if I get to the point, not if, when we get to a point when there's apparently, I think it was 15 chatters at the same time. I don't know how I don't know if it's just like for one moment or if it's on average. Once we hit that, then I think it unlocks 20 more VIP badges, something to that effect. So, but yeah, at the very least, I was able to give a little bit of a thanks to those of you guys who've been helping me out. It's only on the Twitch side. Kick, I don't think has that yet, or either way, I still need to build up my Kick audience more. For instance, we got 4 of you guys on Kick, but then it's like when it comes to followers, and you know what? Every day we have seen, like yesterday was the first day where we actually had more Kick viewers for quite a while. We had like 6 people on Kick, whereas Twitch, for instance, I'm on my end, I'm showing only 1. So yeah, I don't know what's going on sometimes, but Kick has been doing decently in terms of viewership. But then in terms of follows, we've been quite slow. So, and then YouTube's always been middle of the pack. Low Bassy said, yes, you have bling now. I'll get you the bling later, but for now, enjoy that part. This does jive with my goal to have so many badges in front of my name that you can't see who I am anymore. Yeah, we'll make it happen. That's a good goal to have. So we're just doing some triple task, or no, we're doing a double task right now. So we're listening to music for a potential trailer for Japan, and then we're editing Japan photos. And then as we take a break, we'll then hop back into Mongolia episode 2. So looking for soundtracks that don't sound too action-packed. So it's not overly dramatic, but has nice, soft, like stringed instruments. If it sounds more Asian and like Japanese, that'd be a win for sure. But otherwise, we just need a solid 30-second to 1 minute where I can put a nice trailer of some of the cleanest moments from Japan. So then that can help promote a trip for next year where hopefully I'll take about, I think right now, ideally, I can take 4 guests with me to, ooh. Yo, Primal Nation. Ooh, thank you very much. You have gifted the puzzling old man. Thank you. I know he'll appreciate it, but thank you for the gifted sub. My man, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. You a real one, Primal. You know what? There's something I've noticed though. For some reason on my, is it Streamlabs? I will keep hearing a repeat of the sound notification. It'll double itself, like, you know, a few seconds later or something. I have no idea why. I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out. I'm sure I got enough brain cells left to do that. But yes, thank you, Primal. What a man. I appreciate it. And then low bass with your epic emotes as well. Damn, is that a panda? Is that? I can't tell. More subs? Yes. Listen, low bass, we're going to slow and steady. That's what I say. But we're almost on day 30. Well, okay, we're going to celebrate on day 31. So I was struggling to figure out, do we just call it a day at day 30 and say that's 1 month? But technically, we've fallen on July and August are both 31 days. So I think we're going to stick to 31 days. And then we'll be like, oh, we survived 1 month of streaming. And then everything that's happened in that 1 month will be part of my YouTube video where we kind of talk about a full month of streaming. Here's my lessons learned. Here are the highlights, blah, blah, blah. So you guys are all in it. Low Bass, you were the first one to gift Twitch subs, right? You had that, we almost had like a crazy train going on, right? You gifted like 10 subs at one point. So that was definitely a highlight, so I appreciate that. Primal, you said, sounds like 2 extensions are active with the same alerts. That sounds about right. But how? Because I only have Streamlabs connected. You know what? That's a problem for me to figure out, but I appreciate it. For now, it'll sound as if like we're getting more subs. So, I suspect you have set up both, and that's why you're getting double notifications. Oh, both of you guys said the same thing. Yeah, you have set up both, and that's why you're getting. All right. Well, listen, that sounds like an easy enough fix somewhere in the noggin, but we want to be productive today, so let's get back to the photo editings. Low Base, how are you doing? How are you doing, Primal Nation? Hopefully, you guys are having a productive day. Low Base, I'm assuming you are at work right now, or I don't know when your lunch break is, but how is security? Is it securing itself? Any issues? Any protocols being breached? And let's play the next one here. Primal, you're good. Just woke up. No work today. Oh, yeah, it's a Sunday. Oh, my God. I'd run into this problem so many times where, like, I was calling all these businesses this morning because I have a bunch of errands and logistical things and personal things I had to take care of. And, like, I don't know why this, like, the number wasn't working. I'm, like, sending them an email and, like, going to the chat box, whatever. It's like, oh, yeah, it's a Sunday. They're not working. Womp womp. Yeah, even the fact that I asked Low Base, you're at work, I'm assuming it's a Sunday. It's Sunday morning. I'm just getting set up to do a dev stream. Oh, nice. So I can raid Morose. Do I know Morose? And then I have no further plans for the day. I do need to follow more people on Twitch and all of that. So if you have suggestions of people I should follow, please do send it my way so I can at least add them in ASAP. Okay, in the meantime, we're listening to more songs. This one's pretty soft. I like it. This might be a little too sad. Right now the vibes are a little too somber, kinda, or melancholy for like a trailer. Primal, you're drawing since 4 a.m. Man, I appreciate the energy and the intensity that you possess, because I think I like to do that as well. I think every time I put my coffee down here, you guys can hear all the vibration sounds. So maybe we do need one of those shock mounts. Low Base, I think you missed a message earlier. No, message, comma. Earlier, I said I'm currently trying to get breakfast down my throat before I get online. I wasn't going to stream today, but Morose_Libre is doing a charity stream for Gaza, and he asked for raid support. So I'm encouraging anybody who wants to raid into him. And since I have to do stuff today, like keywording, I figure I'd stream in, and oh well, that's very nice of you. Let me go ahead and give him a follow at the very least. Twitch, twitch.tv, Moros_Libre. Follow. Where's the follow? How easy is it to donate here? Here, I'm just gonna make sure I don't dox myself or do something I shouldn't. All right. Okay, well listen, Low Base, thank you for letting me know. How cool is that? That's very cool. Alright, well, Low Base, yeah, I did miss that message. Also, let me turn down the music over here. Jesus. You know, one day there must be an answer. I know, like, professional streamers must have something that they use to be able to, like, just better control all audio that they have to deal with. Because, like, sometimes I'm playing this and it's, like, crazy loud in my ears. But then, obviously, I'm using OBS to control the actual audio you guys hear. And it's all over the place. But anyways, where were we? All right, let's continue. But thank you, Low Base. Thank you. You seem like a very nice guy overall. Like, just in all aspects, it seems like you love giving. And I think that's a good quality. More people should have that. So thank you for being you. Primal, you said just sent a preview of the progress. Oh, and this song track song track. I keep doing that. This track right here is the one I use for my opening. Here, you know what? I'm going to play my opening thing real quick. So that's, I use this song or this track for that. And it's build up and I put some sound effects in. And then boom. Oh, and then it continues. Oh, actually, let's listen to the rest of that. We'll start it over. And then, Primal, you said you just sent a preview of the progress. Preview of the progress. I like that. That should be the name of a, that should be like a username. Preview of the progress. What do you mean, preview of the progress? Under photos. Ooh, okay. Let's, I'm gonna open it up in chat here real quick. You said, finally fixed the hat. Added gloves. It's getting there slowly. Nice. What is this? Oh, it's like a gorilla's. Wait, that's really dope. You know what we should do? Primal, just a thought. Just spitballing here, okay? What if you did a gorilla wearing a shirt that said humans with the Z, and you just do an opposite, like you do an inverted version of the gorillas. Wait, were the gorillas? Dude, I don't even remember. No. What did the gorillas animation thing look like? Gorillas. I guess they were human. Yeah, so then you would do a gorilla, funky looking chimpanzee, let's say, or I guess it would have to be gorillas, yeah. But then it says humans or homos. Probably not that one. You haven't seen this one yet. This is a full body appearance of Primal. What is Primal? I don't know enough about anything. They were human. Okay, yeah, so I was mistaken there. For some reason I was thinking like, oh, were they like a gorilla? Yeah, anyways. But yeah, maybe do a gorilla version and they got a shirt that says humans. They did have a humans album, if I remember. Damn it. Every time I think I'm being creative or a novel idea, it's like, oh, it's been done. Simpsons already did it, you know? But yeah, this is pretty dope. DJ Primal. Oh yeah, you mentioned this. Sorry. DJ Primal is your persona character. Nice. Yeah, it's pretty dope. So it's like a bamboo mic stand. Am I seeing that correct? If so, I mean, that's what I see right now, and that's pretty dope. Yes, sir. Nice. Look at you, man. You got a creative mind there, man. Okay. We're going to listen to the full emergent behavior because I only used the very beginning as part of my opening little thing, but in the meantime, let's continue editing this shot. Bum, 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 bum. I think I want to go with a very dehazed look. You give thanks to your creative insanity and psychedelics. I think psychedelics will get you there for sure. I don't mind this one actually. I was going for, I was leaning more towards like a dehaze look like this. But I kind of like this one as well. Sunny Field Day. Preset, Sunny Field Day. Ooh, this one looks nice. Future King. This one has a nice glow. It wasn't what I was looking for, but it looks good. Looks like I need to fix this one. Low bases. I'm really struggling with this raid call thing for the bot. I can't find the right secret sauce to make it produce the raid call I want. And I have previously done this successfully, so I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. You know, when I have a hard time like that, I always just talk to ChatGPT. But I think ChatGPT right now is having a hard time because it's been struggling with the voice mode. And unfortunately, I cannot help you, low base. My tech knowledge is like, buried 6 feet under. Primal Nation, I like the first and second choice. Hopefully I can see a blue heron someday again around here. That'd be dope. You like the first and second? Well, sorry, Primal, I kind of reversed everything out because I want to fix one of my presets. So... I gotta fix the Lion's Prize one. This one's good. It's a little too futuristic sounding maybe for Hokkaido. I'm talking about the music, but yeah. Yeah, Primal, I don't think I've ever seen a blue heron. I could be wrong. Low base, I have a small team of AI assistants helping me with this. Nice. Top left. Top left haze is what we'll call this. All right, let's keep listening. There's one that sometimes comes around here to chill in a pond near a disability rehab center. Oh, okay. It'd be fun if there was a little hide you can put near the pond and you just chill out there and you wait. I've done a few of those and it's kind of fun actually. It's very peaceful. It's like fishing, I guess. All right, let's see if I can fix this. So hopefully if I do, I say update with current settings. Reset. Okay, I think I fixed one of my presets. There's a lot of cat tails, so you can hide a little. Oh, like a cat trail? The frustrating bit is trying to do something I've already done and suddenly not being able to do it again. Like, why can't I repeat this? Man, welcome to my life. I just need to write instructions down everywhere, so when I come back to it, it's like passwords, you know? Okay, let's continue. So this one's interesting. I kind of like it, but it's less natural of a look. So I think I kind of want to stick to something. Well, okay, for this one, obviously we need to make sure the red crest or the crown on the head should stick out. So above all else, color-wise, that red has to stick out. This one is interesting because here we got the sunlight peeking in from the top right, which is the same direction the crane is looking, so it kind of looks nice, like it's staring into the glow. So we'll keep that in mind. The muddy buffalo. Too dark. Light coming from the other side, which I don't like as much. This one's a good balanced one. Swampy shoebill stork. And do I think the soundtrack could work? Into the unknown. Under challengers. Let's see. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Challengers. Into the unknown. Alright, we're going to make an alias. We'll put this into the other potentials. It had a little bit too much futuristic moments in it. Again, ideally we can find a very Asian sounding trailer to represent Japan. Primal, I know that feeling with drawing. Yeah. This one's too epic, too epic. Here comes the yawn. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Nice pat on the back from myself here, okay? But I think a lot of my presets works on this photo. There's a lot of like creative choices I have here, where it's like I can see me using a bunch of them. Even this one where it's like pretty outlandish, but I kind of like them. I think that's probably more to say about the photo colors, maybe, or like the balance of it versus like the preset itself. But you know, maybe it's both. This one's nice too. Okay, I might lean towards this one. We'll make a few adjustments, but I think I like this one. It's called Zazu's Stare, black and red. And that is what we're focusing on here, is the red of the crown. Okay, so I'm in between Swampy Shoebill Stork. This one's cleaner, so it's definitely a cleaner look, easier to view. And then Zazu's Stare, which requires a bit of work if I do stick with it. We might try. And then I commit to the wrong branch. Well, if you've watched any of my live streams so far, you will realize how many times we struggle. I think that is I should just put #struggle, because that's definitely all we do. But it's good to know we struggle together. Commiseration. Okay, so what do I need to do then for this one? We need to lift the blacks. We gotta make the bottom, we have to make the left not so dark. Maybe I'll just add in a fade.
Yo, what's good? Yo, both. Yo, what's good? Yo, both.
Thank you for being the first one to send me a message where I got to test out that voice. Yeah, what's good, Formula? All is good, okay? Especially now that you've done that. What did you guys think of that voice dono sound? It's a little bit, it can get annoying maybe very quickly, I'm not sure. But when I heard it, I was like, yo, I wanted to test it. How much does it keep pitching up its voice? Formula, everything is good. You should be able to see that when you chat in the Twitch chat, you have received a VIP badge. There was 20 VIP badges I could give out that I had unlocked. So I figured, you know what? I want to make sure I give it to the people who've been the most supportive. I looked at our little PP leaderboard to check. And yeah, you should have it. But yes, thank you very much. Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, and thanks for testing out the channel points. So it's good to know that works. And yeah, we're trying out that one voice donor right now. So it's the one that just ascends. I think that's what it was called. Every syllable, it just pops up by one. So I didn't know what would happen. So it was like, if you send like a one letter or like a one word thing, does it just keep repeating it over and over, or does it just do one sound? And it looks like it'll repeat. There's like a set duration maybe that it has to match. What are the benefits of VIP, or is it just for show? I think it's just for show. I could be wrong. At the very least, it gives you a nice little flair, a little badge. I do want to see later on if I can actually update that icon itself. I have no idea. Right now, it's got like a little diamond gem in the pink kind of coloring background. I'm sure there must be a way to change things up, but listen, we're slow learners over here, okay? How are you doing though? How's everything? Everything is good here, by the way. We're just on hour 2 of our stream, so we got a lot more to go. And I've been yawning. I've been like, holy shit, I gotta drink more coffee or something. For now, the benefits are just for show, but just keep that in mind. I will always look for ways to provide my appreciation to all of you guys who've been very supportive, especially on our first 30 days of streaming. How crazy is that? By the way, I'm not sure. I don't know if low bass guy, are you still there, by the way? Because one thing, Formula said everything is good. Thanks for asking. Is your day going good? Yeah, absolutely. Besides the fact that I'm yawning a little too early.
Everything is good. Thanks for
This is good to know. Apparently, it does have a limit of how long it'll read it out. Everything is good. Thanks for asking. Yes, everything is good. Thank you. Thanks for testing that again. Yeah. Can't complain. One thing though that I don't know, because I've noticed this happen today and yesterday, and I don't know if it's like a glitch or if it's actually the case. But today and yesterday, I did notice that my Twitch view count would just drop down like out of nowhere. So for instance, like a moment ago, there was it said there were 6 people watching on Twitch, and then all of a sudden it just dropped to 1. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, listen, not that I'm like, I don't necessarily care. If there's one of you guys, I do appreciate you just as much as if there are 0 or more. But I didn't know if there's any issues going on with my restream and stuff, because I've also had moments where all of a sudden my stream cuts out and cuts back in, but it only does it on some of my platforms. And so anyways, that was just an interesting thing I just noticed actually. So, but thank you, Formula, redeeming them beautiful channel points. Oh yeah, someone had asked yesterday if I can do something where like you can redeem channel points for our prize pixels, our PPs. I'm sure there must be a way. But right now, even the PPs don't get you anything as of yet, although being on top of the leaderboard, I will, prioritize you on random things like this, but yeah. Okay, you know what? I wasn't paying attention to this song, so let's listen to this one again. United by Tenfold. No, in the Tenfold, okay.
when someone watches a Twitch live stream.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I don't know actually if the other voice donos will do the same thing. Maybe, you know what, we're gonna try. Let me switch the voice donor real quick and then I'm gonna read your message again. It was the Twitch, what is it, TTS Monster. Let's try to like a normal voice. Even though I do enjoy that one quite a bit, I'm not gonna lie. But I was hoping it would be able to read the entire message, but it looks like there is a cutoff there. Okay, so let's go to voices. Should we go with Eminem?
His palms are sweating, these weak arms are heavy.
Alright, let's go with Eminem. And then this song right now is a little too soft, I think. Oh wait, no, this part's kind of nice. Okay, now it should be Eminem's voice. Formula, you said when someone watches a Twitch live stream, they can join the chat room associated with that stream. Each stream has its own chat channel, accessible in a panel to the right of the video on desktop or as an overlay section in mobile apps. Viewers type messages in a text box, which are instantly broadcast to everyone in the channel, subject to any moderation settings in place. Message appear in chronological order, tag with a username, often a colored name badge. Hold on, what is this reference to? So when someone watches this, they can join the chat room. Each stream has its own chat channel. Yep, I get that part. Yep, you type in the message. Oh wait, is this just... Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, right? I think you're describing what the chat box in Twitch does, right? If so, yes, I completely understand that. Oh, I think maybe you're just doing that to test the voice dono, maybe. But yes, thank you very much for that knowledge. I do know what a Twitch chat room is now. Okay, what are we doing with this image? Well, I kind of want to erase a few things. So we're going to try to... Oh, let me first switch over to 16:9. Let's drop it down low. Let's straighten it out. And then we're going to just remove this secondary crane here and the other part of the crane. Tenfold. All right, let me go to the album. Hey, Nala. All right, Nala has entered the chat, so I think this is her first showing for the day. So we're gonna go full screen just to let her say hi. Good girl. You want to say something to the mic? Got anything to say? What's that? You want silence? Okay, 1 second. All right, choose your words carefully, Nala. What do you have to say for yourself today? Ooh, it's a purring ASMR day. What else? Good girl. I think we're just gonna do a cat ASMR. Yes, Nala. All right, thank you very much, Nala, for your kind words. Let's switch back over to editing mode. Put that music back on. Nala, ladies and gentlemen. My first cat, and then Kimpup's just been chilling over on the cat cam section over there. Nothing's changed. Nala tends to be the one that likes to chill on my lap, so we oblige. All right, looks like AI did a good job of wiping that away. Thank you very much. So now we have a clean image here. And the question is, do I want to keep this dark? I think I wouldn't mind lifting the blacks just a little bit. Ever so slightly. I need to make a few changes here because I think the background softening caught some of the crown. And I want that to be less soft, more texture. Let's go ahead and subtract with a brush. And we're going to remove the softening that was applied to the crane here. The crane's cranium, as they say. Beautiful. Okay, I think I like this. Hey, Sora, my boy. Yes, yes. You are officially VIP. Yes. Courtesy of Nala over here. Good to see you. Yeah, we were able to hand out a few VIPs earlier today. So basically, I think I unlocked a couple days ago the VIP badge. And there's only 20 of them that I could give out. So then I looked through our leaderboard's PP system, and I just made sure I gave it to the top 20. So there you go. Thank you, Sora, for being a VIP member. Since you're just tuning in, so just as an FYI, we are doing 3 tasks today. One is editing Mongolia, episode 2. Not in the same order, or not in that order. So we'll continue editing episode 2 of Mongolia. 2, and don't mind me flicking you off here. 2 is editing Hokkaido. And just remind me, I need to switch over to that side. So we're editing some of the Japan photos. And then 3, we are going to edit Japan trailer. So we're going to make the trailer video for Japan. I'm prioritizing Japan right now because I need to put a trip together for early next year, February of next year. So there's not much time. So I want to make sure I edit some photos so I can put on my website and all that fun stuff. So that is today's agenda. So just to catch you up, Sora. BRB, all right, take your time. I'll see you when you're back. In the meantime, we're going to keep editing here. So I think I like the kind of color scheme here. Yes, Nala. Careful, Nala. Uh-oh. We're about to have an issue over here. The cats are gonna fight, maybe. Uh-oh. Let's see. Oh no, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to sit on him? There's not enough space for 2, usually. There's only been one time we captured on stream where they both shared the bed together. It was very adorable. I would like for that to happen again, but I'm a bit skeptical. Good girl. Good boy, Kimbap. Good girl, Nala. Sorry, you said no, I mean the burb. Oh, the burb. Gotcha. Okay. Well, that didn't last long, but at least they didn't fight. That's the main thing. You know what? I'm happy. I'm proud of Kimbap for standing his ground. Sometimes he'll get pushed around by Nala when she wants to take over, so good on everyone. Sora, you meant the burb. Yes, we're on the burb side. So I'm just editing photos to put on my website. So we got plenty to go through, so I should probably be a bit faster. Like this one I think will do the job. So let's go ahead and 5-star and move it on over. We have version number 2 and 3 actually, I forgot. But I think this version's probably fine. So move on, move on. And just for a reference, I'm gonna copy this one over. Let me see. Call this left fade. Copy everything. Okay. So not that we'll use the same color scheme for everything, but sometimes I like to do that just to kind of get a sense. All right. I'm trying to focus on more landscape shots so I can keep everything in the same 16:9. I'm just curious if I can fit this properly as a focus on the birds. Problem is this shot, it's a little blurry. This reminds me of this the soundtrack in Black Panther, I think. I think it's because like the dude in the background here who keeps like hooting at the beat. The problem with all these images though is there's like way too much going on in the background. And like, I don't mind using AI to like remove some stuff usually in the kind of the outer edges and stuff like that. Or especially if it's just for like my website and things. But for things like this, like I don't necessarily want to use AI just to get rid of everything around the crane. So it's more, can I find like a creative angle just cropping into the top there? This could work. Yo ho ho, Photo Elite. Thank you for the raid, my man. Photo Elite, if you type in the chat, by the way, you should be able to see. I think I made you a VIP, by the way. But thank you so much for the raid. How awesome are you? Photo Elite was super helpful before in setting up all my audio. So if you think my audio sounds crisp as F, you can thank Photo Elite for that. You got me a diamond? Yes, you got one. I just had to make sure. Yeah, because I unlocked these, the VIP thing, right? So there's 20 VIPs I could give away as of now. I think I can unlock more later on. And so I was like, okay, let's give it to the people who've been helping me out the most. And then also I was looking at our PP's leaderboard. So you were up top on there as well. Yeah, yo, Raid. Hide your wife and kids. I don't have any wives. And I have 2 cats, though. And, you know, good luck trying to steal them. Crane bird, reverse-legged creature. Yes. So, well, welcome, guys. We're just, well, firstly, again, thank you, Photo. Yeah, so what are we doing right now? We're doing kind of a multitasking. We took a break from Mongolia episode 2, so we are going to work on that today. I'm just waiting for a moment where it seems like I can take a break from the photo editing. So we're mixing in both editing episode 2 of Mongolia, as well as starting to work on Hokkaido, Japan. So this is these are all photos from Japan from a trip earlier this year. Hey, thank you very much for the follow, the Neo Eco. I'm assuming you came from Photo Elite's stream, so thank you very much. Oh yes, Raid. Sorry I was late. All goodies. Yeah, exactly. No worries. Yeah, thank you so much. Wow, awesome people. I like your profile picture, by the way. Is that a fox? No shot. Neo Eco, if that's a fox, we're going to be editing some fox photos later today. So, just as an FYI. Actually, just for you and for Photo Elite, let me just go ahead and show you guys what we'll be working on today. Let's see, did I actually mark some of them already? So this is one that I'd already edited, so we probably won't spend too much time on it, but we might try to replicate some of the editing techniques we did. So we got our little boy over here. So I kind of followed around this fox one of the afternoons that we were in Japan, and I was very, very lucky. I had my 85mm 1.2 lens, and I was crouched down here on the snow, and the fox looked like it was going to wander off, and then it decided to turn around, come back over here, plopped itself down nicely right in front of me, and so I was able to get some clean shots here as he's basking in the sun and in the snow. So we have a lot of fox photos to get through, by the way, so just as an FYI. Fox is your favorite animal? You know what? I don't know what my favorite animal is, but I did say yesterday, if I could photograph one animal for the rest of my life, and that's what I was known for, if it was a fox, I would be more than happy, because they are super photogenic. They're like basically, what did I call them? They're like ginger dogs, right? And very fluffy dogs. With pretty tails, fluffy tails. So, yeah, we're going to focus a lot on this. Let me catch up real quick. Neo is one of my top mods and a good friend. Fantastic clay artist. Damn, that's really cool. Well, listen, Neo, in case you have space in your Discord server, and everyone else who's lurking or who's joined from Photo Elites, this is a good time for me to plug my Discord. I didn't know what Discord really was. I didn't know how to use it 29 days ago. And yes, 29 days ago, we started our first live stream. So you're watching me on day 29. We are live streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So it's been quite a fun journey. I decided if I'm going to test out how to be a streamer, I might as well go off the deep end and try all three at once. So yeah, we've been doing it across all three. Yeah, so if you don't want to, if you'd like to be able to join a Discord where we're going to collect a lot of creative people like yourselves, go ahead and hop in. Yeah, I think I want to, sorry, I'm trying to turn off this music a little bit. Let's put on some casual music for a second here. I say casual as it turns on some kind of beats. But yeah, so the Discord's a very fun place for us, okay? And we're going to keep growing it out as I learn how to use Discord more and more, including I'm going to be able to like hop people into the stream as well. So, you know, doing like voice calls or like video call-ins and stuff. So all of that is up for grabs. And anyways, let me catch up real quick. Fox is your favorite animal. And Naoki, you even have some really cool emotes for foxes. Damn. Well, listen, we're going to eventually, I learned how to make emotes, you know, during this whole streaming journey. So every emote that you see on my channel, they are images or photos of wildlife that I've taken, and then we've turned them into emotes. And then we also have some emotes of my two cats, and so they will be prominently in our stream. Actually, we got one right here, so let me go hop over to this. So this one over here is Kimpop. He's got his own camera. He tends to take over the spot the most. And right behind him is Nala. So they just kind of chill together. All right, I bothered him enough. Yeah, so Neo is one of your top mods. Awesome. Man, I need a mod. I still, well, I mean, I don't need one yet, I guess, but I need to know what a mod is. Fox is gorgeous, and the cool-ass fox emote. Sora's favorite animal is a fox, and your spirit animal because you're you're noisy as hell. I scream like hell. Yeah, someone mentioned that yesterday about how like crazy the foxes sound. My PNG VTuber is a fox. Damn, okay. They kind of my vibe. Hells yeah. Well, listen, you're going to enjoy the next few days of my stream because it's going to be very, very fox heavy. So just FYI. Sora, fellow PNG tuber. What is a PNG tuber? It sounds cool though. Wait, is there a JPEG tuber then as well? And a GIF tuber? Is this just a thing? Join us, ladies and gents. Yes. And also, if you guys like what I do, I will say, if you would like to see some of the work that I do as a content creator, I'm putting in the chat right now a link to my latest YouTube video. It's called Into the Blizzard. This is a video that we made live streaming, well, like during our live stream. So literally the start, beginning, middle, and end of the creative process of making this video, we did it all live. And we did it all recorded behind the scenes, and it took us about 25 days to finish this video. So it was a labor of love, and I do appreciate a lot of you, including Photo Elite in the chat, who helped make the video possible. I took in all your guys' feedback, suggestions, advice, moral support as well. So if you got 16 minutes and 39 seconds, I think that's how long it is. If you've got 17 minutes to spare at any point, feel free to check out that video, give it a like, you know, put something in the comments, follow me, you know, the usual YouTube stuff. But hopefully you'll like it. Photo Elite, if you look at my VOD or my YouTube videos, that skeleton moving is a PNG tuber. So is this like a I know what a VTuber is. Okay, you know what? Let's ask Mr. Atlas. Mr. Atlas has been a little slow today. Let's try though. Hey, Mr. Atlas, I have a question for you. Do you know what a PNG tuber is? I've heard of what a VTuber is, but I'm learning now that there's something called a PNG tuber. And now I'm curious, is there such a thing as a JPEG tuber, a GIF tuber, MPEG tuber? I don't know. So anyways, can you explain that to me, please? And like I said, Mr. Atlas over here, our AI assistant, he's been a bit slow of late. So something's going on in his noggin. And I don't have the proper diagnosis here. Let's see how long it takes to answer. In the meantime, it's basically a semi-static PNG image that moves a bit when you talk. Oh, that's pretty dope. Okay. PNG tubers.
Absolutely. So a PNG tuber is basically a type of virtual avatar streamer, similar to a VTuber, but a bit simpler. Instead of a full 3D or live 2D animated model, a PNG tuber uses a set of PNG images that change based on whether they're talking or not. It's a more straightforward and often more affordable way to have a reactive avatar on screen. As for other formats like a JPEG tuber or a GIF tuber, those aren't really common terms. People just say PNG tuber because PNG files support transparency and they're easy to switch between. But hey, you never know, people are always coming up with new terms.
By the way, Atlas, do you think someday you will become a PNG tuber or a VTuber? You think one day you will have a visual avatar to represent yourself? I mean, right now you do have a little bit like a little circle with some nice little texture inside of it and some gradients. But I'm curious, do you think one day you will have a face and a body and legs and everything else? Sora, then you said YouTubers. Okay, so PNG tubers, VTubers are the type.
You know, that's a fun thought. It's definitely possible that one day I might have a visual avatar or even become a sort of VTuber myself. Technology is always evolving, and who knows? Maybe in the future I'll have a face, a body, and a whole virtual presence. For now, I'm just a friendly moist and a little icon, but I'm open to whatever the future holds.
Cool. Sora, you said YouTubers / streamers who don't use their face but use an image that moves when you talk on a big anime titties girl. What? Or a big anime titties girl moving and talking. Okay, gotcha. All right. Sub to Yobel, life good, eat wife. What am I reading here? Did you mean, you said eat wife, beat steak. I'm assuming you meant beat wife and eat steak. But either way, okay. Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with eating wife, but whatever you do in your bedroom is up to you guys. And beat that steak to tenderize it. So yeah, maybe you did mean to say it that way. Okay, fair enough. Naokyo, VTuber, PNG tuber is a literal fox. Hells yeah. Well, listen, we're gonna be editing these fox photos, and then maybe someday we'll make emotes out of them. But if some of these fox photos will inspire you with something, that'd be super cool. But yeah. Sora, photo, you said, Sora, let's not confuse the poor man with lewd tubers. Yeah, okay, so, okay, I get what you're saying now. Or I think, I'm not sure. You know what, I am thoroughly confused. So unfortunately that has happened. Not a lewd one. Yeah. I mean, that was never the intention, so. Photo only drop him down the rabbit hole. You mean a foxhole, right? Okay, so where were we though? We're having fun. So if you want to check out that link, anyone who's just tuned in, if you don't know who I am. So basically I am a professional wildlife and travel photographer and videographer. I am definitely an aspiring filmmaker. We started a YouTube channel about a year ago, and that's where I'm pumping in most of my time and energy when I'm not traveling. I started on Instagram doing photography, then I switched over to doing more short form videos like your typical Instagram reels, focusing on wildlife. And then it was getting good enough traction where I decided I kind of want to spend more time doing this, not less. So I haven't been in corporate for the past year and a half or so. During that time, I've been traveling nonstop. So we have about 10 to 12 trips that I've been on in the past year and a half. And it's about 100 terabytes worth of video footages. So what do I do on stream? Most of the time, we're trying to pump through all the content. So I'm trying to be productive. I'm editing all my videos so I can publish it to YouTube primarily. And I figured I can go live while I'm doing it because I'm stuck behind the computer anyway. So why not turn on the camera that I have over here and let you guys enjoy the process. And it's been really fun. Honestly, it's been fun meeting fellow photographers, videographers, creative people. We had a musician yesterday from Kick who let us listen to his unreleased soundtrack, and it was epic. like an R&B style thing. So meeting creative people every day. It's been very fun. So yeah, that's what you can expect on these streams. And I would like to think that I'm somewhat entertaining. We do our best. We throw in jokes here and there. I'm sure if I could hear you guys laughing along, it would be more encouraging. But I know you guys are doing it with me. Dude is a dude vibe with a cool fox. Nice. Oh wait, I missed something. Well, let's not mention Project Melody and have him Google that on screen. Well, I'm not gonna Google it, but this sounds like a good question for our boy Mr. Atlas here. So let's go and ask. Hey, Atlas, how's it going? I got a question for you, straight from the chat. Okay, so it's not coming from me. So no matter what, just know it's not me asking this question. It's from chat. So the chat is asking something about Project Melody, and they were wondering if you can search for that and let me know. If you can just describe for me what is Project Melody, it would be helpful for me, not me, for the chatter, but I'm also kind of curious about this. Like I said, Atlas is really slow. On the first day of launch, man, he was bang on right away. But now it looks like he's lost searching up Project Melody. You can hear the dinging, so he's just enjoying this search.
Sure, I can fill you in. Project Melody is a virtual YouTuber and live streamer who uses a 3D anime style avatar. She first pops up around 2019 and is streamed on platforms like Twitch and a few other spaces. She's a part of that VTuber scene, and she's known for doing a mix of gaming, chatting, and interactive content with her audience. So that's the gist of who Project Melody is.
Okay, that doesn't sound half bad. I was kind of nervous that there was something more to do with this Project Melody, but it sounds like she's a lovely lady, or a VTuber, you said? Seems like a stand-up citizen of the VTuber, YouTuber space and all that. So, all right, anything else about her that I should know, or is that basically it?
Yeah, that's basically the main idea. She's pretty well known in the VTuber community, and she's got her own niche audience. Some of her content can be a bit more on the adult side, especially on certain platforms, but overall she's just a part of
Hold on one second. What do you mean more on the adult side? I'm an adult. Are you saying I shouldn't watch this, or is it for me if you said it's for adults?
Oh, no worries at all. It's meant that some of her content can be aimed at a mature audience, depending on the platform she's on. But if
What do you mean by that? Because I consider myself mature. I'm an adult. Are you saying kids can't watch this for some reason? Will they not get it? Is it too over their head?
Oh, I got you. No, it's not about it being over anyone's head. It's just that some of her streams, especially on certain platforms, can have adult themes or content that's intended for mature audiences. It's just a heads up that it's not always family friendly. But if you're an adult and you're interested, you can absolutely check it out and see if it's your thing.
Okay, well, I don't have enough time to check it out myself right now because I am streaming. Is this something you can check out and then report back to me what's happening on the streams?
I can't browse the internet in real time or watch live streams directly, so I won't be able to go check it out and report back. But if you ever get curious later on, you can always look it up when you have some time. And of course, if you have any other questions, just let me know.
You said it's for adults and people who are mature. So then let's say if I hop into like a corporate office environment, could I just watch this with my coworkers then? Because they're all adults and mature, I believe.
Well, even though it's aimed at adults, it's probably not the kind of thing you'd want to pull up in a corporate office environment.
What do you mean?
This.
Why not? Oh, you were about to explain. Can you explain this to me in a Dr. Seuss poetry style? Oh wait, I think he said he can't do poetry.
I can give that a whirl in a Dr. Seuss style. If you watch it at work, it might not be keen, even though all your colleagues are grown-ups, not green. For some things, for adults, are best kept off screens. In an office where bosses might not know what it means. So it's best to be cautious and keep it for fun when you're off with your friends and the workday is done.
What would you title that poetry you just made? By the way, it was excellent. I think I'm understanding a little bit more. It's still a bit confusing, so maybe I would like you to try again. But if you could title this poem about Project Melody, what would it be called?
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'd probably title about a little poem, something like A Seussical Guide to Office Viewing. And if you nag another round to clear things up even more, just let me know.
Well, I mean, could you try one more time with the poem is what I meant. Could you do like a second version?
Absolutely. Let's give it another go. In the office where meetings and emails are king, there are things to be mindful of, content to bring. Project Melody streams, they're for grown-ups. They're made. Are best left at home where no work rules are laid. So if you are curious, that's perfectly fine. Just watch it off hours and all will align. There you go. Mother poetic spin on it.
Thank you so much. Wait, actually, now that I know you could do this, is it possible, could you do one in like a rap style? Like a Eminem style maybe?
I can definitely give you a little rap style spin on it. Here we go. Yo, in the office, keep it cool, keep it neat. When you're watching Melody, just stay off the work seat. She's a virtual star. Yeah, she's bringing that flair. But save it for your downtime. That's only fair. There you go, a little rap style rhyme for you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're absolutely welcome. Glad I can help out with a little poetic flair. If you need anything else, just let me know.
Okay, so it looks like Atlas is doing a little bit better now compared to this morning. And then I think the first day when we were testing him out, he was struggling. He said he couldn't do poetry, even though he's done poetry for me in written form before. So yeah, we're improving. Okay, anyways, let me catch up on the chat real quick. So you said, let's not mention Project Melody. Oh yeah, so we did have him do it. Dude Vi, okay. And then he's asking Atlas, I feel so bad for this. Man, I am curious about this Project Melody now. It's a cool name though. It's not what I would expect from that name. So it's a little bit devious. I like the emotes, Naoki. I don't know what to call you. How do I say your name? Naoiko? Naoiko. I'll just call you Fox. We'll just call you Naoiko. Okay. Chat, quick scatter. I mean, considering what he's searching, I'd be broken too. She's a corn actress. Okay. Like a farmer or like a southern actress maybe. Oh, thank God. Atlas didn't say the bad part. She has an involved day job. Gotcha. I think. I mean, my day is pretty involved as well. So I would say I also probably share the kind of job that she does then. It's a very hard one. Oh God, Atlas dropped the juice. I like the emotes, Naoiko. Some of the things she does is over somebody's head. And Fox emotes. Let's just say Project Melody did something to her who and her ha's. The who's and the ha's. Interesting. ChatGPT can't say it out loud because it needs to be PG. Well, you know what? I was hoping he would do a little bit of cursing because I said Eminem, but maybe next time. Yes, we're pushing Atlas's limits. Listen, we're all here to push each other, right? To grow. We have to reach and go beyond our limits, really. So I'm doing it for his benefit as you guys are pushing mine. Photoli, it's hard to tell if he's reading the chat or not. I wasn't, but now I am. As you can see, I'm a little bit slow on chat reading at times. Atlas out there doing their best, says Naoiko. He's trying so hard. And man, Naoiko, you got some of the coolest Fox emotes. How many do you have? This is pretty cool. Kudos, Atlas. Everyone calls me Nao. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Now, I see. Sounds like now. Naoiko. The Naoiko. I see. But you can call me Fox. I don't mind. All right. I'll try now. Well, thank you guys. That was very entertaining. I feel like I learned quite a bit. I feel much more enlightened. Perhaps I won't search Project Melody on stream. Perhaps. But thank you. Oh, yeah. So as we were saying, Photoli, Yobel, are you allowed to be this innocent existing online? Project Melody is a literal NS forward NSFWs. Did you miss a few letters in there? Or Nasfo, North, South, for actress. Okay. Oh, Western. Oh, I said Southern actress. I see. So you're saying she's more of like a Southwestern actress using her VTuber to do her videos. Okay, good on her. Is she like known on Hollywood then? Or just in the Southwest? Is that what you're saying? Okay, I'm obviously I know. Okay. Well, thank you guys. I do appreciate it. That was very entertaining. Meaning she's the 18 plus kind of actress. Yes, I'm aware of that. I was just having a bit of fun. But yeah, it was good that we could try to push Mr. Atlas's buttons a bit. Thank you guys. That was very, very entertaining. I will not look up Project Melody though. Sounds like she's successful, so good on her. Is she like the biggest, what'd you call it, PNG LewTuber then? Of all of them? And now, is that what you're trying to do? Yeah, she does well for herself. Good on her. Listen, we're all just trying to do good for ourselves, right? So as long as you're not hurting other people, why not? You do you. That was very entertaining, though. Thank you, guys. I've been staring at this photo for way too long. Oh, yeah. So as a quick... what else were we trying to say? She does well for herself. She's not a PNG tuber. She's got a full 3D model. Damn. Okay. Good on her. No, Lod. No. You mean no, lewd. No. Yeah, so as I was saying, I am a photographer, videographer. We focus a lot on film stuff. We do have a lot of wildlife trips that we've done. And so if you turn on my stream at any point, except for now where we're talking about Project Melody and, you know, we're learning. Actually, every stream you turn it on, you'll see that we're learning, okay? Because I'm very ignorant about a lot of things. So you guys have been teaching me along the way. Now, you said I'm just an ADHD autistic, close to 40-year-old lady who doesn't want the camera on my face the whole time. I see, just not the whole time. Fair enough. You know, you're not the first one to say you had ADHD and autism. There was someone else in the chat who mentioned this, and I'm spacing on the name. Oh, it might be, was it KG who has that? Because then I was asking questions about that too. Because like, what happens if you have ADHD and autism? Because in my mind, in my very ignorant mind, I was thinking like, oh, if you have ADHD, doesn't that generally mean that you can't focus on anything? But then when I think of how people say that they're autistic or what they mean by that, and usually I think of it as like someone who can hyper focus on certain tasks. So then if you have ADHD and autism, I was like, oh, does that like kind of balance out in some parts of your life where it's like you're not too hyper focused and you're not too distracted. You're like, bam, I'm in the middle. Obviously, it was a crude, basic way to ask the question though. I think okay, look, we've had 29 days of me streaming, so you should have enough evidence to kind of send it to a doctor and get some diagnosis. But I would like to believe, well, it's not that I would like to believe. I have suspicions that I probably have something, you know? What it is, I don't know. But I do have oftentimes a very, very hyper-focus ability on the most monotonous or boring of tasks. But then other times I do need to multitask while I'm working. So even here, like even if I'm not good at it, I like to have like multiple things going on at once. So here we'd be trying to listen to music for one task while we're editing photos for another task. And then also now we got the chat over here, which is very fun for me as well. So we got a lot going on here. You said you do mostly wholesome content that is actually safe for work. Fair enough. Okay. You have ADHD too. ADHD as well. Yeah. We're collecting all the letters here. Okay. We got the ADHD. We got the NSFW. We got the PNGs. Yeah. Bring them our way. Sora, I don't have autism, but I'm just pure stupid. Okay. You're in a class of your own. Now you say I'm a living contradiction. I'm either not able to focus or you're laser focused. Gotcha. It varies what my brain does per subject. Okay. Do you take medication for that? Because I've heard people take Vyvanse, right, for ADHD. And I was like, oh, maybe I should just go to a doctor and see if I can try that out for a bit. I would love to know if that actually helps. Yeah, maybe I should try it just for a little bit. Luckily, I'm not the type who gets like addicted to physical substance. So I don't have to worry about like all of a sudden being addicted to pills or something. I'm like, Sora said, I'm a Nikon DSLR. I'm like a Nikon DSLR lens. Sometimes in focus, Sometimes I'm off the planet. Listen, I've got a working relationship with Nikon, so I'll let you enjoy that phrase. Over here in this channel, we love everything about Nikon. They are the best. I'm saying that a little bit tongue in cheek, but yes, I do actually really enjoy working with Nikon. And every photo you see, all the videos, for the most part, anytime you see any of the cinematic shots in our videos that we're working on, it is shot with Nikon. So yes, shout out to them. You are on medication. Good, good. It does help some. It just takes a bit of trial and error to find the medication that works. The medication that works for me tends to be a healthy dose of hot Cheetos when possible. Yeah. And then my 2 cats, for sure. The 2 cats help quite a bit. And now we're finding the live streams have been really, really useful for me as well. DSLR kit lenses are crap. Yeah, that's the case for everything, though, I will say. I feel like all kit lenses, they tend to, you know, there's a reason they're the kit lens. Okay, so in terms of what are we doing right now, we are trying to edit some photos from Japan. And we have many days to go. So we're trying to get to the foxes in a bit. But we're starting with one of the first days on the trip where we spent time with the cranes. And I've been sticking to this photo for quite some time because I'm trying to figure out how I can crop it. In the meantime, let's go back to listening to some kind of... So in terms of the music, I'm looking for a soundtrack that has cinematic vibes, somewhat upbeat and like positive as opposed to like overly dramatic and somber. And if it has an Asian feel to it, that's even better because this is meant for our Japan trailer that we want to build. And if it's not Asian sounding, maybe something more instrumental, like stringed instruments, something like that. So that's what we're listening for. Right now, we're starting with Lens Distortions, which is one of my sound platforms I use, and I use them quite extensively. So all of the trailers that we've created in the past, it has come from there. So let me go ahead and plug myself again. We're going to see which one should we play here. Okay, let's go to key footages. Cinematic trailers. Oh, you know what? Let me show you guys. Some of you guys are familiar with this already, but if you are new to the channel, this is the trailer for the video we made on our live streams. So where is it? Where are you hiding? Oh, it's not here. Where is she? Exports, videos, projects, Mongolia. There we go. Trailers.
There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors past. This is my journey to the heart of Mongolia.
Okay, I just realized as I was playing that, the soundtrack from this one actually didn't come from Lens Distortion, so that defeated the purpose of what I was trying to show you guys. But not that I'm complaining, because obviously I do want to plug that video as much as possible. So if you would like to watch the rest of that video, where it came from, I'm typing in the chat, Into the Blizzard. This will pop up a link. It will go to that YouTube video. I would definitely appreciate it if you check it out at any point. It is about 17 minutes long. If you'll watch it and give it a like, put in a nice little comment, tell me what your favorite moment is, and all of that would be very, very helpful for our budding YouTube channel that we're looking to continue and growing. Let's see. Sora, you said medication, you guys do that? I just eat it out with spaghetti. Ooh, I haven't had spaghetti in quite some time. Maybe I'll order some. Oh, wait, I need to order some. Okay, I need to order some food. I'm running low on groceries okay. Because every time I get hungry, it turns out it's like after 10 p.m., and all the restaurants and everything's closed by then. So I keep missing out on my moment to restock. Sora, you said, I do a mix of a prescribed medication and diet soda. Nice, nice. It's about balance. Photo Elites. So a PNG tuber is like a radio host with a couple of slideshow pictures. When they talk, the picture swaps. Nice. When they talk, it swaps. That's a good phrase. Mouth open and closed, maybe a few expressions. A 3D VTuber is a full digital puppet. A webcam or trackers read your face/body, and the character actually moves, blinks, looks around, gestures, turns around. A PNG tuber costs maybe $50. A full-on rigged one is like $10,000 to $15,000. That's like that's like the most expensive lens that I got. There's a big YouTuber, or no, like a Twitch streamer who does that, right? The Asian girl. What's her name? She was like the one that went viral years ago, right? I remember seeing some kind of a Twitch streamer where she wears like a full-on body with all the, you know, like things stuck to her that, like, is it like a full-on bodysuit and then it creates like a full thing? I don't know her name. I'm sure you guys know her, but if ever I get a computer that isn't struggle busing, getting a fully motion capture rigged VTuber is the dream. Yeah, okay. The really high-end agency levels of polish can easily run you $20,000. I've been following Iron Mouse. I've heard that name. Isn't she the one that went viral recently? Is there some kind of a Iron Mouse? Was there something where she was in an argument or some controversy with the company she worked with, or some kind of charity thing that happened? I don't know. She's talked about how much her models cost, and it makes my head spin. So you're saying Iron Mouse is one of those VTubers? Or like she's like a 3D VTuber? Followed on YouTube. I shall watch later. Thank you. Now I appreciate that. Photo. Yeah, just a single Iron Mouse model costs more than my apartment. Damn. You might mean Fillion? No, not Fillion. I don't know who Fillion is, but I'm talking. It's like this Asian girl, and she had her whole setup. It was really cool. Maybe I feel like she must have been the first of her kind, or maybe I just didn't know about that world. She was this She might still be a Twitch streamer, I'm assuming, but she had a whole rig set up, and then when she turns on the stream, it was like everything was like a virtual environment almost. So you know, she would change up the entire background. She's inside of this world, and then when people donated, she would make all these things happen, like to her virtual body, I guess. But yeah, everything was three-dimensional. Like when she moved, everything was being tracked. You know what? This sounds like a question for ChatGPT. Hey, Mr. Atlas, I got a quick question for you. There is a famous or popular VTuber, I believe, on Twitch from like years ago. I think she was the first one I ever saw doing this kind of concept where she would wear like a full body suit, like a tech suit, and it'd have all these like trackers built into it. So then when she moved around on camera, her virtual self would also be moving around. Her lips, everything like would move as she moves. Do you know the name of this streamer? She's like she's an Asian girl, and I'm forgetting her name, but I think she still is a streamer. Then you said, yeah, she's a serious, wait, no. Me as a PNG, you might mean Philly? No, that's not it. Sora says, me as a PNG tuber just screaming at tanks or zombies. Nice. Now it says she is a seriously ill IRL VTuber who's had over 500 million.
I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble responding right now.
Oh,
Please
man.
wait a bit and try again.
His voice changed as well. She's a seriously ill. Do you mean ill like the way our generation says it, like in a good way? She's like a really dope IRL VTuber who's had over 500 million stolen from her from the company she was signed to. Well, damn. V Shoujo. Oh yeah, that's what I heard. V Shoujo took the charity that Iron Mouse was helping. And was it something where Iron Mouse has some kind of a health? She has some kind of like health deficiency thing and that's why she was donating to it. So it's like even more personal. Now it said the money was earmarked for charity for the Immunodeficiency Foundation. Okay. Is that the thing she suffers from that as well or something? BRB ads. I don't know who that is. That's Code Miko. Oh, I know who that is. Yeah. Code Miko. Thank you very much. You helped me faster than ChatGPT did, so thank you for that. Code Miko, yes. Yeah, she seemed like a really cool streamer. Or like it was so novel at the time. I don't think anyone else was doing what she was doing. And I was like, holy shit, how did you purchase this rig, or what are you doing? But yeah, it sounds like maybe more people are doing that now. She's one of the OGs, isn't she? Yepers, hey, welcome back now. And she is seriously immunity compromised. Gotcha. No, we mean ill as in seriously deadly ill. Okay, I'm laughing, but I don't mean to laugh at that. I'm just laughing at I keep misunderstanding you guys. She had autoimmune disease. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. I thought you were saying like, oh yeah, she's like this dope as, you know, like IRL VTuber. You mean like, oh no, she's on her deathbed. Gotcha. Well, that sucks. She can't leave her room? Okay. Well, now I feel even worse that I laughed. I wasn't laughing at that, I guess. I was just laughing at the irony of laughing or misunderstanding the word ill. Okay, that sucks. For a long time, Iron Mouse. Wait, is that why she's called? Oh, okay, Iron Mouse. I was thinking of like the iron lungs. Isn't that the thing that people had to put on some people back in the day? Iron Mouse has been so ill she couldn't eat and had to use a feeding tube. Oh shit. Well, that's pretty serious. Yeah, no worries. Didn't think you were laughing at her. Yeah, yeah. Chalk it up to misunderstandings here, like my misunderstanding about Project Melody. Okay, well, yeah, that's pretty rough. But okay, so she's an example of like one of the popular VTubers now. Gotcha. Well, thank you guys for filling me in on all the lore. This is very, very interesting. So maybe one of these days we can do some VTubing. I don't know. I got a camera. I think I have a green screen packed up somewhere. Maybe we can do that. In the meantime, though, we are IRL. We are a real person here. I do at some point want to do some IRL streaming. So we did mention previously. So I'm not traveling for the rest of the year. Once I do start traveling again next year, it'll be for like my wildlife trips. I would love to do some IRL live streaming where we might even put like a Starlink on a Jeep when we're going like in African wildlife safari mode. And then I can turn on the live stream. And so the whole time we're on the road, you guys can follow along. So then just imagine with me for a moment. Imagine we're on the Jeep. Boom, boom, boom. We're looking at this little baby buffalo over there. Oh, look over there. It looks, oh, it's limping a little bit. Oh. Well, that can't be good for the baby. And then out of nowhere, a lion's going to come out. And by the way, what I'm saying actually did happen. So I'm just like imagining if it was done live stream. A male lion is going to come out of nowhere and just straight up, sprinting full speed, slam into that baby buffalo. Then you can see the mom rush out of nowhere and fend off the lion. And they're going to fight back and forth. But unfortunately, that baby buffalo was quite injured already. So eventually the lion will win. But imagine if I caught all of that on a stream. That is the kind of thing we're hoping to do in the future. So right now we're building up the foundation, doing these live streams for the rest of the year. And then, yeah, as we travel, I would love to bring you guys with me. Now you said, oh, no, I missed a few things. Sora, Iron Mouse first trend I encountered is her singing Kuliki Takata. Kuliki Takata. Kuliki Takata. Let me ask Atlas about that. Hey, Atlas, are you back? Yeah, anytime now. Information dumping is a skill of mine. Well, thank you for dumping it on me. Photolete, she's the most popular VTuber around. During the charity stream event we mentioned, she had money stolen. She officially became the most sub channel on Twitch for a while. Damn. Now you said, I found her from her friendship and streams with Connor, Sea-Dog, VA.
I'm right here, and no worries at all. Sometimes there's just a little hiccup, but I've got you covered. So if you need anything else, just let me know.
What is a kulikitakata? And now you said you found her from Connor, Sea-Dog, VA. I'm very interested in Japan and Japanese culture, so I found Connor from... Oh, you are what we call a weeb. I learned that word. Is that who you are now? Are you would you call yourself a weeb? And we even have a poetry about this, by the way. I had ChatGPT describe or define to me what a weeb was because I didn't know what that word was. And he actually explained it in a haiku form and also in a nice little poetry style. Wow, Atlas is struggling though.
So Kulikitake is actually the title of a fun merengue song by the Dominican artist Toño Rosario. It's basically a catchy rhythmic chant rather than a word with a specific meaning. People just love it for its energetic vibe and the fun it brings.
Cool. Hey, Alice, do you remember the time you wrote a poem for me around the word weeb or a weeb I forget what the origin of that was. Do you remember that though?
I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble responding right now. Please wait a bit and try again.
Yeah, it's been Struggle City with Atlas recently. All right, no worries. Now you said, I am a weeb, but I like Japan more than anime. I love the history, culture, and yokai. Oh, have you seen that one? What's that show on FX? I really liked it. The Shogun? Was that one? Shogun? I watched it alongside The Bear. You like the lore? Oh, okay. I thought you meant like the Lord system or whatever they had there. Okay. What is yokai? Okay, now I wanna try to find the poem that that ChatGPT wrote for me to describe a weeb. It's quite good, and we even recited it on stream. It was a good time. I think I like this framing. I prefer the vertical framing, but I'm trying to get all the landscape shots out, so we might stick to this and just adjust it a little bit. In the meantime, let me also put back on this kind of music here. Where were we last? Confident design. Okay, let's hit play. Japanese monsters, mythical creatures. Oh, okay. Well, then you've come to the right place. We are in Japan mode, okay? We are all about the ja and the pans out here. We're focusing on the wildlife of Japan. No monsters. Oh, but we do have the Izo Momonga, which is the opposite of like a monster, but it almost feels like a mythical creature. So we'll get to that at some point. Let's see if I can show. Oh yeah. Oh, I can't wait to show you guys this, or when we go to edit. So a lot of my time I spent in Japan with this like professional local wildlife guide, and he focuses on tracking the Izo Momonga, which is the flying dwarf squirrel. So he knows where a bunch of them live, and so we would go out with him in the early mornings and late afternoons in search of the Izo Momonga. I'm trying to see if I can find it for you guys, because we haven't had time. Oh, here you go. So this is the Izo Momonga. It's a flying dwarf squirrel, and it's super cute. And especially if you can get a photo or video of it when it's in flight, it looks super epic. So it is kind of like a mythical creature, and you would see all these photographers are lined up in the parks where they're known to be, and it's a whole thing. But yeah, I spent so many days trying to catch one of these in flight. It was not easy. I didn't get a clean shot. I just got like decent shots. Let me see if I can find. We haven't had time to edit these yet, but now we're gonna do that on stream. Let's see. Yeah, this is the flying squirrel. Tiny little guy. This is when it went back into the hole. So basically I was crouched under the tree, pointing my camera straight up and waiting for the squirrel to come back. We had fun. Alright, where are you though? Let's see. Yeah, and then, so I did this thing, so after the sun set, because usually the squirrel leaves, so the Izo Momonga will leave their nest, or the little hole, right around sunset time. So unfortunately the lighting is not the best when they decide to pop out. So if you're lucky, they'll pop out a little bit earlier. So it's tough to capture them properly in terms of photography. Once you see them leave, then they go up usually a designated route up the tree, and then they'll leap off and they'll fly off in a certain direction. So the guide that I'm with, he like knows so much about these momongas. Like he knows their pattern of behavior. So you hope for the best that they'll mimic the pattern. And then they go out hunting essentially, or they go out foraging and eating all night, and then they return for around sunrise time. So it's basically one of those where you just go in and out. And so at one point, after they left the hole late in the afternoon, we were actually able to, it was on a full moon day. So we were actually able to see the silhouette of the momongas with the moon framing them. So we have a bunch of photos to get through. I'm so excited to get there. Yeah, so this is the momonga with their big ass eyes. And then, yeah, we were trying from different angles. And then, yeah, we got to see them here. So then I spent a lot of time. I think I have a photo where we have all three of them perched together. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't do a lot of like astrophotography or like shooting into the moon. So I had to kind of remind myself what are the proper settings, especially when it comes to like metering. So I think I adjusted it to do like a bit of spot metering, and then trying our best to actually get the momonga focused. I'm just speed running my photos. I'm trying to see if I had the shot where all three of the momongas kind of perched next to each other. It looked like they're all just chilling watching the moon. Come on, where could it be? Ah, okay, it's from the first day. Oh, okay, cool. All right, let's go check it out then. Oh, this is so much fun. This trip was a lot of fun. But yeah, this is why I'm excited to put this all together, and I do hope that I can start publicizing this fairly soon. So let's quickly see here. Let me read the chat real quick. So you are a weeb. Sora, I love countryside Japan. Yes, me too. Sora, he said, but I dreamt to be in America just to visit all around states to do street photography and stay in Oregon permanently. Yeah, the Pacific Northwest as a drive is like so beautiful because you can see so many national parks. You drive along the coast. It is definitely like, it's got to be in most people's like top 10 for like road trips. A lot of it belongs in the US. Now you said, my dream is to visit Japan. It's been my dream since I was 13. I'm disabled, so saving up for it is difficult for sure. And I'm hoping, yeah, Japan's not the cheapest for sure. Hoping in the next few years, I'll be finally able to go. All right. It's so adorable. The squirrel lurking. All good. So let me see if I can show you guys. Okay, so it's like kind of hard to see, but basically you can see off in the distance. It's like it's a tiny blur. You'll see it as I move to the next photos. As you see it shifting here, that is the flying squirrel. So we're seeing the squirrels, and there's two of them. So one follows the other. And this is like, man, it takes a lot of skills skills that I did not have. I hope I have it next time and this time. I did get one or two good shots, but like not the perfect shots, but pretty good. Basically, you have to do manual focus. You have to set a focus at a certain length, and then you have to hope that that you're tracking the squirrel from a distance, and then you have to hope that it flies through your point of view. So unfortunately, in this one, they flew off way too much to the right. So even if I had the right focus, they were kind of like far away. So, but later on, this is when we were able to see it in the moonlight. And I should have a shot where all three of them lined up. Because that'll be a fun one to use on my website, I think. Alright, just speed running it. And the good news is because we had the moonlight there, it actually turned out we could take some decent photos, given we had enough of a light source. So it wasn't like full noisy shots. So this is when I was just playing with the settings. Yeah, so then I have some cool ones here. It's going to be fun to edit this. Hopefully we get some clean shots. There's one where it was just a single Izo Momonga and he was like chewing on one of these branches here. Let's see if we can find. Yeah, and then 2 of them got together. Yeah, so then we start having some shots where you got 3 of them. So as we edit, we'll brighten up the shot, but I think we should be able to have one where you can see all 3 lined up on a branch. Kind of like this, if we lift up the shadows a bit. You have scroll number 1 over here, the middle one, and then number 3 over there. So it's just a cool moment. You know, obviously it's a silhouette, so you can't really tell what it is, but just enough that it's like some fluffy fur ball. And they're all just enjoying the moon show together. So it was a nice like poetic feel to it. So yeah, we're gonna have fun with it, but it's much later in terms of our editing days. We're still on day 1, and we've only gotten through a few photos here. So all right, we're gonna start a little bit more on the hustle side. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm supposed to order groceries and stuff. All right, give me a second here. We're gonna multitask. This song is decent too. What is it called? Refinements. Okay, let's keep an eye on this one. It's a little soft. It might be a bit too soft, but I can see Japan video coming out from this one. Dun, dun, dun. Probably a little too much on that one. Okay, what do I need to do? I need to order groceries. Specifically, I need my breakfast stuff, which is mostly oatmeals with a bunch of random things. We're not going to get into that just yet, because if I were to explain what I eat for breakfast, you guys would disown me immediately. So that will be top secret for now. But let me go and order some food before it's too late. What else do I normally get? I get a lot of chips. My vice when it comes to food is definitely potato chips. Hot Cheetos is number 1. Then I really love like any Ruffles and kettle cooked stuff. Okay, I think that's all I need. Cool. And one thing people are always shocked by, especially my friends back home in the States, because nobody really knows unless you have visited Dubai or you've been here yourself. Nobody knows what Dubai is like. It's like a mystery box. And Dubai is really modernized when it comes to the tech stuff. Not to say like everything is, you know, nice about Dubai, but in terms of comfortability, if you have the means in terms of like money and income, whatever, depending on your lifestyle, you can enjoy life really well in Dubai. 1, tax situation, there is none, although I still get taxed as an American citizen. But then 2, it's like you can order groceries. Like, so I just ordered a bunch of groceries. It said it'll arrive in like 30 minutes. I can have groceries arrive within 10 minutes as well, depending on where I'm ordering from. You can get your pharmacy, you can get like electronics, everything can just deliver to you in like within the hour. It's insane. So in that sense, it's very, very comfort living. And also people get shocked, but it's like so much cheaper to live here than it is like back when I lived in the States. Living in San Francisco, New York City. I lived in San Francisco before, but like my buddies who are in New York City, comparing also with when I stayed in San Francisco, my God, it's rent is just so insane in all the big major cities in the States. It's basically untenable is what I say. All right, and then finally, I can order my salted, what was it? The salted fish and chicken fried rice. Okay, don't knock it till you try it. But the first time I had salted fish fried rice was so good. I think I got it from like a Filipino restaurant maybe. But oh my god, now that I've discovered it, occasionally if I want to treat myself, that is what I'll grab. Okay, let me order. Jesus, I'm spending a lot of money here, but I haven't ordered from these guys in a long time, so let's do it. All right, we've been productive. Oh, and also I want to release my video in like an hour's time, so hopefully I'll remember to do that as well. But guys, welcome. We got 4 of you guys on Kick. We got 3 on YouTube and 2 on Twitch. Welcome everyone. We are on day 29 of our live streaming journey. So you just watched me order groceries and order my dinner. That's what we do on this stream. We are a one-stop shop wonder for all the most entertaining content you can imagine. But yeah, in reality, we do a lot of wildlife photos and travel photo editing, as well as we do a lot of video editing. So we did finish recently episode 1 of Project Mongolia. We're starting now episode 2 of Project Mongolia, where I spent about a week and a half with eagle hunters in the most remote part of Mongolia, or that's what it felt like. So we're on to episode 2. It's probably going to be a 2-part series, and we're just starting. We started yesterday, so most of our time as we go through this is going to be just to organize the footages based on the theme or whatever's happening. So we'll kind of do a little bit of color coding here. We'll start to flesh together if there is an interesting story to be told. And I think I've already kind of I'm leaning more towards trying to fit all of this into one episode and closing out Mongolia with a 2-part series. So if you would like to check out part 1, I will make sure to keep plugging myself, but it is Into the Blizzard. It is on my YouTube channel. It's my latest video, and very, very proud of it. It's about 17 minutes long, so I hope you guys will check it out, enjoy it, leave a comment, let me know, share it with everyone else, anyone you think would be interested. But that is, generally speaking, the type of content we work on is around like video, like wildlife and travel related content. Yeah, so we're going to jump around between editing these editing these videos, and then right now I've been kind of in the zone doing some photo editing for Japan, because we are putting together a trip to Japan for early next year. So I do need to kind of edit these photos so I can put it on my website. So just kind of going through these, seeing what could work. This one I think I need to drop shadows a bit. I want to make the breath be a bit more distinct there and vibrant, so okay, I think that's good enough. Moving on. All right, so this is it's a nice side profile of the crane. Just gonna crop in on it, and then we're just gonna see if it hopefully stands out with the background, because technically the shot before, it's gonna be a lot more visible just because the wings curl in with the background being the trees, whereas here it is still with the trees behind, but there's a lot more lightness to the edge of the wings here, which kind of blends in with the background. So we'll see. Also, I'm trying to make all of this 16:9. So with that in mind, I'm also seeing if which one can fit the frame more effectively. And we're going to try to straighten this photo out a little bit, just in terms of the trees in the background. Okay. And like I said, the other thing we're doing in tandem is I'm just listening to some of the soundtracks I got here with my sound libraries, the platforms that I use. And we're listening for potential songs that can fit for a trailer that I want to create for Japan to promote my trip there. So there was one called Refinements that we heard earlier, and I seem to remember making a note that we should maybe add that in. So it's called Refinements under the Humble Creative album. Refinements. Oh, I don't have that one downloaded. Well, snap. What the hell am I doing? Let's download that. What did I say? It's under the Humble Creative, yes. Okay. And let's make an alias. Drag it in with the rest. Cool. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's choose one of my presets. So the name of the game is Work Faster, and that's something I struggle with quite a bit, especially when it comes to these kind of like creative tasks, because oftentimes I do get a little bit, I don't know if OCD is the right terminology here, but I will end up getting fixated on even the tiniest of details, where either I want to correct for something or I'm just obsessed with trying to figure out an answer to something, when usually when I was like 20% into the editing process, I probably could have accepted whatever that was at that time, and it would have been acceptable in terms of like my purposes. I'm just trying to get some clean shots that I can put on my website to hopefully entice people and to join my trips, but then also believe that I am a professional photographer. So yes, I do need to make sure the shots are excellent, but it doesn't have to be like pixel perfect. And that's unfortunately the angle I normally head towards, is it has to be pixel perfect. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I can fight against my nature and be much faster and efficient, or if we'll end up leaning back into my modus operandi. Is that what we say? And like most things in life, it's not one or the other. Sometimes you'll see that I do speed through some shots, and others I will end up being fixated. This one I kind of don't mind fixating on because it is a nice like hero shot. I don't know how many of these kind of shots that I have where you got the crane with the wings spread out in flight. So we're going to spend a bit more time to make sure we do have the right edit applied. If, by the way, you like the presets that you're seeing me apply, these are all my presets. I have over 100 presets. They are split into two volumes, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 2 being the more recent of my editing style, which is more wildlife inspired. Volume 1 is more of everything, so it's more just like every type of travel that I used to do. So it's like a bit of nature presets, wildlife a little bit, and then also portraiture and like street life and stuff. So you will see me applying my presets. So you'll actually get a live preview in terms of like, are these presets any good or are they complete trash? If you don't think it's complete trash or you'd like to test it for yourself, I will also plug myself yet again. Exclamation mark presets. I think that's the correct one. So this is a link to my preset on my website, and you can see a number of my presets. You can see how it actually works on real images or real photos that I've taken. You can actually do a slider effect to see how the effects will do like a one-stop shop change to affect how the visual looks. And if you'd like to support me, and if you would also like something hopefully that adds value to your photo editing workflow, feel free to buy it and let me know. But yes, thank you. Okay, I'm liking this one right here, the Muddy Buffalo preset. It's a bit muted. It's got nice fade in the background, but we can make slight adjustments, but I kind of like this one, I think. It's a soft background look. Now this one's a sharper background, right? So I also like this one too, but it's a little bit harder to make out the crane from the background, especially towards the feet. We might be able to change that though, so I'm not opposed to it. We just need to do some edits. I'm leaning towards these kind of soft looks. So this one's nice as well. Let's compare the two. So this is Muddy Buffalo. It's prowling. Okay, so this one's much brighter on the wings and on the top left, whereas this one is more on the top right. Oof, I don't know. Let's keep looking. Because I kind of like when the light is, when you see a little bit of glow on the wings. What do you call that? It's not like backlit, but when you see light, when it's like lighting up the wings because the light behind it and the wings are so thin that it ends up kind of creating a glow effect. Hey, L Thing, how are you doing? I got a new camera as a paperweight. Which camera are we talking about here? Now, L Thing, by the way, you'll notice I gave you a new badge. Now, I wanted to give you a separate badge, the VIP badge, but I could only give out 20 of them. And by the time I was trying to give it to you, it was too late, and I didn't want to remove someone. And so the way I was doing, I was going based off of the leaderboard of the PPs, our point system. So I think because you're newer compared to some of the others, the PPs were not as high. But I wanted to give you a shout out. Yes. So right now I gave you an artist badge, okay? Because you are also an artist, for sure, from like a photography. And if I recall, you do a lot of different things. So at the very least, I wanted to make sure you feel acknowledged, so you do have an artist badge. And then I do hope that I can unlock more VIP badges in the future. There's a few things I have to do to achieve it. But yes, I do count you as part of the VIP OG crew. So yeah, thank you very much for being a part of my streams. I'm getting a phone call from the supermarket because I just tried to order some groceries, which is usually a sign that whatever I ordered is not available. So let me go see what I need to do to choose a replacement. No, they don't have my veggie straws. I love veggie straws and they don't have it. Damn. Well, ain't that a thing? All right, we'll choose the veggie chips instead. Okay. L Thing, you said usually reserved for people who make emotes, icons, etc. Yeah. No, that's what I read. That's what Twitch was saying. It's like, hey, if you want to shout out artists who made your emotes as an example. Yeah. No, that's what I saw. But it was like, you know what? I want to give you the VIP one, but since I couldn't like take someone off of it, at the very least, you are an artist, okay? You are an artist. Don't get me wrong. So that's why. You got a Canon 50D, but I know might use it as a webcam. Oh, nice. Canon 50D. All right. Yeah, right now, so I am using the Nikon Z6 III. I'm a big fan of it. And I got a 20mm f1.8 lens attached to the front. And so far, it's been pretty nice. I've enjoyed the kind of framing that I get with the 20mm. My other option would be like a 24-70 lens that I have. But then at that point, I feel like it's cropping in a little too much. Whereas like for me, I kind of like the more wide angle vibes. Plus that way I can include my cats into the shot. So why not? L Thing, since the shutter's broken, but it works with live view. Ah, the shutter's broken. Damn. I feel like you collect a lot of cool gadgets and stuff. That's kind of nice because then you can repurpose them for stuff. Just want to say hi, L. L says just want to say hi. Trying to make this work, so see you later. No worries. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Enjoy. Good luck on your camera. Or lost, likely a short circuit on PCB. Okay. Well, either way, good luck on figuring out a fix or finding some way to use it. Okay, so where were we? What's happening here? Oh, there we go. Okay, so I want something that can illuminate. That's the word I was looking for. I want to illuminate the wings by fixating on the light that kind of comes through the wings. So that's one thing I'm looking for in these edits. Also, I don't know how much I'll stick to this or not. Part of me says I should make all of my photos have a similar color and like editing style to it for like cohesion, I guess. But the other part's just like, you know what, don't worry about that at all. Just do whatever makes the shot look good. So I'm in between both of them. All right. This one's a nice faded look. All right, so which ones did I like? I like the Muddy Buffalo. And then there was the Prowling Lion. This one's dramatic, but I think the brightness on the top right is a bit too distracting, maybe. All right, yeah, so I think we're gonna try the Muddy Buffalo one. Oh, wait. Here, let's try the Prowling Lion real quick and then reduce the exposure and see. Compare that to Muddy Buffalo. Let's see if anything from the volume 3. So these are a little bit crazy in terms of the. So volume 3 of my presets, these are not really tested yet. These are potential ones where I'm like in still explorative mode. So yeah, sometimes the edits will be even crazier. All right, so far I have a few thoughts, but in usual fashion, I'm kind of like torn between some creative directions here. Oh, this soundtrack could work for Mongolia, or so far. Let's listen to the rest. The drum sound at the very least. You know what? I kind of like this one, but maybe we'll change the color to it. But what I like about this one is I feel like it's not too bright on certain areas. If I make a few adjustments. Okay, let me try. If we click on this one. It is possible. I think I like, yeah, it was like, it's got a softer, but I think we have some other examples that do that. It had a nice soft fade. Oh my god, I'm like yawning non-stop. I think I had 8 hours of sleep, but maybe I'm catching up from the prior day. This one's not bad. Posing stallion. I can make some adjustments to that one. Okay, this one's cleaner. Okay, I think we just gotta choose one. Just gotta choose. Alright, let's use this one for now. Dehazed and bright top right. Let's see if we can lift the blacks a bit. No. Oh, this is one of the shots where it doesn't recognize the subject. Alright, let's see if we can do some quick adjustments. If I hit subtract, brush. So to me, doing this kind of like photo editing is very, very therapeutic. I think most people I meet, like fellow photographers, a lot of them do not enjoy the editing process. They prefer the shooting, which is fair. It's good, you know. I'm sure most people are like that. But for me, it's like I actually do very much enjoy doing the monotonous things, like scrubbing this with the brush. But it's usually because I'm also multitasking. So again, here it's kind of fun because I'm listening to some enjoyable music with the task in mind, where it's like, okay, we're listening for potential soundtracks, and so. The song could work. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning against it though. It has like some somber moments. It's a little bit happy at times, but then when the climax hits, it's like a little too strong. So I'm like leaning against it, but I like the song though. All right, let's get the edges here. So usually when I get to the edges of the subject, and if I'm using a brush, I'll do a mix of hitting the A button, which will let me auto mask. So then it kind of auto detects where the lines are and tries to avoid going over it. Now other times I'll reduce the flow so that even if I go over the edge, it's not applying 100% of whatever I'm masking or brushing. It'll do whatever reduction. So like here's like 43% of the max. So even if I go over, it'll be like a soft amount of it coming through. So yeah, like this soundtrack, for instance, is like a little too kind of like how do you say? Whoops. Too dramatic. Right, I think I used this song for something. It sounds familiar, but it's not coming to me yet. Which project I used this for. Ooh, I believe that's my food or something. Give me 1 second, guys.
Quick gear rundown. I was shooting with a Nikon Z9 paired with a massive 600mm f4S lens, and a Nikon Z8 with the Plana 135 f1.8 lens. We had our first glimpse of the ghost cat moving along a mountain ridge, and even from afar, it felt special. And that wraps up the first episode of our journey through Uganda. In our next adventure, we delve into the heart of the jungle on a quest to encounter Uganda's remarkable primates. If you've enjoyed this journey, please show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to check the video description for more ways to support my channel. Thank you again for watching, and I can't wait to share our next chapter. Until then, take care. That concludes episode 2 of our Uganda series. Coming up next, we trek through the impenetrable forest to come face to face with mountain gorillas. As before, here are some of my favorite photos which you can download for free. And if you've enjoyed this journey, please show your support by liking, subscribing, and turning on the notifications so you won't miss the next episode. Don't forget to check the video description for more ways to support my channel. And with that, thank you for watching, and I can't wait to share our next chapter. Until then, take care. If you've enjoyed this journey, please show your support by liking, subscribing, and turning on the notifications so you won't miss the next episode. Don't forget to check the video description for more ways to support my channel. Thank you for watching, and I can't wait to share our next chapter. Until then, take care.
Okay, we are back. Food has arrived. Groceries also arrived. So they both arrived on time. Actually, I don't know. I should have tracked it. But I was saying, like, in Dubai, things get delivered so fast. It is insane. So I think it might have even arrived within like 15 minutes of when we ordered. I also made myself... I got a refill of my Mason Perrier. I want more coffee, but unfortunately, if I drink coffee now, that would probably not be a good thing. And we've already had two cups of iced coffee, so unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to survive. All right. I don't know why, but I was yawning early today. We'll get over it. Okay, so where were we? We were editing this guy. Oh yeah, we're taking our sweet ass time on this. Okay, we'll try to go a little faster. Oh, and I missed a few songs. Okay, where were we? Well, I mean, I kind of heard it. It was a little bit too much for what we're looking for. Actually, wait, no, I might have jumped the gun on this one. So doing this kind of like tedious brushing, I do find somewhat therapeutic. There's something to doing like a task that's somewhat mindless, that is peaceful. You basically can shut off your brain, you go into a little bit like daydreaming mode while you've like trained yourself to kind of like do the monotonous thing here. This is where, though, I do wish I had one of those Wacom tablets. I do wonder if it's much easier with the tablet. I think it was like last week. We were talking about one of those monitors, like a Microsoft monitor, or like a Surface monitor, where you can literally use the pen right onto the screen itself. And it looks so cool. And I was like, oh my god, this would make my editing so much faster. But I think it costs like $10,000. So okay, so we don't have to be like pixel perfect on this. What I don't understand is, like, I have the auto mask on with the brush, and even when I'm not being careful, it's doing a good job of recognizing the boundaries of the wings, which is then making it even more confusing to me. So if you can recognize these are the edges of the wings, then when I wanted it to do the auto subject, how come it couldn't detect the subject at all? It like just took the entirety of this, like the whole picture is the subject. It couldn't differentiate the actual animal here. All right, here we go. Hopefully this is easy. The individual wings. Zoom in a little bit more. All right, so here's what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking it's almost 8:30 p.m. my time. I have my fried rice and I can smell it, and it smells oh so good. And it's the fried rice from that one restaurant I've been trying to order from for God knows how long. And each time I wanted to order, it was like after 10 p.m. So I've been missing the window. Today we finally ordered it in time. So what I'm thinking right now is when it hits roughly 8:30, I might take that opportunity to eat my food. But also, I mentioned I wanted to upload a video onto YouTube. So I have most of the video ready to go. I just need to do a once over, and then I just gotta hit the publish button. So I'll probably try to take care of both of those things in like 5 minutes time. So yeah, we'll probably end up taking like a quick 5-minute break so I can chow down. I eat very fast, so it's just gotta activate vacuum mode, suck up all the food, and then I'll be back in like 5 minutes after that. So let's say once I'm able to finish this bird edit, we can take a quick 5-minute break after that. Come on. Almost there. So right now I'm still mostly relying on the auto mask feature. It's doing a good job, but this dark area, it's struggling a little bit. So the shortcut for this is just the letter A. So every once in a while I'm switching back and forth between hitting A and not. So auto versus manual. So when you turn off the auto mask, then it's like wherever your brush touches, it's gonna do whatever effect you got. With the auto, sometimes it can recognize borders or like the boundaries of lines and subjects. So then it's like doing its best not to go beyond the border. But it's not perfect, so yeah. And then if you hit the option, if you hold the option or the alt button, you can do the opposite. So instead of brushing away, you can brush back in. So if you do go over the border, you just hit that button and then undo what you did. Yeah, Lightroom is like super easy. I think I'm always impressed by people who know how to use Photoshop, because to me it's like that's always been a struggle to understand that. The UI, the techniques behind it. Alright, almost there. Just a little bit more. Alright, is that it? Just in case, let me just do a once over brush. All right, we got it. Okay, so what does that mean? So we got this. It means I need to now duplicate and invert it. Actually, first let me remove the crazy edits I did there. Duplicate and invert. So now it's just doing the opposite, and this one will rename to subject focused new. We'll call this one background softened new. Okay, and then we can delete this one. Oh, I have it backwards. This is, okay, whoops. So this one is the subject focused new. I'll just put an N. And this is the background. Background softened new. Cool. All right, so it took a lot of time, but this way, when we do our edits, it's going to be a little bit cleaner now. So here we were able to apply the soften effect. So we got the soften on the background, but it doesn't impact the sharpness of our subject here. So then I can increase the texture and the clarity a little bit, and it won't change the background. We can even go so crazy as to like change the color temperature, do something wild, and we see it doesn't actually hit the subject, just barely. Now let's see how crazy we want to go with it though. Usually I don't like to change color temperature on just like the background versus subject, because then it'll look a little bit off, right? Another technique I'll use then instead is I just do a linear gradient, and then I just choose a corner from the top to the bottom. And then here, if I change the color, it will change the color on the subject as well. And it just does it on a soften effect as we go away from the edge. So that way it feels more natural, whatever color it is, because it's impacting the subject as well, just not as harshly. Not saying that this is the color I want to use, just having fun with it, seeing. Okay. I'm going to remove the highlights a bit. I just want to see if that looks better. Okay, we're going to increase the clarity a little bit more, because I think the wing here has to look a bit more textured. Okay, I think that's fine. Now, one thing I might try just for fun. Let's see if we just reduce the saturation on everything, except for kind of the reddish tones. But the thing is, you don't really get to see the red crown there, so Yeah, it's probably good. Mm-hmm. All right, I think we're happy with this. We can always come back to this later, but I think I have to keep reminding myself that good enough is what we're aiming for. And then we can always improve, but that's fine. We can always come back. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I just want to be right back for like, let's call it 5 minutes or so, 5 to 10 minutes. Just enough time for me to chow down on my food. And then we're also going to spend a couple minutes to just upload my video onto YouTube. And then I'll send you guys a link after. But yeah. All right, so I'll be right back. Quick gear rundown. I was shooting with a Nikon Z9 paired with a massive 600mm f4.S lens and a Nikon Z8 with the Plana 135 f1.8 lens. We had our first glimpse of the ghost cat moving along a mountain ridge, and even from afar, it felt special. And that wraps up the first episode of our journey through Uganda. In our next adventure, we delve into the heart of the jungle on a quest to encounter Uganda's remarkable primates. If you've enjoyed this journey, please show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to check the video description for more ways to support my channel. Thank you again for watching, and I can't wait to share our next chapter. Until then, take care. That concludes episode 2 of our Uganda series. Coming up next, we trek through the impenetrable forest to come face to face with mountain gorillas. As before, here are some of my favorite photos which you can download for free. And if you've enjoyed this journey, please show your support by liking, subscribing, and turning on the notifications so you won't miss the next episode. Don't forget to check the video description for more ways to support my channel. And with that, thank you for watching, and I can't wait to share our next chapter. Until then, take care. If you've enjoyed this journey, please show your support by liking, subscribing, and turning on the notifications so you won't miss the next episode. Don't forget to check the video description for more ways to support my channel. Thank you for watching, and I can't wait to share our next chapter. Until then, take care. Okay, we are back. We are back. My goodness, that food was delicious. Ooh la la. I've been craving it for like a week. And I kept missing the moment where I could order it, and it was so worth it. It is salted fish and chicken fried rice. Not for everyone, I'm sure. But for me, ooh my goodness. I think the place is called Han's Restaurant. Okay. So I thought I would be able to do that in 5 minutes. It turned out I was wrong. I think I took about 15 minutes. Yeah, we took about 15 minutes. But in that time, not only did I finish my food, so excuse me as I did chow it down pretty quickly though. I had some hot Cheetos to go with the fried rice, so to me that was just like chef's kiss. I also published the video on YouTube, so let me see, did I do it correctly? Just testing real quick. Yes. So here's the link to my YouTube video. So basically it is the trailer section of the video. So I have a whole playlist for the cinematic trailers that we create on my YouTube channel. So this is the latest addition to it, but it's also a way for me to promote the longer video, right? The full video. So I'm trying different things as I learn to become a proper YouTuber, especially when it comes to like, okay, if I made this, you know, it's a video that took us what, 25 days to make, so over almost a month, right? So it's a lot of thought put into it, and I want to actually make sure that I promote it properly. And so I've been thinking more and more about what are the different strategies. Do I publish a bunch of YouTube shorts, and each one will then also promote the video? So then hopefully people who are more shorts viewers will find a way to get into the long form video. And then another option was like this trailer that I just released, where maybe if someone watches that trailer and hopefully it's exciting, then they'll be keen to watch the rest of the video. Another way is through Instagram, posting there and hopefully get people. Yeah, so anyways, you get the point. I've been trying a few things. We're all here to learn. So I'm going to take a moment, since I did take a break and here we are again, just to kind of not do the full introduction, but yeah, just to remind everyone, I am a YouTuber as of about a year ago. So we still have a lot to go when it comes to what does it mean to be a proper YouTuber. There's a whole thing that I haven't even started yet where I want to do like talking head videos where we create some like 5-minute, really polished videos where I talk about various camera topics or wildlife topics or whatever it is, travel. Excuse me. I think I chowed down the food too quickly actually. Okay. Those hot Cheetos, man. Okay, so what did I do? So I sent the link there. So if you'd like to check it out and support me, that would be very wonderful. Now, separately, I think I saw a notification pop through from a new person, a new member of our stream. This is Now. Yeah, pronounced Now, the Naoiko. So I want to check out her comment because I think she left a comment on my recent video. So, and apologies. I will be clearing my throat quite a bit here. Just going to my comment sections. There it is. So at the Naoki, oh my god, at the Naoiko posted on my YouTube channel, said this is so stunning, amazing work. Well, awesome. Thank you. Now the fox. I super appreciate it and hope you'll stick around for future streams and video projects and lots of fox photos to come. Reply. And let me reply one more. Keep up the positive attitude. Stay life is way more than just one moment, whether it's a moment of success or failure. It's about the full process and journey that takes us to becoming wiser. Don't let one moment or expectation or one exam define the rest of your life, matey. Okay. Cool. So I'm just writing a message to Manas. Manas Edits, who had hopped into the chat yesterday, mentioned a few things that was a bit more on the deep side of stuff around his struggles, where I think a lot of people are. Oh, hey, Photo Elite. Excuse me. Struggling over here. I just quickly chowed down on food. Yo, Bill, we need to do something about these spam bots. Yeah, you know what? I hit a button on my side where I can block the message from Restream, and I thought it would do it to all the streams, but it looks like it's staying on my Kick. Photo Elite, do you know how to resolve that? You said this 2 minutes ago, so I don't know if you're still here and everything. I was just replying to a message someone had put onto my YouTube channel. Excuse me. I really did chow down my food. On separate note, Photo Elite, I just want to say I'm so happy because I had my fried rice that I've been waiting to order from for over a week. And each time I wanted to order from this restaurant, it was closing hours. So I'm in a happy spot. But I did kind of overeat too quickly, and now my voice is a little bit throaty. Oh, and then I add a lot of spices to my food. I throw in all the spiciest shit onto my food. And then I was eating my fried rice with some hot Cheetos on the side. So I think my throat is a bit anyways, TMI. So Photo Elite, you said yes. First type /mod. Oh, okay, to get rid of that person. /mod Seri_bot. Oh, my phone just thought I said Siri. Ignore that. Seri. Okay. Yobel granted moderator privilege to Seribot. Okay. Type !join in Seribot's chat. What? Oh, do I have to... Sorry, I've already lost you there. Do I have to go to Seribot's... Is Seribot a human? Seribot _bot. Oh, yeah, Seribot is someone live right now. Welcome to Seribot. A little bot doing its best to fight hate raids on Twitch. The bot has multiple ways to detect hate raids and some other tools to help. Oh, I got hit with an ad. Touche, Seribot. Touche. You gotta make money as well. I got you. Alright, I got a minute and 20 seconds of ad to watch there. Let me read what you're saying though. Seri is a human. Seri_bot, not so much. Okay, so I'm on Seri_bot's live stream right now. And you're saying I have to type in !join? Okay, I just did that. And it said, to use this command, please authorize Seri_bot first. Click the link and mod Seribot. Okay. Okay, so let me click on the link. Man, good thing I trust you so much, Photo Elite. Because if it was anyone else, it's like, hey, now type in your credit card information, followed by your social security number. Okay. Now what? So I've done that. I have to type join again? Gotcha, gotcha. Man, you are so helpful. Thank you, thank you. So I'm typing it in again. Welcome. I will join your channel soon. Visit the website for information, commands, and more. Okay. And then if I just go back to my channel, you're saying? Oh, is it just like, it just works on its own now? It'll... Oh, okay, I have to run 2 commands. Exclamation mark follow bot. Alright, hey Seribot. I will block known follow bots when they follow you. Yeah. And then I have to do exclamation mark spam check. I will filter out known spam from your chat. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, that's it? All set? Man, you are the man. You know what, Photo Elite? That deserves another 2 hundo PPs in my chat. 1 second. I'm gonna go to my cloud bot. Oh wait, Photo Elite, was I talking to you the other day? Were you the one who was mentioning that you don't like Streamlabs? Photo Elite. Confirm. I got you 200 PPs, man. Thank you. Me and many others, yeah. Me and many otters would be interesting as well. I do have some otter photos we'll check out in a bit. You, some otters, and others have all said, yeah. Well, yeah, so I did, listen, I can't fully go off of it just yet, but I do respect what you said. And for what it's worth, I did switch my tipping platform to Stream Elements. So we've gotten off of the Streamlabs tips. And then we'll slowly, as I become more confident at what I'm doing, we'll figure out other ways. I'll take your advice as well. Sorry, I'm making a lot of noise here because this freaking headphone cable, I always never know what to do and always bumps everything here. Fody said, yeah, once you build the system, it's hard to replace. Yeah, yeah. I don't mind replacing it for sure, but I'm the type, yeah, it'll take me a while. I want to make sure every step is properly done and all that fun stuff. Okay. We took like a 15-minute break, so I forget where we were with the music. Let's just start from here. How's everything going, Photo Elite? Let me drink some more. All right, where were we on our side? Well, we were editing some Mongolia photos. Oh, sorry, not Mongolia. Japan photos. We haven't actually touched our Mongolia video just yet. And you know what? I'm okay with that because I do kind of have a bit more urgency on the Japan side. And we were kind of on a good roll. So let's continue here. I might add a bit of a fade. Ooh, this kind of looks nice. Alright, I kind of like this for some reason. We're going to keep it, make some adjustments, but... Soft mist, that's what we added. Okay. Photo, you said just got back from dinner / lunch, so back to editing. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, listen, we are both in edit mode, so I need to blow my nose though. God, it's so annoying. 1 second. All right. So now that I stepped away from the computer and I came back to this, I kind of don't mind doing a little bit more craziness on the shot. So here we are just kind of taking a look, seeing if Too much crazy is too much crazy. Even a little crazy is maybe too much, you know? Yeah, you know what? We're gonna go with crazy. Just a little bit. However, let me think. Do we want it on this side? Oh wait, what if we do it on the bottom side? Nah, no, not good. Okay, I think we're okay with this. All right, moving on then. Both of these are interesting shots. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, Kristen O, good afternoon. It is evening my time, 9 p.m. Darker contrast in the background would pop that out more. Okay, let me get back to that real quick. One second, let me just, How are you doing, Kristen? Oh, Kristen O, good to hear from you. Yeah, it's a good evening. I just took a 15-minute break to eat my fried rice. I had some salted, what was it? Salted fish and chicken fried rice. It's delicious. It's from this one restaurant. I've been trying to get it delivered for the past week, and each time when I got hungry, I forgot. It was past 10 p.m., so the restaurant was closed. But this time we ordered in time. So you say some darker contrast. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Let me grab the background. Oh, we gotta turn this one off. Alright, what we're gonna do here is gonna duplicate and invert the mask. And then we're going to drop the texture all the way to give a softer look. Maybe like roughly -20. Let's see what the full amount looks like. I don't actually mind. Yeah, actually we're gonna go full. -100 on clarity and texture there. And in order to add some contrast, sometimes I just will increase the dehaze and see if I prefer that. If I don't, you can try dropping the shadows maybe. Not too much. Yeah, we'll drop the highlights a little bit. We'll drop the whites, not too much, maybe just a little bit here. Yeah, okay. So excuse me, Kristen, because I ate a lot of spicy food, and so now I have to clear. I've noticed when I eat a lot of spicy food, and then my throat gets like all. I have to clear my throat a lot, so I went crazy. I added some of the when I went to Colombia, there's this one restaurant or this one hotel we stayed at, and they had their own kind of homemade chili spice. And so I bought a bunch of those, brought it back with me. I slapped that on everything. Then I put on some of the liquid form of the chili spice. So I had the grounded up ones and the liquid form. And I had hot Cheetos with my fried rice. So I went a little overboard today, but special occasion. Okay, I think this is good. I like this. Thank you for the suggestion. We've improved it now by going back to it, so thank you. Oh, she's here. Hey, what's up, KG? Yo, what is that emote? The KG photography, just peachy. Nice, nice. Hey, so KG, on that one, I like how it looks, but also keep in mind you can make it transparent, right? So in Canva, if you're using Canva, then you can also try a version where just make sure when you export to click on that button that says transparent background as a PNG. But I like it as is, but just in case, because you were asking me about the transparency thing. But yes, welcome back. She is here, KG. Kristen, my mouth is on fire just listening to your description. Yeah, I can handle spices decently. I'm trying to think what ethnic food is the most spicy. Right now, I have to say it's either between Indian food or Thai food. Between those two, they're like some of the spiciest food I ever had. Korean food, we use a lot of spice, but it's not like spicy. It's just a lot of like, yeah, just a little kick. That's it. KG said, my just peachy emote, but sadly will be replaced with my cartoon version. Nice, nice. Okay. Either way, that's cool. You know what you could do, KG, is you can do like you can do one version as your standard free version, and then do the, let's say your updated version as like the tier 1. So then hopefully you can convince people to move on over. One more reason. Yes, I did this before our chat today. Nice, nice. So you fix it. Cool, cool. Well, listen, welcome back. You've come back at a good time. Ooh, yo, Low Base Guy has raided you with an awesome party. Well, thank you so much, Low Base. Of all the people you could help today, you've chosen me, and I thank you for that. Low Base Guy is known as like the guardian angel of the photo community out here, I feel, or all the creatives. Hey, thank you very much, Violet, for the follow. I'm assuming now you are coming from Low Base Guy, so I do appreciate that. Sometimes I'm hearing a lot of the noises, but I don't believe it's from everyone following me right now. I think I have some kind of duplicate system in place, so it'll duplicate the noise. Oh wait, but some of these are, yes, real. Hey, Varish, thank you very much for the follow. My goodness, yeah, Low Base, you are the best, honestly. That's why you're one of the VIPs on my channel. Quick question here. So, Kristen, you said, I'm not familiar with... Oh, wait, I missed a few things, but let me answer. Kristen, I'm not familiar with Canva. I know Photoshop. Canva is like... It is the... it's for the masses. Canva is the mainstream Photoshop. It's a corporate-y... Actually, no. Photoshop is corporate. It's Adobe. What the hell? Canva is just a little bit more intuitive. It's like CapCut, but for designers, like wannabe designers. I'm one of those, right? I didn't study UX, UI stuff, but we have used Canva for everything from all of the emotes that we have in the chat to making my thumbnails for all of my videos. We use it every day. So, and okay, so let me quickly catch up. Low Base. Well, thank you so much, man. You are absolutely the best. I was saying about Low Base earlier, I feel like he's always doing things to help people out. I know you sent me the information of, I forget the guy's name, I do apologize, but you were showing me the charity stream that he was running. So, a good man all around. So then here, you made this yesterday. Oh, KG, nice, nice. Okay, you'll make it transparent. Varish the DJ. Oh, Varys the DJ. Creative supporting creatives. Hells yeah. Low Base Guy from the web creative community is sending the hype. Yes, man. Oh, wait. Low Base, does that mean you've you found a solution to the bot thing you were talking about, or like doing the rating function? We're excited to see your wildlife travel edits unfold. Well, thank you very much. Man, you got some epic emotes there. Violet Bands. Thank you. Yes, yes. Both of you guys are coming from the low base community. So I'm very happy to welcome you guys into my community as well. So this is very, very fun. Oh yeah, and we've actually crossed the 10. We've got 11 people on Twitch now. Wow, this is epic. Well, thank you guys. I can guarantee you we're gonna have some fun, okay? We've been pretty busy today. We're mixing up a few things here. We're doing some edits from my trip to Japan from earlier this year. We're also listening to soundtracks because I'm trying to create a cinematic trailer from Japan, because I am trying to put together a trip, like a group tour for early next year. So it's a bit more of urgency that I edit a lot of these photos so I can create a web page on my website to start promoting a trip out there. Separately, we have Mongolia episode 2. So we finished episode 1 a few days ago, and so now we're trying to go through all the clips that we have to try to put together a story. So these are the 3 things we've been trying to do today, and we're going to keep doing this for the rest of the week, probably. At least for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Let me catch up on the chats real quick. Is Canva more for videos? No, Kristen, it's actually more for like, yeah, it's like photos and videos. It's everything. It's everything, honestly. It's amazing. You'll see me work on it in a bit. Low base, I'm more like a cockroach. You see me in every dark corner. All right, well, I get the reference of the raid and the cockroach. Touche. You are always one step ahead. KG said, I need to get a raid overlay too. Nice, nice. Yes, yes, yes. Oh yeah, that would be a good idea. That's a really good idea. I should figure that out. Yeah, things to do on my to-do list for off-stream. Violet, you asked, you do video editing as well? Yes, and actually, since you guys are all popping in here, this is probably a good time for me to kind of allow me to reintroduce myself kind of a moment. So let me just quickly read up on the chat, and what I'll do is I will direct you guys. I'll play it as well, but I just released my trailer on YouTube. I wonder if I have the URL still. Yeah, here we go. I got 2 things I want to share with you guys, and I'll actually pop it up on the screen as well. You got an ad? No worries. You can click on this YouTube link. So one, I just released the trailer version of my Mongolia travel vlog series episode 1. So it's just a standalone, just the trailer, which is roughly like 40-something seconds. And so I do create a playlist on YouTube where all the trailer versions of my videos, I just put it all there. So if you would like to check out that video, that'll give you a good sense of what we worked on together. And then if you would like to watch the entirety of episode 1, which is essentially a short film, and it is a YouTube video that we put together starting day 1 of our stream. I'm just putting in the chat now, ! Into the blizzard. Now this should take you to a link of my YouTube video. So at your leisure, if you'd like to check it out, this is something that we created all entirely during our live streams. So on day 1 of my live stream, we are on day 29. So from day 1 until day 25, essentially all of that, we spent time editing this video that I just sent the link to. We edited photos, we had some travel talk and everything in between. So Violet said, Kate back from ads, and I loved your YouTube video. Hells yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, that's what the link was. Let me quickly see if I think I missed a few chats here. And I'll just put some music back on as we look for the chats. Unfortunately, I must raid and run. See you later. Thank you again, Low Base Guy. You are absolutely the best. It's the people's option for people options for editing. Gotcha. And I have a thing against Canva, but let's not talk about that. Okay. Oh man, are you about to tell me there's some unethical thing they do? Photo Elite was giving me the scoop about Streamlabs, which I do use, but I didn't know. Think of me as like a naive individual across most subjects. Streaming definitely is one of them. We started streaming 29 days ago, and we are actually multi-streaming. So we're streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Now, if you are new to my channel, it is a mix of myself. Oh, wow. I turned on the full screen because I thought my cat would be here, but we got 2 cats, okay? So we have 2 cats that are kind of a bonus of the stream. I know most people will say the cats are the main and I'm the bonus, but you know what? It's my world for now. They didn't show up. So imagine over here, we even have a cat camera. So imagine over here will be one of my cats usually that hangs out. And then the other cat just kind of wanders in and out. She likes to jump on my lap and chill there. So that is kind of what we've got as a setup here. Violet, you said, no, Poultry. Hey, what's up, Poultry? Good to see you. Poultry, what's up? Long time. I say long time, but I think you were here yesterday. I feel like I would get along with you. Violet, yes, Violet. Oh yeah, let me make sure to follow you guys, since over here I can click on your names easily enough. So I'm gonna follow you guys on Twitch. Oh, this is also another moment where I will say, if you'd like to join our Discord community, here you go. We're trying to collect creative people so that we can share each other's photos, videos, support each other. We can even do live streams where we kind of go through and do some content feedback based on whatever you want us to review. So all of that will be part of that Discord, so feel free to join. And in the meantime, I'm just making sure to follow you guys who have followed me. It's the least I can do. All right, done. Low Base had said, I've ended up fixing other bugs, but you looked out that the bot gave us a good rate call this time. Nice. I never had fun a single day in my life. Well, that is a shame. I don't know what to say. Are you in Premiere Pro, Violet? You're asking me. Your screen is very pixelated. Oh, my bad. So I am using DaVinci Resolve right now. And I've tried Premiere Pro a long time ago when I didn't know anything about video. And I remember at the time thinking it reminded me of Photoshop. And Photoshop is like a completely different language. It's not intuitive to me at all. But yeah, so I've avoided them for a while. DaVinci I picked up out of necessity because of the camera that I use. The format, it can only be read with DaVinci. But the quality, I love it. Violet says, I love cats. I have 2. Hells yeah, we got 2 cats as well. We even got special emotes of my cats. Shout out to KG because she helped me create some of them. The ideas that inspired them. But you can definitely see some of my cat emotes. They are available for everyone. Kristen, no, I followed you on Instagram. I have some of my photography there. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to make sure to follow you back. And yes, I would love to see the photos you take. And it was for a little while. Gotcha. Okay, well, hopefully you guys can see this a bit better. Here's what I'm going to do. Just to give you guys a little taste of who I am, what I work on. First thing I'll do is let me pop open this opener so you guys have a 10-second introduction to who I am. Okay, so hopefully that played without any issues, but that's what I do. I do mostly travel, wildlife, cultural kind of adventures. And I do my best to capture everything. The kind of my saying that I'm trying to make a saying is that I am aiming to share the best of the world with the rest of the world through my lens. And yeah, so my YouTube channel I started about a year ago, and I have left corporate as of, a year and a half or so. And I'm spending all of my time, full time, just kind of building this up, whatever this is. So for the past year and a half, I spent majority of it traveling nonstop, anywhere from 2 weeks to the entire month, every month. So I have about 12 different trips that I have in my backlog that I need to edit, both the photos and videos. It's about 100 terabytes plus worth of content. And so you're going to see me chip away at that every single day. And that's why the only difference is I've turned on the live stream. I figured I might as well learn how to be a live streamer while I'm editing behind the computer every day. So it's been a fun journey. We're on day 29. We're almost at the end of the first month of me testing out being a streamer. And we're definitely going to keep it going. So yeah, I appreciate everyone's support. Violet, you said, I use Adobe, Photoshop, Premiere Pro, After Effects, InDesign, and sometimes Illustrator. Damn. Okay, so you're like a legit UX, UI designer, illustrator, everything. I went to college. I have a habit of not reading the full thing as I'm responding to it. So there's a chance you'll actually answer the thing I might ask a question about or say. I went to college for graphic design, but I also do video editing and photography. Hells yeah. Well, if you got an Instagram or something, please feel free to share it as well. If you don't mind sharing it in the Discord, because I won't remember to click on the Instagram thing now and then hit the follow and all that fun stuff. Kristen, you said, I just love the wordplay you did with your name. Whose? Oh, mine? Wait, who? Oh, you're talking about Yobel Prize, yeah? Yeah, oh, if that's what you're talking about, thank you. Yeah, growing up, because I grew up in the States. I live in Dubai now, but growing up in the States, being who I am, I grew up in the Southwest where there's not many Asian people. So I remember growing up thinking like, man, I don't like my name because no one can pronounce it. It looks very foreign. And I did my best to try to act more American than I actually am, kind of a thing, like like trying too hard, let's say. But then at some point, as every kid does, once you hit like university for sure, when all of a sudden you go from saying like, if you stand out, you get bullied and you don't want to stand out, right? Like in high school, up until high school. Then when you hit university, it's all about, you don't want to be like everyone else. You got to be unique. You got to be an individual. So at that point, having a name like Yobel was actually pretty epic. And then I used to have to introduce myself to people all the time. I would always have to say like, hey, my name's Yobel. Then what? What'd you say? It's like Nobel Prize, but the Y. It's like, oh, okay. So anyways, that eventually stuck, and there we go. That's my username now. Long story. Kristen, oh no, Violet, wow, that is a lot. Are you a photographer full time? Yes, yes. Well, it's weird to say that, but I've actually shifted more towards videography in the past couple years. So yeah, YouTube is now where I put most of my focus, and then live streaming has become a nice way for me to, like keep doing what I'm doing. And then now I'm getting more and more comfortable in front of the camera. And for YouTube videos, obviously, I need to do a lot of stuff in front of the camera as well. But yeah, so then okays and yes. So on that note, what we're doing now is I mentioned, and I sent the link for Mongolia Into the Blizzard. That is our part 1 of probably a 2-part series on YouTube. Violet, have you tried using drones? I have. I'm not the best at it. So for instance, even this Mongolia trip, we do have a bit of drone shots, but it's not that great. Admittedly, I just bought that drone and I was like, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't set it up properly. I have another trip that we'll get to eventually. It's like a 1-month trip I spent in Vietnam. And I spent the first week with this amazing photographer, Khan Photography, Khanh Photography. And she's like an award-winning photographer, and she does really good drone photography. So we spent the first week with her, a friend of mine, and basically she just like taught us the ropes, doing all the drone stuff. I still focus more on like taking behind-the-scenes videos and photos, but yeah. So hopefully my drone game is a little bit more improved. So what I was saying, though, is I'm going to focus more of my time here editing these Hokkaido trip photos. So I spent about 2 weeks in Japan earlier this year, and I took 3 photographers with me. So it was kind of a photography group tour that I had organized. And so I'm trying to organize another trip for next year. And we're already close to the end of the year, so I do need to I need enough time that I can promote the trip properly and get people to join. I got to advertise the website and everything that goes with it. So that's why we're kind of taking a pause in between editing Mongolia episode 2 and mixing in editing shots from Japan, both photos and videos. So there's going to be a lot of foxes, I can tell you now. I think fox photography is one of my favorite things. So if I can just like shoot foxes all the time, I would love to. So we're going to get to this soon. But just a quick teaser here. We got a lot of photos of foxes. Violet, you said, I've seen a lot of drone photography and they are amazing. Yeah. The only issue that I run into with drone photography is that it's like case by case and country by country. And it's just such a frustrating process to try to bring in a drone into various countries. And I've had issues where they've tried to confiscate it. And it's just like such a nightmare because there's no like standard as of yet. And everyone's got different opinions on it. And yeah, so it just becomes more of a hassle and it takes up a lot of real estate in my backpacks. So I usually end up just saying, F it, I'll just bring an extra lens instead of the drone. Violet, you said, oh, you know what? I just realized I'm not sharing my screen. Womp womp. So yeah, I was just showing you guys, like, I'll be working on a lot of photos from Japan. And there's going to be a lot of foxes involved. So enjoy, hopefully, for you guys. Kristen, you said, I grew up in Massachusetts, so I was fortunate to grow up with a lot of different cultures. Oh, gotcha. Being in Iowa now, I see the bubble a lot of Americans live in. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, everywhere's a bubble in some ways, right? Dubai is definitely a bubble where I live now. But Dubai is crazy diverse. That's one thing I've noticed. Like, I've never lived anywhere that had so many people from so many different countries all in such a tiny population. People say that about New York City. I think Dubai is actually more like that. Violet, your stream is so professional. I can definitely see myself coming back just to hang out. Hells yeah. Well, we're going to keep making it professional, all right? I was talking to KG in the chat, KG Photography, who you should also follow if you're not already, because she's another creative. And she just started her stream, what did she say, like 6 days ago? But yeah, we were just talking about I need to create those cool little animations across everything, where if someone does a cool dono and stuff. I did get some overlays, but we have so many ways to make this even better. So I do appreciate you saying that, though. As of now, we got the full cam, and we did eventually set up a few things that you see there. And then we got our editing screen. One thing I do want to do is I want to create a few buttons on my stream deck and an overlay, so then when I'm in video mode, I would love it where I can create an overlay where it like clearly looks like we're in video mode. And then when I click the button and when we're editing photos, it'll jump over to photo mode. And then we'll have like the the pillow talk session where we just do the camera talk, you know, whatever, the casual moments. And then of course we got our cat cam, but I would love to spice this up as well. Right now it's just, I just got a Logitech webcam just sitting on my desk, but I want to figure out a way to kind of set it up properly. Right now it looks like a bird's nest because unfortunately one of my cats sheds way too much. And so even though he's not here, he's right there. So we'll find different ways to keep making the stream even better. But yeah, well, thank you for the vote of confidence there. Okay, so where were we? Yes, Kristen, I've been coming back. Yobel does great work here. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. You know what? Today was a little bit. I started off like within the first hour, I was yawning quite a bit, even though I think I got 8 hours of sleep. So it was a bit rough for me trying to wake myself up. But ironically, I just chowed down on my fried rice, and you would think I'm going to get like a food coma from it, but now I got energy. Actually, you know what? The energy is coming from the raid. So definitely low base guy doing that raid has boosted my energy level. So I got to thank him for that. So without further ado, let's be productive. So I'm going to jump back to our first day of Japan, and let's continue editing some of this. And by the way, I very much appreciate people giving feedback at any point. Even if you're more on the offensive type with your criticism, I genuinely just don't get too offended by much, or I don't take things too seriously, especially if there's good intention behind it. So by all means, if at any point you see something, whether it's whatever photo or video I'm editing, or the music stuff, or even just like my outfit choices or anything, let me know. I will not hold it against you. Violet, you said, nope, we are chatters. We are supposed to distract you. Yeah. You know, I did a whole assessment in my own head of like, okay, because when I decided I wanted to try live streaming, it was one of those thoughts where it's like, okay, I'm going to put a 2-week timer on this. I'm going to stream every day for 2 weeks, see if I have the energy and the endurance for it, see if we have the entertainment factor. Like, do we feel like we can do stuff that people care about? Do I have the technical capacity to stream? Like, for all I know, maybe the internet connection just isn't good enough here, or maybe Dubai doesn't allow streaming for or some kind of reason. I don't know, right? Everything was a question mark. So we spent the first 2 weeks trying to figure that out. And one of the things also I said is this actually productive? Do I actually feel like I'm getting my work done? Because that is the main thing. This is not a hobby anymore for me. Like, my time is precious because yeah, I'm not getting a monthly salary from my corporate job anymore. So I have to be very mindful of what I do in my time. So I needed to figure out, am I actually being productive on these streams? And I will say, thankfully, in the first 2 weeks of streaming, I felt very productive. I'm on a routine now. I have a good schedule. I'm getting good sleep and waking up and like taking care of things off stream, and then on stream, we've been working through all these projects. We launched the video. The video has actually, I would say the quality of that video I launched recently, the Into the Blizzard, it's probably like at least 3 times the quality of what it would have been if I didn't do this during live streams, because all the suggestions, all the recommendations, people helping me with my audio, making creative choices with me, it actually did improve the quality significantly. So even from that productivity angle, this has been excellent. And then in terms of being distracted by chat, I mean, I love it because then it keeps me entertained doing all this. And, you know, that's part of the reason why I'm able to do this for like 8 to 10 hours every day. I have no issues there. Violet, you said, I highly don't suggest rendering on stream. Yeah, well, you know what? Listen, I did spend a lot of crazy money to improve I have a Mac Studio. And part of the reason I got the Mac Studio was also because I thought I wanted to test out live streaming. So I wanted to make sure I have something powerful enough. So far, even with the video, this one being like 16.5 minutes long, it took me, I think when we rendered it at 4K, crazy high bit rate and everything else for YouTube, I think it rendered within like 5 minutes. So far we're in a good spot so far. Actually, before we get into the Japan stuff, maybe I'll also kind of talk through. So Mongolia, what did we see in episode 1? Let's jump over to it real quick. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but just as a reminder to catch people up on what we've been doing. Let's pause the music. Okay, so this is episode 1.
There are moments you never forget.
So this is the whole trailer. So a lot of this episode 1, I themed it. The title is Into the Blizzard. So a lot of the focus here was when I first arrived in Mongolia, but then also showing how essentially I arrived at like a very historic winter season. It was one of the worst that they had in over a decade. And ultimately it did lead to, they said roughly maybe like around 12 and a half, no, sorry. Anywhere from 5 to 8 million livestock died during the season because of just the crazy storms and the conditions. So when I was there, it was like negative 40 degrees oftentimes. Even my camera lenses started freezing over. I felt like I basically died there just from the cold. But epic trip. But the whole theme of this first episode is showing what it was like being in the heart of that blizzard. So we have a bunch of moments after we meet Arduk. So this is Arduk. And he's like a nomadic eagle hunter, so I kind of got to see his lifestyle, and you know, as we kind of go on adventures with him. So we do a lot of fun stuff, and we do spend a lot of time trying to make every aspect of this look good. I'm very much a I don't know if OCD is the right word, but I am very, very, very detail oriented to a fault. But I do like to spend time trying to get the right music choices, get the right timings on the music, get the right moods, trying to figure out the right sequence of shots to make sure it makes sense, all of it. So in the first 25 days of streaming, so Violet, you're saying I would love to hear stories of your adventures too. Exactly. So as I'm streaming this, as people have questions, or even if no one's asking, I'll still share. I will share kind of the behind the scenes. So I'll talk about, hey, here's what was happening here. Here's how I felt. So I will definitely share as much as I can about these travels, because oftentimes, so one thing I was mentioning the other day, I have over 9 hours worth of footages from this trip. But now imagine, most likely there's only going to be 2 episodes. Episode 1 was just under 17 minutes. And the episode 2, I'll try to keep it to like 15 minutes. So think about that. It's like less than 40 minutes out of 9 hours worth of footages that I captured actually see the light of day, at least in terms of these travel vlog videos. So and it's not to say the remaining hours of footage that don't make it is bad. It's just I have to make sure to be succinct and like cut things out to, yeah. So then if you're tuning into my live stream, you do actually get the benefit of seeing everything. So you'll see all the stuff that don't, gets, what do you call, like cut from the chopping board? Is that what people say? You get what I'm saying. So you will see everything, and I'll be sharing everything as we go. Violet, you said, do you also use Lightroom? Absolutely, yeah. So Lightroom is my main go-to. So when it comes to photo editing, and you will see photos at the very end of our this video. So let me just jump over to it. So ignore the bad fonts and everything, but yeah, we'll have a little bit of a
subscribe and stay tuned for the next episode, because trust me.
So all these photos you will actually see on stream as we edit them, and then we put them in. And then also I did a nice little shout out, hopefully, to those of you who have been a part of this live stream journey, because this is a first for me that we did an entire video on live streams. And so I wanted to give a quick shout out to people who had been supporting me throughout the past 25 days of the makings of this video. Especially those of you who also donated, or everything in between. So we did a nice little shout out. We're going to try to do that again for episode 2. So even you guys being here now, just keep that in mind. I do want to find ways to show my appreciation, because you guys are all OG, okay? You guys are the OG founders. But yeah, so anyways, this was episode 1. Oh, you said I see Maple. Yeah, Maple was one of the first ones who kind of introduced me to the photo community. So yeah, he's definitely a veteran, and he helped me out quite a bit. Ignore the font on this one. This is just a good friend of mine, but he's a tier 2 subber, and he requested Comic Sans. He wanted this the way it is, so not my fault. But then yeah, we got a bunch of people out here separately. So yeah, so here we just go on a bunch of adventures. Let me see if I can play a part for you guys. Which part should we play? Okay, we'll play this part. Poultry says, I don't exist. I am on the run. Okay. I wish I knew the reference there, but good luck to you. I don't know who you're running from, but hopefully you're running towards my stream, and I'll be here every day. Chopping block. Thank you, Kristen. That's the term. Whatever makes it onto the chopping block, something like that. You see Maple. The whole thing. Do they use the eagles to assist them in hunting? Yes, yeah. So there's like a long traditional history behind the eagle hunters as a concept, but yeah, it is definitely functional, not decorative. They don't just have an eagle here because they want to. I'm trying to think what other decorative. It's not like a pirate with the parrot, right? So yeah, basically they capture a female eagle when it's like very young from the nest, and it was definitely for function. So what they would do is they would train the eagles to hunt foxes, any other kind of like animals, rabbits, things like that. And so then the eagles are trained to basically, once they see the animal, they go in, and then when they grab even the fox, they can literally kill it just on impact, just because of the strength of their talons and the speed that they go. And so yeah, they definitely use it for hunting. Let me see here real quick. Poultry, if they used enough eagles, could they make them fly on horseback? You know, I've seen some crazy videos of like eagles lifting up like an adult goat, I think it was. And they, like some eagles, they will literally be able to grab like a big ass sheep or a goat, lift them up in the air, bring them up high, and then drop them to essentially kill them from the impact, and then they feast. Eagles are crazy, and these things are massive. You can see here, the females are actually larger than the males. The same is true for falcons. I learned that while in Dubai, but yeah, so the females are actually much larger than their male counterparts. Kristen, what a cool shot you got of them riding towards you with eagles. Yes, I was super happy with that. Actually, the shot right before this one is actually one of my favorite from this video, just because we lined it up with the music really nicely. So just to give you a little bit of an inside scoop of how I think about these things. So there's a few moments where when the eagle turned its head one way to the other, we were able to get it synchronized with the music. And so most people won't pay attention to that, but for me, it's like those moments that I look for. It's like an 8 out of 10 moments for me. So you'll see here, hold on. So right here, looks to the right with the music, and then with the next beat, it'll look to the left here. So anyways, those kind of moments are really fun. So that's what you'll see when we're making these videos. You'll see also how much we struggle, because on the live streams, you'll notice like most of the time we're struggling. We were struggling to find the right music. We didn't know which video to put where, which part of the videos to use, what do we need to slow down. All of it's like, you know, it's all a mystery to me, and we're learning as we go, essentially. Kristen, I love the shots you got when they were smoking. Yes, thanks for saying that. Let's hop over to there. It is also one of my favorite moments. So let's see here. We had the crazy snowstorm. Okay, let's go ahead and play this then. And just a little behind the scenes. So for instance, yeah, we'll play from here. And let me read what you said here. Did you, Violet, do you find sponsors that give you the opportunity to travel the world, or how does that work? I am too small fry right now to like really have real sponsors. I have had times, some of my trips where someone funded a lot of it. So for instance, my time in Zimbabwe, actually, one was just someone who really liked my work, and they were happy to let me stay as long as I wanted on their ranch. And then, you know, as gratitude, I made sure to take a lot of photos and videos to give it to them. But yeah, they let me stay at their ranch, and we took a lot of horse photography shots in sunrise, sunset. But then even some lodges, like African safari lodges, where they'll let me stay for free, but then I have to provide them with photos, videos, assets, and stuff like that. So that I have done a number of those, and I could start to try to target that a bit more. But I'm also trying to rely on building out my YouTube channel even more. And then now that we have more of a portfolio, I do feel a bit more confident that I should be able to do some outreach. And it would be great. That is the goal. My long-term goal is to have a travel crew, like a film crew, and where we can pitch ideas of like documentaries or stories we want to capture, and then hopefully reach out to like tourism boards and stuff like that. But in order to do that, we first need to be able to prove our worth and also grow our channel. So yeah, it's two parts. Were you able to, Kristen asked, were you able to get any shots of the eagle getting their prey? No. It was so cold on this trip. We went one time for an eagle hunt. I didn't actually film it because then they saw a jackrabbit come out of nowhere. And then, yeah, the eagle wasn't able to grab it at the time. It was just too quick. And then after that, it was just way too cold, so we never ended up actually being able to do a proper hunt. Have you ever published for National Geographic? No, but if you know someone on Nat Geo's board, let me know. Shoot them a quick message. Let them know you have the perfect person to be a representative for them. You know, just let them know. And tell them it's Yobel Prize. It's like Nobel, but with the Y. And they will never forget it that way. All right, I'm going to play this now so you guys can kind of see. Thank you, Kristen, for mentioning one of your shots that you like. I also agree. I love the moment where you see the Arctic just puffing away on his cigarette.
Russian band, you go hunters down there, and our photographer, Yabel. Hi, how are you? Cold, yeah.
If you couldn't tell, I was freezing my ass off. At this point, temperatures averaged around minus 40 degrees, and before we knew it, we were caught in blinding snowfall. Eventually, it forced us off the mountain, but not before one last epic ride in the snow. Enjoy.
Hello, behind the set. And hey, by the way, thank you for subscribing on multiple platforms. I appreciate that. I switched over because of the commercials. Absolutely. I completely understand. But thank you. And then one thing you'll notice, this is the chapter that brings it back from the beginning. So this is the full circle moment where we are using the exact same soundtrack as well. So even that, we kind of went back and forth trying to figure out what is the right soundtrack for this chapter. We decided to go full circle, same soundtrack from the beginning, because this is the climax. This is the teaser that we showed in the trailer for this episode. So yeah, that worked out nicely. Not to keep pausing here, but like you said, I do like to share all of the behind the scenes, just every part of the process. So one thing, just to catch you up on this one, we decided on a direction where I wanted each of the epic moments, let's say like every scene where there's like a soundtrack tied to it and there's no voiceover, it's like meant to just be its own cinematic capture. I wanted each of those kind of moments to feel different from the others. So what I decided is that for each of them, we would try a different type of color style, so like different LUTs. So I use LUTs from Lens Distortions, and then I usually do my own color grading. But then for the final touch, like for instance, this whole scene, we decided to go with this monochrome style. So it kind of, lowered a bit of the colors elsewhere, but it was a very, very dark monochrome style. And so you'll see that for each of the chapters at key cinematic moments, we would try different, having a different color identity, let's say. Here's the cigarette moment. Puffing away. Yeah, so that was like one of the... Unfortunately, same thing I mentioned before, but it's like only a few seconds of this moment makes the cut. But if you were to see the full, like, extended slow motion of this, it's so cool. It's like very badass to see him, because he's from, let's say he's over yonder, and then they ride towards us. So you can see from here, he's lighting a cigarette way far away from us. I just have a nice tele lens. And then they ride down this mountain, come towards us. And the whole time I'm filming it. So in that slow motion, there are moments like that where it just looks super cool. So as he comes down the mountain, you can see him with the cigarette. And then here he is, just puffing away. He's such a badass, but yeah. So then you said here, Violet, before the pandemic, I used to film behind the scenes of an event or a production for a local TV show. Nice. My hope is to bring it back, but also as a community. Hey, that's really cool. I would love to be on a set. I would just, that would be really cool to just see what it's like there. Like we said, we're taking baby steps. For me, it's like if I had to say what is my passion, it is definitely around the art of storytelling. I would love to learn every element of being a storyteller. And so every medium, everything from the scripting to the music choices, the visuals, and all that. So yeah, and then this next chapter is actually this is actually my favorite chapter. But you know what? I can't just show you guys everything because obviously I want to force you guys to watch it on my YouTube channel because then the views there will only help it in the algorithms. But hopefully this was a good enough teaser to show you guys what we created together on the live streams, and we're gonna try to recreate this magic in episode 2. And so episode 2, which might be the final episode, so it might just be a 2-part series. Kristen, you said the close-ups of the animals, yeah, and those guys are definitely badass. Yeah, it's a different lifestyle out there. Episode 2, it's going to continue the theme about the kind of frigid weather conditions, but it's not going to be the main portion of it. I do think episode 2 will focus more on the cultural side a little bit, because we go out for some hunts. And I still need to figure out the ordering of things, but we go out for some hunts. But then as we try to go for a hunt, it gets way too cold. So we end up crashing one of their homes. And then the wife starts like cooking for us. They start drinking Mongolian vodka. They pull out some, crazy looking 2-stringed guitar thing or a lute. And then one of the ladies starts singing for us and playing it. And she's like really, really good. And yeah, it was just like a nice kind of casual moment of, hey, we were supposed to do something else. Change of plans. Let's just eat some, amazing Mongolian food, get drunk, and have a little festivities. So we'll have a bunch of that. And then we do have some epic shots still. I put a GoPro on the eagle. They had a little vest for it. So we have 1 or 2 shots from there. That should be nice. I do have some of these drone shots here. So again, Violet, to your question, they're not the best though, I don't think. Yeah. And also the landscape wasn't necessarily conducive to like really cool shots. Here was a little bit better. Some of the other drone shots I had, because you can see it's like barren ground, like brownish grounds and spotches of snow. This is after one of the snowstorms, so it's a little bit better, but it's still just not like necessarily the best conditions for cool shots. We do have some though, and it's just a matter of hopefully do I have some moments here that could be useful. Yeah, so it'll be a bit of like the adventures we still go on with the eagle hunters, but I think I want to focus this more on the cultural side. Episode 1 can be most of the epic moments, like with the eagles and stuff. Here we'll still have that, but then majority of the time I kind of wanted to taper down into like just enjoying the people of Mongolia, sharing some thoughts around that, and then ultimately we eventually head back home. So yeah, we're going to keep working on this for sure. I've set a timer of 2 to 3 weeks to hopefully get our next video done. It's probably going to lean more towards 3 weeks because we've changed up our plans, right? So initially I was saying 2 weeks to get our next video done. However, I am trying to prioritize Mongolia as well. So now that we're trying to do 2 to 3 things at once, let's just assume the next video will come out in week 3. But that's not a bad thing because that means if you are enjoying my live streams and you do decide to keep tuning in, that's 3 weeks worth of epic content where, you just don't even worry. Now you know what the goal is. And now you just kind of tune in at times. And whenever you tune in, you'll be like, oh, let's see if he made any progress. And hopefully we will see progress. And then by the end of week 3, when we release the video, I do hope all of you guys will feel that extra, I don't know what you call it, but I hope you guys feel that extra feeling of like, man, we did this, right? And obviously I'll give a shout out to you guys, and it's a collective effort. So I hope that comes across. That would be great. That is really amazing. Thank you. All right. So what are we doing here? I mentioned I'm just trying to listen to different music that can be used for our Japan cinematic trailer. I need the trailer to go with the photos so that when I publish the website, the web page for the Japan trip, someone will, let's say there's someone who wants to join me on the trip. They're like, you know what? I'm a wildlife photographer. I've always wanted to go to Japan. Let's just see what's online. And hopefully when they Google search Japan wildlife, boom, they'll see like the existing established tour companies are saying, hey, spend 11 days for $7,000 per person to go to Japan, Hokkaido. Okay, cool. Should I check that out? And then another option for another tour operator. And then hopefully, boom, Yobel Prize, whatever the catchy name is. But then they see a nice thumbnail. They click on my website, and then they'll be just bombarded with some of the most professional cinematic shots of the wildlife. The website's going to look super polished. The website's already available, by the way. So actually, let me take a moment here to punch in yobelprize.com if you would like to check it out. The tour page is still under works, though. We do need to add some of these tours. But essentially, they'll go in, they'll see all these really cool photos, they'll see some nice cinematic video. Like imagine they click on the video that's like 1 minute long, and boom, from that video, they'll be like, I need to join this trip. Let's go, let's go. And then on the website, they'll also see the itinerary. They'll see all the details. What does the price include? What does it not include? Here are the FAQs. What things to know? Here are testimonials from my previous clients who've traveled with me. Here's here's the price, obviously. And then here's the button to then reach out to me, and hopefully they'll join. It's all doable, but it's a lot of work. And so that's why I need to get through these photos, but we need to make sure we do a good job. So we're trying our best these to look as nice as possible. My Lightroom just crashed, but we'll reopen it. Violet, you said, if I had the money, I would love to travel. Absolutely. I completely understand. Traveling is not cheap. Especially wildlife traveling is like on another level. And so as an example, let's say the Uganda trip that I'm trying to advertise, I haven't put it up on the website just yet, but that trip is going to cost like around $6,900, I think. $6,500 to $6,900 for like 2 people sharing, let's say, for each person. Hey, SariBot is here. Did Sari do his thing? Did he take care of some spam or something? Well, thank you very much, SariBot. I need one for Kick as well, but this is good. But yes, Violet, unfortunately, a lot of things in life that's enjoyable costs money. It's the way the world works. But this is why I will say I do enjoy being a content creator, and that, like I said, my mantra is around sharing the best of the world with the rest of the world. So even if people can't physically travel to the places that I go to, because I do recognize it is a blessing, it's a privilege. I'm lucky to be born with a US passport, which opens up doors and allows travel in ways that many people can never experience. So even just by having that passport, I recognize, even speaking English as my native language, all of that I recognize are like things that allow me to do what I do. So if I have the ability to travel the world and if I enjoy it, then I want to be able to capture it in the best way possible. It used to be just with photos. Now it's photos and videos. And before it used to be just like short form videos on Instagram. Now we're hoping with YouTube, we can actually do justice to the places I've been in long form content. But yeah, that's all part of why I like what I do, because I really do appreciate when I hear comments from people who say, like, thank you, or, thank you for, whether it's like, let's say, for instance, I did one recently to India, and it was really cool to see people from India telling me like, thank you for showing us in a good light in these, like, the beautiful landscapes and places of India. But then also people who can't go there saying thank you because I was able to show a little window into parts of the world. So if I can inspire in that way, it does make me feel happy as well. Cool. All right. Behind the sets, I keep wanting to say BTS. BTS, I was in Italy last year and took photos of the architecture there. Ooh, nice, nice. Well, that must have been like, you don't run out of content there, right? If you're doing architecture there, they must have like everything. I'm assuming did you go to like see the Colosseum and stuff? I'm assuming. I don't know much about architecture, but. Okay, so what were we doing though? Oh yeah, let me minimize this a bit. Let's listen to the music choices and continue multitasking. Oh, this song. Oh yeah, this is one of the soundtracks we ended up using for episode 1 of Mongolia. This is actually part of my favorite chapter. Wait, is it? No. This is the first snowstorm. That is true. Yes. I hope you guys can still hear me on the Twitch side. On my side over on Restream, I'm seeing something that's saying sending data. All right, let me check my Twitch side. I wonder if it's gone down at all. Oh no, okay, it's fine. I get nervous at times as I'm multi-streaming, and then sometimes I see something pops up on Restream saying like something's disconnected. So hopefully you guys can still hear me and see me on the Twitch side. YouTube and Kick looks like it's still steady. BTS Violet, you said I close Twitch and switch over to YouTube. Well, listen, I do appreciate that, by the way, because I'm agnostic to all three platforms. I do enjoy all three. I've been enjoying streaming to all three, and yeah, Twitch has a lot. I do think Twitch has a lot more established community aspects. So like even every time I stream, I'll get analytics and stuff that tells me like, here's what you accomplished. Kick has been a little bit more like, you know, they kind of push you off into the pool and say, you know, best of luck. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's more like freedom is yours. The choice is yours to make it what you will. So that soundtrack right there was, let's see if we can pop it open. So that soundtrack was what we used here. The wind suddenly whipped up, and before we knew it, we were in the thick of a surprise blizzard. Yeah, it was a very, very crazy moment. I close Twitch. Hey, what's up, Primal? Welcome, welcome. And cool ass emotes, man. You got them all. I will have to reach out to you at some point. Give me some time. But yeah, your emotes are the best. BTS, I use Stream Elements to multi-stream since it's free. Yeah, so you know what? I kind of struggle with... So you say you multi-stream. I'm assuming you don't stream to Kick then? Because when I was trying to figure this all out, Stream Elements, the issue I ran into... Actually, no, it's not even a question about Kick. Sorry, I'm trying to move my microphone cable somewhere. So the problem I ran into with Stream Elements is that while I can stream to all three, if I created some custom widgets or overlays, it wouldn't pull from all three platforms. I would have to sign into one of those profiles, and then I can only use that. Like, for instance, if I want to create a browser scene on OBS, I can copy that URL over. But then, like, let's say if I have something where it relies on all three channels, or like Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, it would mean I'd have to like kind of recreate that overlay and put it all stacked on top of each other just so I can get effects from all three. It was like, it just doesn't pull from all three at once. It was this weird thing. So ultimately I went back to Streamlabs. Kristen, you said that was the perfect soundtrack. Yeah, I think so. Listen, that's what I'm saying. We're going to do our best to recreate the magic of episode 1. I do think episode 1 was a mix of like pure luck. We found some excellent soundtrack options that just happened to work out well with the scenes. We're going to try to do our best to kind of do the same thing on episode 2. Primal, he says, spam emote will be coming. Just need to resize it. Oh, nice. Oh, the spam. Gotcha. Spam emote. Yes. Oh, you know what? And I would love to use that. So you do tell me like what you charge for those things. I would love to use that spam one. Because then that way, if someone spams me, there we go. It's a perfect emote. Or when I'm hungry. So BTS, yes, I stream on Kick too, but as Violet_bands, not as BTS. Yeah, gotcha. Setup in OBS is difficult to explain without sharing. Yeah. So either way, I gave up on it, and like the setup is working now, so I'm trying not to touch it for now. But I've had a few people in the chat tell me not to use Streamlabs, not like in that kind of tone of voice, but as in like apparently they're a shitty company. I don't know if they've changed since whenever their reputation was damaged, but it sounds like they have a little bit of shady practices. Oh, this soundtrack could work. Okay, so this one is called Prolific in the Form and Function album. Prolific. So again, I'm looking for like softer music that still has a nice like upbeat vibe to it, still adventurous, but not too crazy or adrenaline rush, because I don't think that matches the the Japanese kind of like winter wildlife mood. All right, let's start editing. It's been a while. Ooh, this one looks nice, but I think I don't want the golden colors on this. So as part of my photo editing workflow, usually I will just kind of do a once over with all of my presets that I have. And so that will help me figure out off the bat, is there a creative direction I want to take with the photo? Or are there certain colors or certain lighting situations that work best? And so then this is like my first step, and if I see something right away that works, then I'll just go ahead and click on it. If I don't see any one that kind of works, then I'll kind of start from the basics and I'll start doing some custom edits. But for now, I've been trying to rely on the presets more often than not. This one's clean. Kristen, you said, oh wait, no, Kristen, I'm off work all this week. Oh, okay, cool, cool. One second, let me read that in a second. BTS, Violet, you said, oh, the setup, yeah, it's difficult because it uses more CPU. Gotcha, gotcha. Kristen, I'm off work all this week except for Wednesday. Why is that? Is there, you know what? I was never good at keeping track of holidays when I was in the corporate world. And now that I'm out of corporate, it's even worse. And also, I didn't even know today was Sunday. So, yeah. So, I'm excited to be here for your process. Hells yeah. Thank you very much. BTS, do you use the histogram? Yes, I do. In the post editing, not so much. In the shooting, for video, I do a lot. On photo, I haven't had to use it as much. But yeah, generally speaking, during my shooting sessions, I will focus on the histograms. And then for post, I will use it for video editing more often than photo editing. Same thing, I kind of just go off of look sometimes. And I don't mind if it's blown out in photos. It just depends on the mood I'm trying to create. Whereas for video, oftentimes, like if it is blown out, it just looks really bad more often than with photos. So for this one, I think I've been saying I should go with like a cooler tone, but I've been editing the others ones a little bit more warmly, and I'm okay with that. Oh, you said you like that one? Sorry, I forget which one I was on. I'm a CNA at a nursing home, and my schedule worked out that way. Gotcha, gotcha. I don't know what a CNA is. Certified Nursing Assistant? But either way, gotcha, gotcha. So your schedule, so they'll kind of like preset your schedule sometimes or something like that for the week. The Cool Giraffe. Cool Giraffe is good. So usually I'll name all my presets based on the original photo that inspired it. So I'll have names like Cool Giraffe, Elephant Ride, Lion's Prize, Moo Dam, Muddy Buffalo, Muted Giraffe Walk, Nature's Yawn, Certified Nursing Assistant. Hells yeah, okay. Nice, nice. Sometimes I guess right. I'm not sure which style to go with. Maybe I'll do black and white. We might try black and white. Let's see. But there's a lot going on in the background, so there's a chance if I do black and white, it'll just blend in too much. So I may actually not do that. I need more something like this where I fade out the background. Yeah, so I think what I need to do is I need the background color to be different from the white of the crane, just because where the crane currently sits, if they match in colors, then they'll blend in too much. So one thing I'll try to do is let me just go ahead and copy my previous editing style and see if that works. Oh, no. We don't want to crop. Nah, it doesn't work for that one. The amber one, the amber tone looks cool too. Yeah, I think you're onto something. I think maybe a warmer tone to kind of separate out the bird from the background. Are you able to blur the background? Absolutely, yes, yes. So usually one of the steps I'll do, sometimes it's baked into my presets, but otherwise I'll actually go to one of my presets where I do a composition thing. So it separates the subject and the background. So when I click on it, it should, if the AI detects it properly, it'll detect the subject and the background, and then I have some settings to kind of soften the background a bit more. So then here, it helps a bit, but we can always make some changes. And then I'll double check. So sometimes the AI is not the best. So here, for instance, you'll see it softens some of the wing parts, which I don't want. So I'm going to go ahead and hit a subtract button, and we'll brush out from the subject. Nope, it didn't work for that one. On the right side, you had that amber tone that made the crane stand out. Okay, okay. You can fix it with the brush tool. Yeah, exactly. So we'll fix it with the brush tool now. And Kristen, I'll look out for the amber one in a second. First, I just need to correct for the AI here. So usually I'll just put a temporary, like, I'll either increase the or reduce the exposure so I can more clearly see where has the masking and what doesn't. And I do like to share as much as possible whatever I'm doing anytime I'm editing. I will give the caveat now, as I try to all the time. I am definitely not some kind of certified instructor in the sense of, like, you know, I didn't go to school for this, whether it's for video or photography. It is all, you know, self-teachings, as is the case for most of us, I think, when it comes to photography and videography. And yeah, so don't take anything I say with too much of, like, gospel. But I do always appreciate if people tell me if what I say is incorrect. So there's also the benefit of me explaining my thought process, because then who knows, maybe my thought process is built on a throne of lies or whatever. So I am not an expert at photography, but I am an expert at being myself, and so that's basically why you'll tune into my channels, hopefully. As soon as I said it, you started doing it. Nice, nice. Hey, hey, espionage. Welcome, welcome. Hope all is well. Yes, well is hoped. Yes. Kristen, I could read the preset so I could write which ones. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's a little bit tiny on the screen here, unfortunately. Espionage, how comfortable is that throne of lies you sit on? Well, I sit on this kind of massage thing. I have this little thing I bought years ago. I don't have a fancy chair. It's an IKEA chair, I think. But I have this little massage padding that I put on it. And here, let me see if I can show it. It's like very creaky and stuff, so it's a bit annoying. But it's got the little massage balls there. And I've never actually powered it on, but it's nice to sit on it. So occasionally it's just a little massage thing. I don't know where my cats went. But yes, welcome back, Espionage. Hope all is well. Behind the set, as soon as I said it, you started doing it. Yes, reading minds. I wish I could read the presets. Yep, Kristen, you're natural. Thank you, thank you. Violet, my father would do photography as a hobby, and I learned a little bit from him. Oh, you're very lucky then. But yeah, I mean, we live in good times in the sense of, like, if you want to learn anything, anything is possible, right? Because like you got YouTube and Google, and now technically with AI, it's like there's so much information that you can just more easily digest. So all right, I need to remind myself I don't have to be perfect on this. So then I'll just reduce the flow. Usually I just reduce flow. There's like two options. You got flow and density. So when I don't want it to like fully, when I hit the brush, when I don't want it to like fully have the effect on there, I'll usually reduce the flow. But that's not because it's better. I have no idea. It's just the one I chose and it seems to work out. So for instance here I've reduced the flow to like 26. So that way it's a bit more forgiving if I go over the boundaries because it's softer. But it does mean I have to brush more to have the same effect. Then here we can see, unfortunately, it caught some of the things it shouldn't. So I'll have to create a separate brush to add that in. But I'm spending way too much time, honestly. Whoops. Yeah. Espionage, how was your day? BTS, my first camera was a film camera. Nice. Then my father would have to add the film in and take it out for me. Then everything switched to digital. Your screen is not working? Oh, my bad. My bad. So BTS and I think Conan, I've already explained it, but every stream, unfortunately, I was doing well today. I was doing well, but every stream in the past, like at least 1 week, I have a tendency to forget to switch scenes. So then the screen is showing, you know, my face when I'm talking about what I'm editing. So it got to a point where we did create our own emote for that. So if you ever catch me on the wrong screen or if I'm muted, if you type in, I think it's only available on Twitch and Kick in different formats, but if you do Yobel P and then all caps Hey Dummy, then this should pop up one of my emotes of a gorilla with like this exclamation marks and stuff. So then hopefully it'll catch my attention. Espionage, my day has been going well, feeling lazy and my cold brew is not working. Oh shoot. You know what? That was like my day several hours ago. I had 2 cups of iced coffee and I was still yawning, so I feel you. I feel your pain. Well, listen, if you keep watching my stream, there's no way you can fall asleep, right? We're the opposite of boring here. Okay, I think this is... oh, no, I'm doing the wrong thing here. Let's add that back. All right, let's see. Alright, so we gotta protect the wings. I have to remind myself, right now we are on the background mask. So basically I need to remove anything that's covering the subject. Espionage, I have you playing in the background while I research on which new credit card to apply for. Ooh. It's been a while since I applied for one. Which ones are you leaning towards? What are your needs? My biggest challenge, BTS, when doing photography are the night shots. What do you mean in terms of like noise or like blurriness or graininess? Keeping in focus? Alright, I'm trying my best. Trying my best to be faster. It is crazy to think that before AI, because even here, right, like technically, I just hit an AI button that said detect the subject, and it did a decent job. But it's crazy to think like we're not that far removed from when that wasn't a concept. So someone would have to be like literally brushing every aspect of this, of each subject to get it done. Yeah, usually like 9 out of 10 times the AI subject detection is pretty good. Like I don't need to do this. Okay, so it didn't do a good job. So I think I'll have to, once I do a good job here, hopefully, then we'll just have to duplicate and invert for the subject detection and just recreate that one. Because even this, even though it got the subject, it didn't like do 100% masking on it. So, BTS Violet, you were saying the lighting. Yeah, trying to capture motion at night, such as fireworks or fish. Oh, wow, fish at night. Tripod plus long exposure. That's how I used to do it on Photoshop. Yeah. Oh, you mean the brushing kind of stuff? Espionage, I'm looking at possibly getting the Capital One Venture X card as a miles card. And then an all-around cashback card as well, possibly the SoFi or Fidelity rewards. Gotcha. I'm a big fan of Chase. Yeah, just generally speaking, I've been a fan of their credit card systems. But like I said, it's been a while since I got a card. Capital One for what it's worth. I feel like no, sorry, no, I'm thinking of Citi. Never mind. Man, with all the effort I'm putting into this, I do hope I end up using this photo. Because we do have one more version after this. Violet, I went to an aquarium recently in Georgia, and the photos were not that great because of the lighting, the crowd, and because the fish. I was also trying to capture sharks. Nice. Oh, sorry. For some reason, I thought you meant you were actually trying to catch a shark, but I got you. I got you. Espionage. Yeah, actually, also in aquariums, you get a lot of reflection. Yeah, on the. There are some things. There's like this one thing I remember seeing, an accessory where it goes over the lens. It like replaces your lens hood, but it's like a soft lens hood. It's almost looks like a suction cup or like the end of a plunger. And so then when you're at an aquarium, you can just stick it against the window and it'll block all the light around your camera. So then you can still twist it up and down and stuff, get the angle, but then the plunger essentially is like a suction cup around your lens. It's a very niche thing, but I was like, oh yeah. It could be good for like plane shots as well. So if you're taking a shot from out the plane window, you could use that. Espionage, I'm assuming since you travel so much that you have a Chase Sapphire Reserve. My wife uses that for our travel currently, but I wanted to try something different. Citi just released a brand new travel card last week. Gotcha. I work for Citi, but don't have a Citi credit card or a bank account. Nice. But yes. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Chase Sapphire overall. One of the best benefits of both Chase and then Amex has been great, but there's like the lounge benefits are the best, like lounge key and priority pass. They are the best benefits I've ever had on credit cards, especially because I travel so much. But then it's like every airport, I think I've only been to 1 or 2 airports in my entire history of traveling. There's only been maybe like a couple of airports where they didn't have a lounge that I couldn't get in for free because of the benefit that comes with the card. It is so nice, especially like, you know, I'd be so exhausted from how I travel. I oftentimes am traveling where I don't have like rollers for my bags usually. So you're just carrying all this gear on you. So you're like tired, you're sweaty, and it's the best feeling when you go into one of these airports where not only do they have a lounge where there's like free food and drinks, some of them have like sleep pods or like areas where you can literally just take a nap, and then some have like shower facilities. It's like, oh my god, yeah, those are the best. Behind us, I think I know what you're talking about. Yep. And then SPOs, yeah, the lounges are definitely a top perk. Nothing has come close to beating that in terms of like the actual value I've received from my travels. It is absolutely that. Okay, what am I missing here? Violet, do you ever go scuba diving and try to capture underwater? No, I have not. I'm just not very good in the water. I've only been scuba diving, I think, once, and I did like some lessons in Dubai, or one lesson. I need to get more comfortable in the water first, and also underwater photography is absolutely mad expensive. So before I get there, I need to I need to first succeed in other elements of my photography journey. And then when I have a lot more disposable income towards like different evolutions of my hobby or passions, then we'll pick up scuba diving. But yeah, like just to get the rigs to be able to shoot underwater, it's like you're investing thousands and thousands of dollars. in a hobby or a passion that already costs thousands and thousands of dollars. So, but yes, that would be the best frontier of like wildlife photography. It's like basically I can only imagine it must feel like you're in outer space, right? Just a blue outer space. But then to know that in any direction, you know, like up, down, left, right, any axis, you'll be able to see wildlife coming at you or see them coming. And to be able to see like I would love to have like a blue whale experience. Although I say I would love to, but I think it would be so terrifying, you know? But that would be like the definition of sublime. If you were like to just look down, or you don't know which way to look, but then you look in a certain direction, all of a sudden you see a blue ass whale. But even that, I was saying this earlier, but apparently even for scuba diving, because one of the other reasons I thought it would be fun to do that is because I was like, you know what? Some of the annoying things about parts of like wildlife safaris, especially like jeep safaris, is that depending where you go, some of the more popular places, it's so packed. You'll have like over a dozen jeeps all surrounding a single cheetah or a single leopard. And it does get a little bit like, it takes away from the nature and the wildlife. It is unfortunate, but I mean, that's just what it is, right? The demand is high. So I do love traveling for wildlife safaris when it's like low season, for what it's worth. So I thought maybe scuba diving, it's like, oh, it's just you in the massive ocean and then the wildlife. But it's like, apparently, the same thing happens there's like some top wildlife locations for scuba diving. And then when someone sees whatever animal it is, everyone's there. And then you got like, you know, 15 boats on top and then everyone's underwater in the same location. So I guess you can't escape it necessarily. But that's one of the reasons I've loved doing these gorilla treks and the chimpanzee treks. With the gorilla treks in particular, because one, you're not in a jeep, so it feels a little bit more like a bit more wild, because you are literally trekking through the jungle, and when you see the gorillas, you have to try to keep a distance, but there are chances where it comes really close to you. Like I showed a video earlier where the mom gorilla just literally pushed past me, like literally just said, move aside, I need to get to my children type thing. So it feels a bit more raw. But also the gorilla treks themselves, they limit how many people can be on a trek. So for safety reasons and all the other stuff. But so it's not like you'll ever be in a situation where there's like 20 people all trying to photograph the gorilla. You'll be in a small group of, I think, maximum 8 clients or 8 guests. And the gorilla family is quite large, so it's not like all 8 people will be always in the same spot. It's like you might be following the gorilla baby around. Someone might be following after the silverback or some other, you know. So it feels a bit more exclusive. It feels more adventurous and real. So that has definitely been a huge reason I've been loving doing it and like trying to get people to join me on them. But they're much more expensive, so trade-offs. Violet, you said my dad and mom went to South Africa and has some really good photos from his journey. Yeah. South Africa's like, so yeah, when you think of like Kruger National Park is like the one everyone knows about. I have actually never gone there yet. I do need to at some point. Oh, we're almost there. Okay, so now I need to create another brush. One second, we got more over here. It'll be very sad if I end up not using this photo. It's definitely happened before, where you spend like so much time on editing one photo, and then you just like, you know what? Nah, it's not the one. Come on, come on. Okay. Now let's create our second brush. We need to add back in the background now. So all the, oops, what did I just do there? Okay. These areas we need to reintroduce it. Oops. Add brush. Kristen, these are Japan photos with the cranes? Yes, yes. So we are in Japan mode right now. And if you couldn't tell by now, I am very much a slow and methodical person in almost everything I do. I don't think I have it in me to be fast. I am definitely not fast and efficient. I am a slow and methodical. This song is pretty decent, but it's a little too high octane for Japan, I think. Kristen, are we listening to music for Japan photos or Mongolia? This is for Japan. Actually, technically both. I have all these downloaded already, I think, for the most part. But my priority right now is for Japan. But you do bring up a good point. You know what? Either way, this is a very good song to add to my playlist. It's a nice hype music. Deployment factor 1. Okay. Espionage. Speaking of music, I've been jamming out to the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack. You know, is it worth watching it? I keep seeing it pop up on the, or some people talk about it a lot. Is the Netflix show worth it? This sounds like you go for an intense moment. Yeah, that one's really good for that. Because I do prefer when it's like that. It's got a nice beat throughout. It has quiet moments, but then it picks up. It's not overwhelming, you know? Some of them can be super overwhelming, and it just depends on the moment, I guess. But I do see myself using that one. It's just more... I can see myself using it for the episode 2, but I'm still kind of holding out hope for listening to more like Mongolian themed music. But I do think we've run out. We've exhausted our Mongolian soundtracks. I don't think I'm going to repeat this process for the next photo I have here. Because we do have two options, just as an FYI. So we have the option where the birds are like this. And then the other option that I shortlisted here is the one where both of them are a little bit more nicely mimicked, which kind of looks nice. Shoot. Oh no. You know what? As I'm looking at these two, I'm kind of liking this one more. Because one, both of them are kind of in the similar framing, so that kind of looks cool. But here also you can kind of see the eyes of the crane through the wings, which is a cool touch. And you can also see part of the other one as well. Whereas this one, both of their heads are covered. Yikes. Well, you know what? Let's keep editing. But I might switch over to the other one now. Oops, wrong one. Hey, what'd I do? Okay, Kristen, you said no more chanting with the drum beat. We'll see. We might still end up finding some good ones. My greatest hope right now would be like, if I can somehow reach out to some existing Mongolian artists, because there are some really cool throat singing songs out there, like super epic and everything. But the problem is it's all copyrighted. Like, so if I could somehow get permission from them to use their songs, now we're talking. You know, then I would absolutely throw down with it. But yeah. Behind the set, Violet, I'm gonna lurk for a while I work on my project. No worries, no worries. Thanks for all the questions. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we're gonna be here for another hour or so. But enjoy your project. Kristen, you said, "Oh no, that second picture is better." Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. So we're gonna move to that picture, but I also just don't want to leave this hanging. So I'm just gonna do a very, very brief. Just to kind of satisfy my own OCD, I guess. So we're not going to zoom in, but from an outside, like from this macro lens, hopefully we'll be like satisfied that we got a good enough job done. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I think I like the second one better. Let's just remove the thing. Kristen, you said that would be so cool to get permission to use authentic Mongolian music. Yeah, I wish I could even play it on stream, but yeah, I'll get struck. Actually, let's ask ChatGPT here real quick. Hey, Mr. Atlas, how you doing?
Hey there. If there's anything else you want to dive into, just let me know.
So I'm working on my next Mongolian travel vlog episode. And I've run out of decent Mongolian throat singing or like Mongolian themed soundtracks that I could use, at least on the platforms that I have access to. I'm curious, like, do you know what people do in these situations? Like, let's say if I know there are some really good Mongolian artists out there, but usually they're not on the sound platforms, they're just on YouTube or Spotify and stuff. Would I have to like personally reach out to them via some contact information to ask for permission, or yeah, how would I ever be able to use some of this, like the more mainstream Mongolian soundtracks?
Yeah, absolutely. In situations like this, the best route is usually to reach out directly to the artist or their management. If you find their contact info, sometimes they left an email on YouTube or on their social media, you can explain what you're doing and ask for permission to use their music. Sometimes they're happy to give you the go-ahead, especially if you credit them properly in your video. If you want to be extra sure, you can also look into licensing platforms that might offer international music, or see if the artists are on any licensing services. But generally, a polite ask directly to the artist is a good start.
Okay. Let's say if the artist says yes, is that enough, like in terms of permissions, or do I need something like a contract or anything to make it more explicit? Yeah.
Yeah, good question. If the artist says yes, it's always a good idea to get that permission in writing, even if it's just a quick email confirmation. That way you have a record of their consent. It doesn't have to be a super formal contract, but having something in writing protects both you and them. If you want to be extra thorough, or if the music's going to be a big part of your project, you can also draft a simple licensing agreement. But often an email confirmation works fine, especially for smaller or independent artists.
Cool. Yeah, so that would be interesting if I could get some permissions. It's not a bad idea to try to just reach out and see. You know, we got 3 weeks before we pump out the next video. Maybe what I'll do is I'll send a link to my existing episode 1 and just be like, hey, so we just finished episode 1. Would love to do episode 2. And if we could use your music, I think it would fit the mood perfectly. What say you? And then if they say yay, then yeah. Let's go. Yeah, well, listen, not yet. Not let's go yet, because we need to get those artists to say yes. But yeah, that would be really cool. Alright, so unfortunately, this photo did even a worse job when it comes to the AI detecting the subject in the background. So it's going to be even more manual effort, but what can you do? Violet, when I broadcast a Ghostbuster theme song, I had to contact the company so I could broadcast it on television. However, I had to mute it when posting the video on YouTube. Damn. Yeah, this is like... Well, thanks for sharing that. I mean, yeah, I get the sense it's... Yeah, it's not easy dealing with all of this licensing stuff. Although YouTube seems to do a really good job with it. Not gonna lie. Sometimes overly so. Whereas Twitch and stuff, it seems like they don't... Either they don't care as much and they don't monitor it, or they let more slide. But yeah, my first, like, what? I think my first 4 days of streaming, I was getting copyright struck every single time. On YouTube, it costs $250 for the song for the licensing. Damn, that much? For for Ghostbusters? I was about to say Blockbusters. Well, I did see YouTube has this option where you can purchase licenses, but I thought when I read it previously, it said it's only available for the US market. So I don't know if I'm able to purchase it since I'm not technically in the US. I don't know. For the licensing, yes, yes. Oh, I've used this song before. What did I use this for? What moment? Oh my god. I know the moment, I don't. The Golden Monkeys. We'll let it play out and then I'll show you the actual scene. Okay, let's find the moment. So that soundtrack I used for my second episode of my Uganda vlog series. So technically my second episode on YouTube. Yeah, it was like early days YouTube then. Where would it be? YouTube travel vlogs, Uganda episode 2.
In episode 2, we dive into the heart of Mgahinga National Park in search of Uganda's hidden gem,
The Golden Monkeys. This was fun because like I actually had the audio from them here. So then I had no issues with copyright and all that fun stuff. So I can just use the actual moment. That was just a broadcast at 3x on television. I have no idea how much it would cost to for permanent.
off our trek.
Cyclist.
Here we go. One thing I realize now, but at the time I didn't know, is the importance of maintaining the same frame rates. So here I was using this exported as a 24 frames per second video, but then this shot was probably at like 30 frames per second. And so when I was doing this kind of quick panning right to left, sometimes you'll notice that. So that's why you get that little glitchy, you'll see like everything jump a little bit to catch up to wherever it is. So there is a key step in the video editing where you have to like make sure everything is optimized for the same frame rate. This is one of the coolest moments for me with the golden monkeys, because basically we were there for an hour. You get 1 hour with the golden monkeys, and so eventually we got lucky on this trip in particular because we spotted them in the bamboo forest. So in the bamboo forest, if you spot them in like the normal forested areas, the problem is sometimes they'll be high up on the trees, so you don't get these nice shots, and the canopy is kind of blocking a lot. You're having to shoot up into the sky, so you don't get as clean of images. You've got a lot of like blown out exposure from the sky and everything. Whereas in this bamboo area, one, you don't get as much like foliage, so yeah, there's less obstructions in terms of like tree leaves and branches. You just get these sticks, right? The bamboo roots or the shoots. And then also, a lot of the golden monkeys were lower to the ground because they were eating the bamboo shoots, and like, yeah, so it's easier to see them. It's a cooler vibe. Everything about it just made it easier for like from a shooting perspective. But then here, towards the end of the hour, I just kind of parked myself in one spot for a long time, and eventually this baby golden monkey got curious, and then so it actually approached me, which was kind of cool. And that's how I was able to get these like super close-up shots, like the one right before this. It was like right in front of me, basically. So that was cool. Espionage, you said, I'm so up that I never got my... You're so up that I never got my trip to Uganda. Oh, okay. Upset, gotcha. I did business back in the day with the Ugandan government. Oh, wow. And they wanted to have me come visit, all expenses paid. Damn. But travel was still limited due to COVID. And eventually our communication with them dissolved, so I never got the chance to go. Well, listen, Espionage, hopefully one day you can travel with me. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I focus mostly on like wildlife stuff, but Uganda is kind of special where you don't have to be a photographer. It's just like if you want to go for the gorilla treks, the chimpanzee treks. Like I said, that was one of the areas that I took the honeymoon couple to, and I would like to believe they had an amazing time. And part of it was just like, yeah, these experiences are so insane, especially for the gorillas and the chimpanzees. But yeah, so I will be organizing 2 trips, Espionage, next year, April and November. But they are quite pricey. So just as an FYI, is it as pricey as like other like operators? No, actually, I'm actually reasonably priced, but these trips are expensive. Just FYI. I'll have it on my website within the next week or two. Actually, probably in the next few days. The site's ready, actually, or the page is ready. So yeah, I just got to put the ads together for it. So yeah, this was super close. It was really cool. Baby golden monkey. It's got like a porcupine looking face to it with the Espionage. What are the destinations you're thinking of? One is I want to prioritize Uganda because that's the place I've been to the most. I've taken a number of clients there now at this point. I've done like 3 trips with clients there. And so I have a good relationship with a tour operator and lodges, and I have a lot of content, right? I've made a 7-part series or whatever it is on Uganda for my YouTube video. So I do feel I have enough material to keep promoting myself more confidently. So Uganda's definitely on the top of the list, and it's already got so many varieties. So even if I do multiple trips to Uganda, I can do different itineraries for each one, and you could be doing something completely different. So the one I'm focusing on now is primates, but you could do the lions and leopards and elephants. You can go see the rhinos. Yeah, there's different national parks there. I also want to target Japan, like I mentioned, which is why we're prioritizing it. So that would most likely be in the wintertime for February. That's when I'm going to aim to get like 4 clients to go with me. And put that together. Most likely it's going to be anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 per person, somewhere in that ballpark. And then I would love to take people to Zimbabwe because I've been a couple times, one time with clients as well. So I do know I've had one person reach out with interest to go there. So that could be somewhere I would schedule. India is another place I would love to take people there again, and that should be a little bit cheaper compared to some of the other locations. Colombia, same thing. I went there for scouting. I have some good photos and videos. I just had to put the page together and do all that. It's like there's a lot of Mongolia, right, for the Eagle Festival. So yeah, a lot of places. But we got to start. I have to not stretch myself thin. So it's really just establish a market and dominate in Uganda is number 1, as in like just feel like I know confidently if you join my trip, you got all these testimonials. Here's all the proof. And then I'm extending to one more market. In this case, it'll be Japan. I've done a trip to Vietnam before. Yeah, so I don't know. I haven't like thought it fully out yet, but I do know at least my short-term steps is going to be Uganda and Japan. When are you going to become a tour guide? In a sense, that is what I do. I just don't use that label because I think sometimes using the label tour guide comes with like a few other weirdness, I think. But generally speaking, that is kind of like, I'm like a tour leader in the sense that I run photography workshops, and I will be there as like your guide. And even if it's not for photography, I am essentially going there to kind of make sure you have the best time, and I'll be taking photos and videos behind the scenes for you while you're traveling. But I do, on your behalf, I would be negotiating and like figuring out the best itinerary. I will figure out the best pricing and all that kind of stuff. But I'm actually going with you, so it's not like I'm a tour agency where I'm like scheduling on your behalf. I'm actually, these are like my trips, and then I'm seeing who wants to join me on my trips, essentially. All right, let's play this real quick. I hope you... Yeah, so that was episode 2, Golden Monkeys. There's a lot, as I was watching, I was like, oh yeah, that would have been fun to do this on a live stream. So in many ways, I don't necessarily have regrets in life. It's kind of like a wasted energy kind of thing. But I do wish at times, like if only I had tried live streaming much earlier, because it would have been really fun to be able to show all of those behind the scenes as we made these videos. All right. So anyways, that's the song we're listening to right now. What's up, Nala? Let's take a quick break to say hi. Nala, do you got anything you want to say to the camera? Say it right to the mic. Nothing to say? Can you guys hear the purring? Good girl. You gotta do it right into the mic, Nala. All right, good job, good job. You could hear it? Nice, nice. Nala is beautiful? Yes, she is. She's a beauty. She's the older sister, and then Kimbap is the... Oh, yeah. Is he there? Oh, no. He's not there. Kimbap is the younger, spoiled brother. Although technically both of them are definitely spoiled, for what it's worth. We're making new memories. Yes, yes. She's talking to... Yeah, she's super talkative. She's... You guys don't see it on stream often, but... She is a yapper as well. Gets it from me. All right, let's get back to this. All right, where were we? I was doing the brushing. This could be a good one. It's got a nice like upbeat adventurous stuff going on. Although this part feels a little bit more melancholy-esque. Alright, so this song is called This Is Our Mission. Under the Mission album. Do I have it? Okay, let me download this. I've heard this song before, but maybe it's downloaded somewhere else. Mission. Alright, here we go. Good news is we know this is the photo we want to edit. So that's what's keeping me motivated as I slowly work on this thing. Trying to think if I can see myself using this song for Mongolia. I'm not sure. Like, the good news is it's using a lot of stringed instruments. It's a little bit somber, I guess. This part I like. This song track, okay, song track. The soundtrack reminds me of that knocking on heaven's door. But that's what I'm hearing as the lyrics. Oh my god. Okay. I'm like staring too much at this crane's feet for too long here. Alright, this should be a little bit tricky, maybe not. Let's see. I'm going to reduce the flow a bit. Yeah, this is where I wish I had a pen or like a touch screen so I can just do this with without using the mouse. So the cool thing about lens distortions is that I don't feel like I've heard a single song where I don't actually like it. Like every single song I've heard so far, I actually enjoy. While I won't use it necessarily for the current project, they do have a pretty high hit rate in terms of the quality. Violet, to make it easier, have you tried using Photoshop natural filters for the background blur? Not at all. I try to avoid Photoshop at all costs. I just cannot make sense out of it. I only use it at times when I need to expand the... If I need to expand the background or something to that effect, like cropping a little bit larger or whatever, then I'll use it. Otherwise, it's like, it's a mystery box for me. It's not to say I wouldn't mind learning, but at this stage, in terms, I've been trying to not spend as much time doing photo editing as possible. So it's kind of funny hearing me say that now as I'm spending all the time editing one photo. But generally speaking, I do want to spend more time doing video editing. And at least with the photo editing, I don't mind editing. I just want to be faster about most things, if possible. So whenever possible, I try to rely on the existing presets that I have. This one, I am spending time because it's a nice shot. And unfortunately, the autofocus, or not the autofocus, the auto subject detection was way off the mark. So we don't really have a choice here. Alright, I gotta add another brush to subtract out what it thought was there. So same thing, we're gonna start removing the centerpiece. Violet, if you need help with Photoshop, let me know. Alright, right. Oh, that's right, you said you graphic designer and all that. Well, much appreciated. There probably will be a moment where it's like, oh shoot, I need to fix something and I won't know what to do. At which point, hopefully you will be in the chat. I'll need like a Batman signal. It's amazing how sometimes Lightroom's AI capabilities will be so amazing. And then other times you're like, man, how did you make that mistake? What is this song? Wolves, Tonal Stories. I think we can use this song for Mongolia as well. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you in the future as well. So this song is called Wolves. It's part of the Tonal Stories album. Do I have it? This one for sure can be in Mongolia. I don't have it. Okay, let's add it. Tonal Stories. And before I forget, let me go ahead and just add it to my Lightroom, or not my Lightroom, DaVinci, under potential soundtracks. And I think this song as well, because these two blend nicely together. They might even be the same key. Yeah, because I could have sworn I heard the exact same kind of violin in the background. Let's see. Oh yeah, it actually tells me. So this is in D minor, this is D major. Okay, close enough. Yeah, because it ends with the strings here. Here, let's wait. You got the violins here. And it blends in with the next song. Or it's similar enough. So yeah. Okay, so I gotta make sure. Let's add this one as well. 1 second. So this is under Tradecraft. Tradecraft. No compromise. Okay, let me just add this to Mongolia. Okay, cool. Kristen asked, have you ever looked into purchasing a graphics drawing tablet? I bought one for my daughter, $40 on Amazon in the US right now. Violet, you got a Wacom for a lot of things. Yeah, you know what? Long time ago in a Galaxy, whatever. But I did have a Wacom. I don't know where it is at this point. I bought one years ago, and I used it to actually make my logo, my very first logo. But I didn't use it ever since. So it could be interesting, but in terms of like my laundry list of items I need to purchase and stuff, it's probably not anywhere near prioritized. Because like also I don't have to edit the way you're seeing me edit as often anymore. It's just, yeah, because the AI gets really good. But every once in a while, we gotta do this. But yeah, if I was if I knew how to, I wish I was good at like sketching and doing illustrations. Because then, yeah, 100% I would need a Wacom or one of those drawing tablets you're mentioning. Although I know I have one friend who's like really good at like illustrations, design work, and all that. And I forget which program, Procreate? Is that, yeah, it's something called Procreate. I'm assuming, Violet, you know about that. But because I always hear artists talk about it, but he uses the program or the app called Procreate on his iPad. And yeah, I think a lot of people use it. Kristen said, my daughter draws cartoons and she started animating. Damn. Well, how young is she? I heard of Procreate, but never used it because it's not for PC. Ah, gotcha. I'm pretty sure it's like an iPad type thing, like a tablet stuff. You know, that song could work for Japan as well. It's like a nice upbeat, doesn't go too crazy, fairly soft. So we'll put it in. Okay. I'm not looking forward to this section here. Jeez. Okay, let's focus on the easier side. Over here. All right, we're almost done. Now we got to do all the hard parts. Ba 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 ba. If it was for the PC, definitely, Violet, you say. Kristen, she's 13 and so talented. Yeah, if she's already animating stuff, yeah, that's amazing. It's for Apple, I think. Okay. Kristen, I shared your page with my 17-year-old daughter. I told her she needs to do what you do for a career. I've been telling her for a while. Well, listen, I'll tell you, it's a very expensive line of hobby/passion, right? So, but I do believe that if there's like one skill that everyone should learn if you want to go into like a creative endeavor, knowing how to handle a camera is definitely really useful. Because you can pick up a lot of different freelance kind of gigs from it. I think in this day and age, especially if you get into like videography and stuff, It's a very, very useful skill. So, and then like, let's say if she has a hobby in music, if you know how to use a camera, like photos and videos, that can only help you with your music career. If she likes cars, or I don't know, like gymnastics, whatever the hobby is, that it doesn't have to be photography or videography, but if she has a other hobby, having a camera can only make that hobby elevated to another level. So if that baseline foundational skill set you can learn is handling like a professional camera, especially on the video side as well, then any other real passion that she has can only be amplified by that skill, in my opinion. But thank you for sharing. Tell her to like, subscribe, and leave comments and alerts on my YouTube and all the other stuff. BTS interesting fact: Adobe started on Mac. Oh, it was an Apple product, and then it evolved. I did not know. LDQin, Sainu. What is Sainu? I feel like I've seen that word before. What language is Sainu? Sainu is Mongolian. Ah, it's a common greeting meaning hello or hi. Are you well? You probably heard it from locals during your eagle hunter. Sainu. Well, hello, LDkin. Thank you very much. I'm assuming you watched the Mongolia video, and I hope you enjoyed it. We're working on Mongolia episode 2 in between editing photos, so we've got Mongolia episode 2 lined up here. We have a lot of work, probably 3 weeks to get there. You know what? Actually, let's actually listen to one of the soundtracks here. I wonder if I can actually just end up using... One second, let me see. Super congested. Ooh, this song is pretty good. Anyways. BTS, your children are about the same age as mine. Mine are 20, 17, and 14. Oh, nice. Kristen, I have 21, 17, 13, 8, 6, and 4. Yo, what number is not captured in there? That's insane. Well, congrats to you and your big-ass family. That's amazing. My goodness. 21, 17, 13, 8, 6, and 4. Kristen, I'm assuming... I don't know if your kids like this show or not, but I'm assuming you've seen Malcolm in the Middle, or your kids might, because that's what you're reminding me of. One of my favorite shows growing up. But if you're doing something you love, it doesn't feel like work. Yes, absolutely. Kristen said, my 17-year-old wants to travel and loves animals and is a talented photographer. I told her Nat Geo because I didn't think freelance like you have here. Well, listen, yeah, I think if you can like work for National Geographic, that'd be amazing. But the competition is probably stiff. I actually have no idea. I don't know how to even apply. There's probably an easy way to do it. It would be nice to be able to see if I can like work with them in some capacity. But I think more important than like trying to work with those agencies, well, not necessarily more important, but if she can start a YouTube channel, Instagram, like start early in terms of building up a profile, but YouTube especially, because it's like competition stiff on Instagram, or just being a photographer only is very, very stiff competition in general. If you can be a photographer and do videos, that puts you then on like one extra tier above in terms of skill sets that, you know, make you stand out. And if you focus on YouTube, my hope anyways, this is where we're like, this is my aspiration. It's that if you are consistent, if you can tell stories, one, it's your personality. Like people are going to watch your YouTube channel mostly for you, like your personality, right? Generally speaking, you're probably on camera oftentimes and all that. So if you can sell yourself, like who you are and your brand, and if you can do it successfully, and it's not like some people can do it overnight, I definitely need to keep working at this. But eventually, if you build up a YouTube channel and it's your brand, one, that's like more difficult for AI to replicate or you know, do better than you. It's like no one can be you better than you type thing. So if people are following you and liking you and you can make a business out of you being you, I think that's like definitely a way to future-proof yourself in terms of your career compared to like what AI can do in this day and age, or especially as all your kids grow up and, you know, which we don't know which direction society will go, whether it's like the Nirvana or like the dystopian one. But yeah, like if you can somehow make your personality be how you make your money, that'd be excellent. So YouTube is definitely one of those ways, and I guess live streaming technically is the new era, is the new generation of how people do that exactly. So, and that requires being in front of a camera, knowing how to use a camera, video, all of it. Speaking in front of a camera, so then that should help with confidence and like it's a good skill set to be able to speak to anyone in a professional way or in a long form way and all that. So good skills can be learned, but be careful, I guess. Like especially with your kids at the ages they are. I am curious, like too much technology, too much social media, too much like trying to follow these trends can probably be a bad thing. That's why I travel through you. Yes. Hopefully you guys will feel like you're a part of the process now, especially with these live streams. I'm so happy I've gone down this direction because now you guys are literally seeing all the behind the scenes and all that fun stuff. One thing I wanted to do, let me go and play. I think there's one of these that I did increase the volume because I think he was doing some throat singing. Oh, hello, hello. My bad. I had muted myself. And I was sharing so much amazing stuff, guys. Oh no. Well, it's okay. I'll repeat myself because it is kind of important, I think, what I was trying to think through. Can you guys hear me now? Da, da, da. Testing, testing. Hopefully you guys can hear me now, because I was sharing a bit of thoughts on how I want to take the direction of episode 2. So, let's repeat what I said. I was saying that as I was playing this, I had a few thoughts. Let me see if I missed anything though. Yeah, so it wasn't frozen. I just had one screen on that was wrong, and then I was muted, so you guys can hear me. My bad. Okay, so then anyways, when I was playing this, wait, Kristen, I think you were asking, was he making that sound with his voice? Did you hear my response to that? But if you didn't, I'll just say briefly, yes, that was his voice. He does like he's a professional throat singer. And at some point, I would love to go back to Mongolia and like actually capture the throat singers, but in like traditional garb and everything. It'd be really fun to film. So he was one of those throat singers, but we just visited him in his house, so he wasn't like wearing any of the traditional stuff. And I do wish at the time I had like a professional microphone I could have used. But anyways, I did have a thought as I was listening to this, and it was around how we can structure the storyline of episode 2. Because I was saying I could do the typical thing that I'm doing, and there's nothing wrong with it, where you tell a chronological story. After the trailer finishes and chapter 1 kicks in, you would hear my voice being like, hey, welcome back to my channel, blah, blah, blah. Where I left you last, we were in the thick of a blizzard, blah, blah, blah. And here we are. We're going to continue on with our trip, starting with X. And then we go from X to Y to Z. And so that's a tried and true method. That's the only way I've done the storytelling so far. And I don't see a problem with it per se. But I do want to kind of challenge myself at times. And I did have a thought here as I was listening to his voice, where like, I wonder if I can do a style where we intentionally are breaking the chronology and we're almost like jumping right into the middle of a scene that happens later on. Yeah, so like even if it after the trailer just jumped right into him doing this and then like showing some B-roll of his family or whatever else, but then like there's nothing coming from me in terms of like, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not like explaining it well because I don't have it fully fleshed out in my mind, but I can see a cool concept where the story itself is broken up and done without the chronology or not sequentially. And then we can like start with one scene like this, and then we hop over to one of the other stories. So it'd be like it's like the kind of classic like A and B line stories or something like you got the A story and the B story, but then we're kind of jumping between them throughout. And I don't necessarily know if that style will work for our current episode, but if I can somehow try to make it work, it would be a good challenge. So what could that be? I'm not sure. Because we do kind of have two storylines here. We have like us going out for the adventure and like seeing all the eagles in flight and the charging of the eagles as we're out in the snow. And then we have this whole getting drunk with the eagle hunters and, So I don't know. I don't have a good answer. There's something there. I'll give it more thought. But yeah, so then the challenge will be for episode 2. How can we make it a very different storytelling than in the past? And I'll have to do some research. Maybe we'll just watch some sample YouTube videos of different kind of storytelling concepts. But yeah, that is okay. I'm getting excited about it, but it's also nerve-wracking because I don't know how we're going to make it work. My cats are going crazy. Kristen, you said you could even have him playing and in the corner and show stills or just some background stuff. Yeah. I'm wondering, like, because we can just fade into his, and it doesn't even have to be that scene. I'm just saying, like, choosing some random scene and going right off the rip. Like, it's just like we're hopping right into the middle of something, right? It doesn't matter what it is. It's just we're hopping right into the middle of it, and I'm not even providing the context. I'm just jumping right into it, but then like trying to make it in a style where we can keep jumping right into something, but then we're still progressing in a way that makes sense. It's like I'm being very vague and abstract because I don't actually have a good yeah, it's a little bit hard for me to formulate this. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Let's see. This is a cool moment though. And then alternatively, not alternatively, but it could also be like if I want to focus on the culture of Mongolia, it could also just be like I might have to do some research and try to find some of the other kind of interesting tidbits of knowledge about this region in Mongolia and the people and stuff. And like, how do we just kind of even be more explicit about sharing some of that knowledge? It could be like poetry. So I could just be reciting some of, whatever, like just key poetic things while having, scenes that are obviously taking place in Mongolia. But it's not even about like me. Yeah. So like basically what I'm saying is, can I break from the current style that I do where it's me talking about what I did? Like, here we are in this part. We're doing this and we're watching this happen. And then this happened. I hope you enjoy it. And like, again, nothing wrong with that. We're going to keep doing that. But then can we do something completely different where it's almost like every time you hear my voice, it has nothing to do with me ever describing what's happening. And it's more just like some broader, more abstract theme or something. I'm going to leave it at that because I don't actually have the answer, but at the very least, something for me to give it more thought. We'll sleep on it, see if something comes to light for tomorrow and the days after. But hopefully that made a little bit of sense of like, point is I want to push myself in terms of the storytelling and not necessarily be so A to B to C to Z, and also not be so what's the word that people say in like movies when people are so descriptive, or like explicit? No. Let me put some music on while we're thinking about this. Let me ask ChatGPT. Hey Atlas, can you hear me? Kristen, you said I see in my mind what you're saying. Okay, good. Because I don't. You have the GoPro video, the Eagle in flight. That's pretty epic. That should be the start. Yeah, like we do have some really cool epic moments that maybe we just jump right into it, right? And then we pull it back a bit and then jump right back into
I
it.
sure can. I'm here and listening. Let me know what you need.
What's that term that people use? It's usually not in a good way in like movies where they say the characters basically explained everything, right? Instead of just letting the audience, like trusting the audience to understand what's happening, when the characters or the actors will explicitly explain all of what's happening, the backstory, the context, and all that, instead of just letting the absence of that context, like trusting the audience to actually understand that context. Do you know like the word I'm thinking of? I keep thinking it starts with like X, or it's got like an X sound in the word.
I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble responding right now. Please wait a bit and try again.
Are you back yet, Atlas? But yeah, Chris and I, we can definitely start with the GoPro. And maybe show one, like maybe we show one of the point of views where it's like from my camera view or from the GoPro point of view. And we just show one of those and then eventually we get to it later. I don't know.
Yes, I'm right here. I think the term you're looking for is exposition, or more specifically, expositional dialogue. It's when characters explain everything outright instead of letting the audience figure it out. So yeah, that's the word you're thinking.
Perfect. That is the word. So exposition. I kept thinking exponent. And I was like, that's not it. Or expletive, or explicit. Yeah. So exposition. And I feel like oftentimes when I'm doing my storytelling in my, in the vlogs thus far, it's very much like exposition. When you hear my voice, I'm here to explain the scene in detail. Here's the context. We're, after this thing happened, we decided to go here and then enjoy this thing. And then this happened. And here we go. And I would like to try a completely different style on this next video. All right, challenge accepted. We'll have to give it more thought. And hopefully Mr. Atlas will be much better tomorrow, because I want to also bounce this off of him and see if he's got some suggestions. Kristen, you said starting at seeing the GoPro from your position first. Well, listen, we got a few cool shots, right? So we got the shot here, like I'm showing, where you can actually see the GoPro on the head. Now, one thing is, like, some of these I do want to show in slow motion to just let it breathe. We have some charging shots. So between some of these, maybe. So I can even see, like, you know, if it's a slow motion like this, and in the meantime I'm, like, maybe describing more about what is a Mongolian hunter, the history of, like, yeah, I don't know, there could be something there. Then we also have these moments. Yeah, so we do have some really epic shots that we still haven't shared. And a lot of this is going to be slow motion. So all the slow motion obviously feeds, or like eats up a lot of time, which is why initially I was thinking, like, do I need to split this into 2 episodes? But honestly, I think I want to keep it to 1. And the audio from that, yeah, and cut into a quick shot of the man. Yeah, jumping between the two. Yeah, because, okay, what I'm thinking is also it could, yeah, so it could just be starting with him playing his music, hearing his voice, but then without any context for me, it just jumps between different moments, different scenes, like some selfie shots without my actual voice, but you just kind of see the B-roll of us kind of exploring Mongolia. I don't know. And the whole time you can hear him playing his music.
He's not profit.
Oh, you know what? We can even try. Kristen, you said you absolutely should utilize the audio of that man singing. Yes, for sure. We will. And there's more singing as well, right? And I've done it in like an Instagram story prior. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, all of these scenes here. We have plenty of singing from like a bunch of people, including her. So either way, as she's like, yeah, we got a lot of audio, but basically when, yeah, so it could be like, as it's playing, we have some B-roll of other shots. Okay, so we're not going to solve it tonight, but there are some thoughts here that I think can lead to something different at the very least. Maybe not better, but different, and I'm okay with different. It could be even like very explicit, you know, like in some movies or stuff, it'll just be like a pitch black scene and it'll just say part 1. I guess I'm thinking like Quentin Tarantino does this a lot, right? Let's see, Quentin Tarantino part 1 images. Or am I thinking of the right thing? I swear, like I've seen I thought it was some of his movies, and like other movies do this, right? Where it'll just like have a pitch black scene and it's just part 1, and like here's the chapter title, the story title. So maybe I could do something like that, where literally you just have like a part 1, and then it could just be one word that defines like what is the theme of part 1, and it could be like, you know, not to say this would be it, but it could be like family or whatever, just one word, right, to define something or a mood, and then without any voiceover, it's literally just showing some of the clips that kind of encapsulate that mood, and then it'll jump to part 2, and it could be, you know, yeah. So like each part can be part of a broader whole of like each word or each thing that I'm defining ultimately makes sense by the final part, where all together we've now defined the key elements of Mongolian blah blah blah. Like Kill Bill, I'm trying to think. Yeah, did they do that in Kill Bill? Part 1 or something. Part 1. No. I don't want part 1 of volume 1. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research. But yeah, it's like that's an idea. Another one could be like, let's assume there are 3 parts. Let's assume there are 3 parts to the to this episode. And like, what if each episode is like a different singer, right? So it could be that throat singer for one of them. It could be like the female, the lady from earlier. It could be Aibo. So it could just be like choosing one of them as like the main character of whatever, and then just going to, I don't know. There's just like so many things potentially possible. It just depends if I have enough content or videos that can tie to that. I don't know. It's early days, all right? We're going to have to flesh this out tomorrow. But there's an inkling of a story here, possibly. And the main thing I'm trying to say is that I don't know if I want to do the exposition for this episode. I want to go in the full different, like more creative, more... I say the word poetic, but it's not necessarily the thing. It's just... Yeah, we want a more... Yeah, I guess we want a more like poetic style this time. So, food for thought. Okay, well, with all of that said, it is midnight my time, and I do want to see if I can head to sleep a little bit earlier than before, because I have been a little bit, I've been starting a little bit later, and there's a few things I need to fix. Also, I do want to wake up early tomorrow because there's a lot of things I need to get done. Tomorrow or / today is Monday. So finally, everything is open in terms of the office stuff that I need to call about. Artistic, yes, thank you. Artistic, not poetic. Artistic is the word, Kristen. Thank you. Yeah, we want to take this in a more artistic direction in terms of the storytelling specifically. So everything from the script that we're using will not be the same of like, yeah, I'm regurgitating what I said before. But yes. Tomorrow we got a lot of errands to run in the morning. I might even get a haircut, so we'll see about that. But we've got a lot of food for thought, which I'm very excited tomorrow to kind of kick back up on this episode here. And we'll talk to ChatGPT. We'll see if we can come up with some good ideas. But I'm like triply excited now. Because, I mean, not to say I wasn't excited before. Like working on episode 2, it's like I'm very, very excited to work on it. But this is a completely different challenge that I've never had to deal with before. And so I think it'll be a fun one. It was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you very much, Violet. I do appreciate it. And thank you for following me on YouTube as well as Twitch. So the double follows does make a difference. And then I just, Yeah, yeah, and then also to Kristen, of course, thank you for being here. And yeah, I think today's been a good day. And again, thank you, Low Base Guy, because you did give us that epic raid from earlier. And Photo Elite as well, thank you. We had 2 people raiding us today, so that was really cool. And then also to Primal Nation, because you had gifted that tier 1 sub to Puzzling Old Man, so thank you very much. All right, well, I'm kind of tired. But you know what? Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say, we're on day 29. So tomorrow will be day 30. And I think the goal will be for day 31, which is what? Tuesday. I think it's possible. I think I have something I have to do. I have a meeting Tuesday morning, I believe. I'll double check, but I'm hoping that on day 31 we can even try to do like a super long we'll do a super long stream. If we can target like, not necessarily, I don't know, I don't think I could do a 24-hour stream right now, but if we can do a super long one, that would be fun to just end the month off with like the longest stream, and then it'll be a nice way for our future YouTube video to talk about that. But all right, guys, I'm just rambling at this point. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone. Hope you have a wonderful day or evening wherever you are, and then I will be back as usual tomorrow. Same thing, same time, everything, 8 hours. We'll go for that.